How do you mean no more commission?
Well, no one in Scotland can commission an idea. You know, if I went to BBC Scotland and I said, oh, I've got this great idea for a sitcom, I've got this brilliant idea for a drama, you know, there isn't one person in Scotland that can okay it unless it goes through London.
Good morning and welcome to another edition of Full Scottish. What's happening today?
Hello and welcome to the Full Scottish here on Broadcasting Scotland.
Scotland is going to be an independent country.
That need, that desire for independence is ever stronger than perhaps it was in 2014. So there's an obligation that we've got to give leadership to that campaign. That's what Nicola Sturgeon, as our First Minister, has been doing.
My feeling about Boris Johnson is he can't be trusted on anything.
That is now and forever will be known as the rape clause.
I'm old enough to remember going into Europe in '73, and I remember how much of a razor's edge that was balanced on. And I think we made it by 53%, if I remember correctly, for going in. And ever since that time, England particularly has been pretty much schizophrenic, down the middle about whether it felt British or whether it felt European. And that schism, that crack has remained throughout English society ever since.
Scotland means business. Scotland's voice won't be stilled, it won't be silenced, it has to be heard.
About the work that's been done by Broadcasting Scotland in giving community activists, yes activists, Scottish activists a platform other than the traditional media outlets.
The proceeding will start shortly. 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 The proceeding will...
Order. The motion on the committee of selection, the whip to move. Marvellous. The question is, as on the order paper, as many of that opinion say aye. Aye. The contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Order. We now come to questions, Secretary of State for Wales. Number 1, Virginia Crosby.
Question 1, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. My department and I are 100% committed to supporting the Welsh Government ambition of 1 million Welsh speakers by 2050, increasing Welsh language services across Whitehall and supporting its growth within Wales. I'm proud that my constituency is home to S4C and welcome any ideas from members how we can promote the Welsh language.
Virginia Cross.
Mr. Speaker, as a keen supporter of the language and a Welsh learner myself, may I say to the Minister, does he, diolch yn fawr, thank you, and does he agree with me that the best way to support the language is by economic prosperity? And this means supporting jobs, skilled employment and projects like Wilfa Newydd on Ynys Môn.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. Can I start by congratulating the Honourable Lady on her fantastic election result. She's already brought an energy and a fizz to her part of the world, which I know will be appreciated across the House. And I hope, and I know her father's watching this from his hospital bed, and I know he will be as proud as we are to have you amongst us. As far as the Welsh language is concerned, I absolutely share her recognition that a vibrant economy and a vibrant language go hand in hand. Wales, the language of Wales is one of the oldest in the world, and we are rightly proud of it, even those of us who aren't perhaps as fluent as others. And so I absolutely share her views on that. On the question of Wilfa, that I can't think of anybody better, Mr. Speaker, in the House to take forward that particular project. I'm happy to commit to helping her in doing that. I know Welsh Government will be doing the same, so fingers crossed, and we will definitely work together in our shared ambitions in that regard.
Number 2, Peter Grant.
Question 2, please, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With your permission, I will answer questions 2, 9 and 10 together. I've already had productive discussions with the First Minister and his colleagues. Only last week I met Jeremy Miles to discuss the UK Shared Prosperity Fund, and I'm excited about the opportunities that this fund will give to bind together the whole of the United Kingdom, tackling equality and deprivation across each of our 4 nations.
Peter Grant.
Mr. Speaker, the EU funding that comes to an end in 2020 has delivered over £2 billion of investment to Wales since 2014. This money has been used according to priorities set in Wales for Wales by the Government of Wales. Can the Minister give an assurance, first of all, that Wales will receive not a single penny less under the Government's funding scheme, and also that the priorities for Wales will continue to be set in Wales by the people and the Parliament of Wales?
Grateful for the honourable gentleman strengthening the union by coming here to support Welsh questions. That's very much appreciated, and I hope I can reassure him. By describing the Shared Prosperity Fund as a good news story. For the first time in 45 years, a substantial sum of money is going to be distributed in Wales by Welsh politicians directly accountable to Welsh voters. That has not been the case for some time. And the Honourable Gentleman is quite right, and I share his view. It is absolutely right in the collaborative approach that I shall take with Welsh Government over the distribution of that fund, that it goes to the places where it is most needed and not, as some might argue in the past, blown on vanity projects. So we have a shared ambition, and the relevant Minister and Welsh Government is with me on this to make sure that that is the outcome and that we do it collaboratively and efficiently.
Chris Elmore.
Mr. Speaker, I'm all for strengthening the union, Mr. Speaker. Most Welsh politicians are, and I'm completely against nationalism and all it stands for. But the reality is, I'm also in favour of supporting the devolution settlement. And this funding has always been controlled by the Assembly. So can the Secretary of State confirm now that he will rule out subverting the Welsh Government by funding local government directly in Wales, because it will do nothing to strengthen the union to bypass Welsh Government and the National Assembly for Wales?
The reassurance I can give is that nothing contained within the proposals around the Shared Prosperity Fund will in any way drive a coach and horses through the devolution settlement.
And then Matt Moran.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Secretary of State answered my honourable friend by saying that there would be a substantial amount of money. Would he, though, confirm that there will not be a penny less, nor a power lost, as the First Minister for Wales said, to Wales, and that spending decisions will be, in fact, taken where they should be by the Welsh Government?
As far as the first part of our question is concerned, I think our manifesto commitment was clear on that. As far as the second part is concerned, my discussions with Jeremy Miles so far have been very clear about a collaborative approach being necessary so we can ensure that UK and Welsh Government working together ensure this money get to the right place in a timely fashion.
Nick Thomason.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Can I firstly congratulate the Secretary of State on his new post? And can I also congratulate my constituency neighbour, the Honourable Member for Monmouth, on his long-anticipated, and may I say long-awaited promotion to the front bench. As Wales leaves the European Union, the Secretary of State will be aware, because we've heard it in the questions so far, about the deep concerns there are about the continuation of structural and investment funding. And I have to say, his answers to my honourable friends from the back benches have not been that reassuring so far. So can he clear up the uncertainty now with two unequivocal guarantees? Not a penny lost, and the Welsh Government have complete control of the funding.
Mr. Speaker, as far as the first question, there are lots of double questions going on here. The answer is yes, and it's been in the manifesto, and we've made that clear. As far as the funding, second part of his question is concerned, Welsh Government don't even have complete control over the situation now. So he's asking a question which is not even the status quo. But the fact is, I think he should refer to his ministerial colleague and party colleague in Cardiff, Jeremy Miles, who I spoke to, who is perfectly adamant and perfectly content with the fact that this should be a joint UK government, Welsh government initiative. So what he is hinting at is actually contrary to the policy of his own party in Cardiff.
Alan Kearns.
Mr. Speaker, can I warmly congratulate my right honourable and good friend on his appointment as Secretary of State? And does he share my concern that since the year 2000, more than £4 billion of European aid has been spent in Wales, but yet communities have not yet felt the benefit of that money, and the prioritisation of that spend by the Welsh Government has been brought into question by many local authorities, by many businesses alike? Does he agree that this is an opportunity to reset the formula, to reset the way in which money is distributed, and that some members in this House can have some influence on how that is spent?
Mr. Speaker, can I start with your patience and pay a tribute to my right honourable friend and my predecessor? I think there is a saying in politics, no such thing as real friends, only sharks circling, waiting for a sniff of blood. No such situation would describe our relationship. He has done a fantastic job for Wales. He has boundless energy, and I know Wales will benefit from that again. As far as his comments about the Shared Prosperity Fund, I hope I can reassure him by saying that this is a reset. It's a reset of the meter, which the relationship between Welsh and UK government, and I think it is absolutely right that he highlights the priority which we should apply to this, which is getting the money to the right place in a timely way and accountable to Welsh voters in a way that it never has been before.
Sarah Hafford.
Mr. Speaker. Under the Welsh Labour Government, Wrexham has missed out on opportunities for the last 20 years. Can the Secretary of State give assurances that Wrexham will now start to receive benefits from the Shared Prosperity Fund?
Can I also congratulate? It's going to be a day of congratulating new members, which is a happy place to be. I hope through my honourable friend, right honourable friend, the Parliamentary Secretary will confirm this in due course. But as far as Wrexham is concerned, the answer to that is yes. As far as growth deals are concerned, that's an ongoing and positive development for Wales, which will be further information being made available as we proceed. But I think it is absolutely right that she highlights the specifics of her particular part of Wales, and yes, we will certainly comply and cooperate with that.
David Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. May I also warmly welcome my right honourable friend and the Minister to their positions. May I say to my right honourable friend that the Shared Prosperity Fund represents a unique opportunity for all parts of Wales to benefit from Brexit, and therefore, does he agree with me that it's essential that in the design of the architecture of the fund, the priorities of local authorities and the interests of the people they serve should be properly reflected?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and may I thank my right honourable friend also, and for the advice that he's so generously given me over the years. I think it should be a source of encouragement that the early conversations I've had with the relevant ministers, including the First Minister in Cardiff, suggest that they are as attuned as we are, or certainly getting that way, in ensuring that the money which will be benefiting Wales coming from the Shared Prosperity Fund is absolutely targeted for the areas where it is most needed, and recognises the arguments which are being made across all parts of Wales, rather than, I think, the public perception that somehow this is always just about Cardiff. This is going to be more than just about Cardiff, and it is my job and the job of Welsh Government to make sure that that is the case.
Stephen Crabb.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The opposition benches see the Shared Prosperity Fund as primarily a constitutional issue. It is fundamentally actually an economic issue, and the previous rounds of European funding have failed in their objective of lifting Welsh GDP to EU average levels. So does my right honourable friend, who I strongly welcome to his position, does he agree with me that however we design this new Shared Prosperity Fund, however we share the responsibility with Welsh Government, we can't repeat the mistakes of the past?
Can I thank my right honourable friend and my West Walian neighbour for his question. The answer is yes, and I think one of the reasons we are in this position, one of the reasons the Brexit vote went the way it did in June 2016, one of the reasons the general election went the way it did in December 2019 is because of exactly the point my right honourable friend makes. People were beginning to lose faith. They knew that there were substantial sums of money, but somehow it never quite reached the places where it should. The new arrangement, the new reset to which I refer to, will address exactly that point.
Ruth Jones.
3, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, the UK Government is committed to supporting a productive, modern and vibrant steel industry in Wales. With that in mind, I've already had discussions with Welsh Government and unions. I have plans to visit the steel industry in Wales within the next few days and look forward to meeting the Honourable Member for Newport East later today, who's initiated a meeting with other Labour colleagues to discuss the steel sector.
Ruth Jones.
We know now that Liberty Steel is cutting 72 jobs in Newport, and although based in my honourable friend's seat in Newport East, these job losses will affect people across our city, east and west. These losses also follow the disastrous decision to mothball the old steelworks at Christmas. Mr. Speaker, the UK steel industry is disappearing before our eyes, and it's happening on this government's watch. We can see with Flybe that this government, when it wants to, can take steps to save jobs and industries. So when will the Secretary of State sit down with his ministerial colleagues and agree a plan that will protect jobs, livelihoods and the steel industry across Newport, Wales and the rest of the UK?
Thank you, Speaker. I'm pleased to say that that process is already happening. Not only am I sitting down with my own ministerial colleagues, I'm sitting down with her ministerial colleagues too, and her parliamentary colleagues, and indeed unions and management, all in the space of a few days. I am absolutely conscious of the huge impact and the huge uncertainty, the huge worry that the current circumstances are resulting in. And so, of course, it is I keep mentioning it, I'm mentioning it again, shared responsibility with Welsh Government to steady the situation, rectify the position. And there are a number of ways. Energy prices is one, business rates is another, which we are going to be looking at very closely to see how we can help.
Christina Rees.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is my first appearance at the dispatch box in 2020, so may I wish all honourable and right honourable members a Happy New Year. I welcome the new Secretary of State to his place, and I wish the honourable member for Monmouth well. Given the average length of tenure of previous Welsh Office Ministers, his first achievement will be to last more than a few months. And I understand that he's a junior whip as well, which may be even more challenging. Mr. Speaker, the Liberty Steel announcement is yet another blow to the steel industry following Tata Steel's announcement about Orb. Our thoughts are with the steel workers and their families at this very anxious time. I must commend my honourable friends for Newport East and Newport West for all the work they have done on this. I'm sure the Secretary of State has heard the Welsh Government Economy Minister Ken Skates ask the UK Government to intervene more directly to reduce energy prices. Will he, as Secretary of State, use his voice in Cabinet to make that call?
Thanks, Steve. Can I thank the Honourable Lady? And also, I think the whole House will want to extend their congratulations to the Honourable Lady for becoming a grandmother this week. I hope she won't mind me mentioning that for the public record. The answer to the question is of course. The UK government has made £53 million available, I think, in 2018 by way of compensation for energy prices. I think the conversation I want to have is also with her colleagues in Cardiff. Perhaps she can lead this herself around business rates and where Welsh Government can help the industry in that regard as well. But the shared ambition to make sure that there is a future for steel in Wales is absolute, and she can rely on the fact that myself and my Cabinet colleagues will work to ensure that.
Christina Rees.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, my question was about energy, and in other countries, large companies pay far less for their energy. All Welsh steelworkers need is a fair deal. Steel is a foundation industry, and this UK government and this Secretary of State need to do far more. So will the Secretary of State act now, decisively, or is he going to be just a bystander in the decline of the vital steel industry in Wales?
Well, the Honourable Lady may have misheard me, but I've already made a comment about £53 million being made available by way of compensation for energy prices, and I restate what I've said just now, which is one way in which Welsh Government could step in now and help significantly with the certainty around steel is by addressing the issue of business rates. And I think it would be a powerful message if she and I combined could make that case to Welsh Government.
Right, now, question 4, Tonya Anandazzo.
Question 4, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, last week I met with Ken Skates, the Minister for the Economy and Transport, to discuss how we could work together on infrastructure in Wales. And I look forward to a productive and collaborative relationship with Welsh Government and with members on all sides of this House. And in particular, I'd like to reaffirm this Government's commitment to building the M4 relief road.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Secretary of State's predecessor long dodged giving answers to questions about the lack of electrification further west than Cardiff. But will the Secretary of State and will the Minister do better and get Swansea and West Wales the investment that they deserve by funding a more integrated system such as a Swansea Bay Metro?
Well, Mr. Speaker, my predecessors felt, and I have to say I share their view, that it would have been difficult to justify spending hundreds of millions of pounds on electrifying Swansea to Cardiff, which wouldn't actually have delivered any increases in journey time. So what we did do was to put £5.7 billion into the Great Western Main Line, £2.8 billion on the Great Western Main Line modernisation, over £1.5 billion on the Wales and Borders route, all investments that have benefited Welsh travellers. And we look to continue to do that, and I will be delighted to work with the Honourable Lady to develop plans for further rail improvements in West Wales.
Please, Samuel Roberts.
Dwi'n hefyd yn croesawu'r ysgrifennu gwladol newydd a'i weinidog i'w seddi, ac yn beithio cawn ni gydweithio efo nhw. I think you get the context. I'm wishing them well. Wales currently benefits from EU funding to the tune of £680 million a year, including many infrastructure projects. 4.4 million for Blaenau Ffestiniog, 3.4 million for Tywyn, and 7.5 million for Llanbedr Airfield, just to mention a few in my constituency. But as we leave the EU, we sadly leave behind the principles which underpin such funding, principles whose objectives were to tackle deprivation and poverty and inequality. The old political adage says, follow the money. Can he and the new Secretary of State for Wales allay my fears that after this Tory Brexit, the money will not mainly find its way into the constituencies presently coloured blue on the political map of Wales?
Well, I ddechrau gai ddweud diolch yn fawr iawn am croeso. And can I assure the Honourable Lady that this government is absolutely committed to ensuring that Wales does not lose out by one penny as a result of Brexit, and indeed as a result of the growth deals that will now be taking place in all parts of Wales. We are going to see hundreds of millions of pounds invested in the economy of Wales, levelling up communities.
Ms Samuel Roberts.
And I'm delighted to hear his commitment that Wales will not lose a single penny. We should be building our nation, the whole of our nation. One idea, a railway from north to south, so that we no longer have to travel to a neighbouring nation to go from one end to the other of our country. But the The Minister, I hope, has had a chance to look at the iTunes chart, where David Ewan's protest song, Amor Hyd, has been going up the charts. We're still here. It's reached #1 this week. Originally, of course, released in the midst of Thatcher's relentless attacks on Wales. And it might be time to update the lyrics. Gweitha'r hen forys a'i grew, Dani yma o hyd.
Come on, answer. Minister. Order. Minister, answer what you can and we'll have to move on.
Well, Mr. Speaker, can I thank the honourable lady? The North-South link has been talked about for years, and I look forward to seeing some costs on that. But the East-West links in both North Wales and South Wales have finance available to them, and I very much hope the Welsh Labour Government will consider again the commitment to the M4 relief road. Can I also congratulate Dafydd Ewan on that fantastic song and say that as far as the Conservative Party and this Conservative Government is concerned, with the hundreds of millions of pounds going into growth deals for Wales, his other song, I'r Gad, springs to mind.
Okay, Fabrica.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. But isn't the whole point about infrastructure and the M4 something that seems to have been missed so far, unless I missed it during the singing, is the fact that the Severn crossing is now free? Isn't that the whole point that will actually help Cardiff and Swansea?
Well, the honourable gentleman is absolutely right that that my predecessor, who managed to get tolls on the M4 on the Severn Bridge scrapped, has done wonders for the South Wales economy. What we now need to do is to match that commitment that was shown by UK government in the Welsh government by getting the M4 relief road built and continuing to support the South Wales economy through a good transport link.
Right,
sir.
Well, over the past week, I've had discussions with the Welsh Government, Minister for Economy and Transport, Ken Skates, and I look forward to working collaboratively with partners to discuss the Mid and West Wales growth deal.
And he will be aware that people in Ceredigion and indeed across Mid Wales are keen to see swift progress on the growth deal. With that in mind, we also consider meeting with groups and businesses in Ceredigion that are involved in some of the proposals to see how we can get them implemented as soon as possible.
Well, can I say to the honourable member that when I was invited to join the government, one of the only things that might have dissuaded me was that I was actually planning to visit Ceredigion with the Welsh Affairs Select Committee, and I believe the honourable member had arranged for us to see some whisky tasting and cheese factories. So I'm going to take his question as an invitation. I hope it will go on to the Welsh Office, and I shall look forward very much to accepting that invitation to visit Ceredigion. Diolch yn fawr.
Robin Miller.
Question number 6, Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, together with the Welsh Government and leaders of the North Wales Economic Ambition Board, heads of terms for the North Wales Growth Deal were signed in November 2019. The opportunities provided by this deal are the latest example of this government's commitment to levelling up communities across the United Kingdom.
Robin Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my honourable friend for his answer. In the last 20 years, the people of North Wales and indeed the people of Aberconwy have grown used to being overlooked and underfunded by a Cardiff-based, Labour-led Welsh government. It won't have escaped this House's attention that 7 of the 9 MPs for North Wales are now Conservative. Does my friend agree with me that this represents a new chapter for North Wales?
Well, Mr. Speaker, can I offer the warmest welcome to the honourable member for Aberconwy and say that as far as this government is concerned, we note that the people of North Wales appear to have rejected 20 years of Labour government and have already begun to build an impressive piece of infrastructure, a political blue wall which now stretches from Ynys Môn to Clwyd South. And I look forward to seeing that piece of political infrastructure followed up with physical infrastructure as we release hundreds of millions of pounds in the growth deals into North Wales.
Can I welcome the Minister to his place, and I hope he lasts longer than his predecessors, and I hope I can meet him more than once on the North Wales growth deal, which is more than I did with any of his predecessors. But can I ask him firstly for clearly more money, because the money on offer isn't enough,
but also that it is a strategic growth deal and not a series of pet projects across North Wales.
Well, Mr. Speaker, we have absolutely no intention of allowing the sort of pet projects that we've seen money wasted on in previous years going ahead. All of the growth deal projects are going to be rigorously scrutinised to ensure that there is value for money. But at the end of the day, if the honourable gentleman wants to criticise this government for putting hundreds of millions of pounds into the North Wales economy, then I'd plead guilty, and I'm absolutely delighted to be part of the government that's doing it.
We'll start Prime Minister's questions. Jill Furness.
Number one, Mr. Speaker.
Go on, Jill.
Mr. Speaker, this morning I had meetings with Ministerial colleagues and others. In addition to my duties in this House, I shall have further such meetings later today.
Jill Furness.
Mr. Speaker, last Thursday we received the devastating news that more than 350 steel jobs will be lost in Sheffield, Rotherham and Newport. Yet another blow for steelworkers, their families and communities. When will the government bring forward a comprehensive plan for the steel industry that tackles high energy costs, business rates and ensures that steel is at the heart of all public infrastructure plans? Action is needed now. Will the Prime Minister stay true to his word and repay the trust of communities that voted for him only last month?
I thank the Honourable Lady, and I can assure her that the government is indeed embarking on a plan to do everything we can to make sure that steel made in this country does have all the competitive advantages that it needs, and she makes some excellent points. In the particular case of Liberty Steel, I understand that all those affected, whatever happens, and it is a commercial decision for that company, will be offered an opportunity to remain within the GFG alliance by joining a new company.
Sir Geoffrey Clifton-Brown.
The Conservative manifesto promises in relation to rollout of broadband and mobile phone signal are incredibly welcome. But would my right honourable friend agree that rural constituencies like mine, wherever they are in the United Kingdom, should not be left behind? And would he agree that these vital technologies should be rolled out, and would he set a firm timetable for their rollout?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, the Cotswolds needs broadband, and the Cotswolds are going to get gigabit broadband, Mr. Speaker, and that's why we're putting £5 billion into the rollout of gigabit broadband. And he asked for a deadline. He will get it 2025, Mr. Speaker.
Leader of the Opposition, Jeremy Corbyn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Could I just put on record our pleasure at the return of the Northern Ireland Assembly and hopefully the restoration of the peace process in Northern Ireland? I know there's a statement coming on this after Prime Minister's question time. Can the Prime Minister let the British people know why, after almost 10 years of Tory government, patients are waiting longer for essential NHS care, whether it's in A&Es, on waiting lists or for a GP appointment?
Mr. Speaker, we are investing record sums into the NHS, and I think indeed the House should be very proud today that we are passing the NHS funding bill, which will guarantee such funding not just this year but into the future.
Well, passing legislation that will guarantee underfunding of the NHS, yes. Mr. Speaker, the number of patients waiting more than 4 hours in A&E is now at its highest on record for the second month in a row. We've had months of promises, but people need action. There probably isn't a family in the United Kingdom which hasn't been affected in some way by cancer. Yet last year we saw 1 in 4 patients waiting more than 2 months for the start of their cancer treatment. How many more patients will face what are life-threatening delays because our NHS is understaffed and underfunded?
Mr. Speaker, as the right honourable gentleman knows, there is a massive demand on the NHS, which, as he also knows, is doing a fantastic job, particularly actually in oncology, where tremendous progress has been made. He's right to signal the delays that people are facing, and they are indeed unacceptable, and that is why we are investing in 50,000 more nurses. That's why we're investing in 6,000 more GPs, and that is why this government is investing record sums in the NHS. We will get those waiting lists down.
20,000 of those 50,000 already work for the NHS, actually, Mr. Speaker. But delays in cancer treatment can reduce a patient's chance of survival. The target of 85% of patients to be seen within 2 months was last met 4 years ago in December 2015. Action is needed urgently. Last week we heard the heart-rending case of a 92-year-old RAF veteran in Leicester who had to go through the indignity of waiting almost 12 hours on a hospital trolley because there were no beds available. I want the government to apologise to him and many others, but to explain why, despite the extraordinary efforts of NHS staff all over the country, over 2,000 patients had to wait more than 12 hours before they could get into a hospital bed last month alone.
Well, Mr. Speaker, he's right to highlight the case of the RAF veteran, and I think everybody in this House will have every sympathy for people who have a bad and unacceptable experience in the NHS, and we all share that. On the other hand, I would say that most people in this country, most patients of the NHS, have a fantastic experience of our healthcare, and we should pay tribute to our nurses and our staff. And the hospital he mentions, the hospital at Leicester, is one of those which, as he knows, we are rebuilding under this programme. 14 new hospitals, 20 upgrades under this Conservative government.
The A&E has already been rebuilt in Leicester, actually, I understand it. The problem is the Prime Minister promised 40 hospitals. In reality, it was 20, then it became 6. Mr. Speaker, this issue of people waiting in trolleys is a very serious one. The number doubled in December and now at its highest ever level on record. The Prime Minister promised to put the Conservative Party's inadequate NHS funding pledge into law. Can he explain why it is necessary to cement into law a pledge which the Health Foundation has said is below the amount needed to maintain current standards of care?
Mr. Speaker, it's only under this Conservative government that we have the resources that will enable us to invest in our NHS. And it's because of the stewardship of the economy after the wreckage that Labour left when they were in office that we've been able to make those colossal investments. And I would remind him not only was it this Conservative government that rebuilt the A&E, as he correctly points out, it is this Conservative government that will be rebuilding the entire hospital. And we are in Leicester, and we are putting more money into the NHS as a direct result of our careful management of the economy.
Jeremy Corbyn. Well, I understand another hospital has been closed to pay for it, Mr. Speaker. The question is, why would the government need to put into law an inadequacy of funding for our National Health Service? Health professionals have said the NHS needs more money than the government is saying in order to keep patients safe. It's now been almost 3 years since the government promised a green paper on social care, and 7 months since the Prime Minister himself stood on the steps of Downing Street and said he had prepared a clear plan to fix the crisis in social care. Well, what's the hold-up? Where's the plan?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm delighted by his constructive attitude, Mr. Speaker, because as he knows, we do intend to begin with cross-party talks to build a consensus. And I think there is a growing consensus in this country on the need to tackle the issue of social care so that everybody has dignity and security in their old age. Nobody has to sell their home to pay for the cost of their care. We can do it, and we will do it. With the help and cooperation of the Labour Party and other parties in this House, we will go ahead with a fantastic plan for social care. I look forward to his support, but I would point out to him that it is thanks to this Conservative stewardship of the economy that we are now, and indeed the mandate of the people that we have, that we are now able to tackle a problem that was shirked not just by the Labour Party, but for governments for decades after decades, and we're going to do it now.
Mr. Speaker, I don't know if the Prime Minister had a chance to read the Labour manifesto in the election, but we made it very clear. We have a plan. We have a plan, a very clear one. It is free personal care, it is more funding, and it is support for carers. And I'm very happy to send him another copy of our manifesto so he can read it. The Prime Minister has said The Prime Minister has said many times he's going to put this NHS funding issue into law. But all this gimmick means is even longer waiting lists, more delays for cancer patients and more A&E departments bursting at the seams, while patients continue to suffer while he continues to provide excuses. If he's really committed to fixing the crisis his government has created over the last decade, he should end the empty rhetoric and back our proposals to give the NHS the funding it needs, rather than putting into law an insufficiency of funding. The NHS is our most precious national institution. Fund it properly, that everyone can rely on it, those that cannot afford private health care.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm delighted he's still fighting on the manifesto that he submitted to the attention of the British people at the last election. I think it was pretty clear what they thought of it, what they thought of the credibility of the promises that he made. But it was also clear what they thought of what we're going to do, because they see that we are the party of the NHS, Mr. Speaker. They see that it is this government that invests in hospitals, in schools, in policing, in bringing crime down. And that is because it is this government whose careful stewardship of the economy has led to record employment, record low unemployment, which delivers the tax revenues that enables us to pay for the whole of society. Whenever Labour is in office, Mr. Speaker, they wreck the economy and they put unemployment higher and make us less able to pay for great public services. We're taking this country forward, they would take it backwards.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Despite the clear improvement in educational standards and of funding, white working class boys massively underperform at every stage of the education system compared to their better off peers. Given the exciting infrastructure projects on the horizon and the high-value apprenticeships that will be unleashed, does my right honourable friend agree that reforming the apprenticeship levy, investing in apprenticeships, will allow us to ensure that white working-class boys climb the skills ladder of opportunity?
Mr. Speaker, apprenticeships play an absolutely vital part in the progression of the kids that he's talking about, and it is absolutely right that we should follow his advice, and he's been on this for quite a while now, and reform the apprenticeship levy. And my right honourable friend, the Secretary of State for Education, will be updating the House in due course on our proposals.
Ian Blackford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and can I congratulate all the parties in Northern Ireland for reformulating the Northern Ireland Executive. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister sent a letter to the First Minister of Scotland, rejecting the democratic right of the people of Scotland to have a choice over their own future. Mr. Speaker, this was not a surprise. The Prime Minister is a democracy denier. Can I say to the Prime Minister, as his colleagues privately admit, this position is undemocratic, unacceptable and completely unsustainable. The Prime Minister has shown utter contempt for Scottish democracy, for Scotland's Parliament and for Scotland's people. Does the Prime Minister accept that by ignoring Scotland, imposing Brexit with his pursuance of cruel and punishing policies, that he's strengthening the case for Scottish independence?
Mr. Speaker, it was not only the right honourable gentleman who leads the SNP in this House, it was also Alex Salmond and his protégé, Nicola Sturgeon, who said at the time of the referendum that it was a once-in-a-generation event. He said it, they said it, they were right then. Why have they changed their mind? He is the denier. He is the denier of democracy.
Andrew Griffiths.
Another question. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister's party, the Conservative Party, signed up to the Smith Commission that recognised the right of the people of Scotland to determine their own future. That's the reality. The Prime Minister lives in a fantasy land, but people across Scotland know the reality of this Prime Minister's broken Brexit Britain. The truth is, the only union that the Prime Minister is truly interested in is his union with Donald Trump, a partnership that threatens to sell off our precious National Health Service. Mr. Speaker, only yesterday the Prime Minister called for the replacement of the Iran nuclear deal with, as he put it, a Trump agreement. The public deserves the truth. What backroom deals are being done with Donald Trump? Why is the Prime Minister putting our NHS at risk? Repeatedly during the election campaign, the Prime Minister promised time and time again the NHS is not for sale. Mr. Speaker, will the Prime Minister now commit to supporting the Scottish National Party's proposal for an NHS protection bill? Without that commitment, what price will this Prime Minister make us pay for his toxic Trump deal?
Actually, Mr. Speaker, the SNP welcomed our statement on the JCPOA yesterday. But you know, seriously, the problem with the SNP, Scotland under the SNP is the highest taxed part of the UK. The deficit is 6 times the UK average. Maths and science in schools is actually going down in the PISA rankings. It's unlike any other part of the United Kingdom. That is no fault of the pupils of Scotland, by the way. It is the fault of the government of Scotland under the SNP who are not giving them the chances they deserve because they are obsessed with breaking up the United Kingdom. Change the record.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Investment in superfast broadband is an excellent way of levelling up the whole of the United Kingdom, of boosting British business and of reducing carbon emissions. But could the Prime Minister reassure rural residents of West Sussex, many of whom have little or no access to broadband today, that the government scheme to guarantee minimum broadband speeds is on track and ready to launch in March of this year?
Mr. Speaker, my honourable friend speaks well for the interests of his constituency. He's absolutely right. And as I said earlier on to my right honourable friend from the Cotswolds, of course we're rolling out superfast broadband, gigabit broadband. We have put £5 billion in. The legislation is on track, and my right honourable friend, the Chancellor, gives me every assurance that Arundel and South Downs will be very well catered for.
Research published this week by Oxford University shows that our oceans are heating up at an alarming rate, and that is accelerating, and it's going to lead to more incidents of extreme catastrophic weather. The government is on track to miss most of its environmental goals in 2020, and that record looks set to get worse in future years. Yet the government makes the right noises but fails to come to the right conclusions. So will the Prime Minister commit to legally enforceable targets and give the new Office for Environmental Protection powers to fine the government if it fails to live up to its promises? It should be the government that's under scrutiny, not the protesters that expose its shortcomings.
The honourable gentleman is right to say that the new Office for Environmental Protection will indeed have powers to hold the government to account. That is quite right. But I would just draw his attention to the record of this Conservative government, because under this government, what you have seen is CO2 down 42%, CO2 emissions down 42% on 1990 levels, in spite of a 75% increase in GDP. Some days, most of our energy now comes from renewable sources, and we will be leading the COP26 summit, where we will be introducing enforceable limits, not just for this country, but for the whole world, Mr. Speaker.
David Amos. I congratulate my right honourable friend on his endeavours to get Brexit done, but as he knows only too well, there's something else that needs to be got done. And in an exchange with me on the 25th of July, he said that Southend would become a city. But before all that happens, will my right honourable friend join me in thanking the religious orders of Nazareth House Southend on their caring for vulnerable people over 147 years, and meet with myself and others to ensure that their caring mission continues on that site?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my honourable friend for everything he does for Nazareth House. I remember seeing personally when I was mayor the good work that they do, and I'm very, very happy to support that. And as for the citification of Southend, it continues. At a pace set by my honourable friend.
Debbie Abrahams.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There are 1,200 people living with dementia in my Oldham East and Saddleworth constituency, 850,000 across the UK. Today, dementia is the leading cause of death in the UK. So will the Prime Minister commit to supporting Alzheimer researchers' report recommendations to find cures and new treatments for all forms of dementia? And will he also support the Alzheimer's Society's call to fix dementia care as a matter of urgency?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I congratulate the Honourable Lady on what she has done personally to support that campaign, and she's absolutely right to stress its vital importance for this whole country. It's one of the biggest challenges we face, and that's why we're doubling funding. And as my right honourable friend, the Health Secretary, has said, we want to do a moonshot effort to isolate the causes of dementia, to cure it if we possibly can.
Sir Desmond Swayne, closed. Number 8, sir.
On. Right there. I got it. Mr. Speaker, a Constitution, Democracy and Rights Commission will be established to examine the broader aspects of the Constitution, develop proposals to restore trust in our institutions and in how our democracy operates. Careful consideration is needed on the composition and focus of the Commission, and further announcements will be made in due course.
Sir Desmond Swayne.
Will he let bygones be top priority?
Mr. Speaker, I can tell him, I thank him, I can tell him that our independent courts and legal system are, of course, admired around the world. We will continue to ensure that judicial review is available to protect the rights of individuals against an overbearing state, while ensuring that it is not abused to conduct politics by another means or to create needless delays.
Sarah Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I congratulate the Prime Minister, the Secretary of State and all the parties in Northern Ireland on the re-establishment of the Assembly? The press were briefed last year that the Prime Minister was going to bring an end to all ongoing investigations from the conflict, and he said on Monday that he wouldn't support vexatious claims when there was no new evidence. But of course the Stormont Agreement includes the Historical Investigations Unit, and the point of all the ongoing investigations is that the original evidence has never been properly investigated. So will the Prime Minister today tell us, yes or no, whether he now supports the investigation of every single outstanding claim?
Mr. Speaker, we will go ahead and as I said yesterday, I think there's a good balance that's been struck in getting Stormont going again between those who need truth and those who need certainty and the protection of our armed services. And nothing in the agreement, I want to reassure the House, will stop us from going ahead with legislation to make sure that no one who has served in our armed forces suffers unfair prosecution, a vexatious or unfair prosecution for cases that happened many years ago when no new evidence has been provided. We will legislate to ensure that that cannot happen.
Craig Tracy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Staff at my local hospital, the George Eliot, have been praised by their bosses for the superhuman effort that they put in during the Christmas period, which was not only their busiest on record, but led to them being the 4th busiest across the whole of the West Midlands. So would the Prime Minister join me in thanking them for the amazing work that they do? And can you update the House on the progress of the NHS workforce plan? Because this is key to ensuring that places like the George Eliot are able to attract and retain the inspirational people we all rely on to deliver our healthcare services.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I congratulate my honourable friend on everything he's doing to campaign for the George Eliot Hospital in his constituency, and I thank the staff there for everything that they do. The People Plan will be coming forward in the spring, but he already knows some of the details I fancy. 50,000 more nurses, 6,000 more doctors in general practice, and 6,000 more primary care professionals in general practice. And today, as he knows, the House is legislating to ensure that we guarantee multi-year funding, record multi-year funding for our NHS.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My constituent Rosanna came to the UK as Kurdish refugee, fleeing persecution and human rights abuses committed by Turkish-backed fighters in Syria. Her family remain in the area and she is in a daily fear for their lives. There have been multiple reports of human rights abuses against Kurdish civilians in Syria, including reports that Turkish forces used white phosphorus against children. Will the Prime Minister join me in condemning the human rights abuses committed by Turkish forces against Kurdish civilians in northern Syria? And what will his government do to prevent further atrocities?
Well, as she knows, we have raised our concerns about the operation in northern Syria with the Turkish government, with President Erdogan, several times, and we certainly deplore any abuse of human rights or the suffering that she identified. Can I make a proposal to the Honourable Lady that the details of the case that she has, I'd be very, very happy to look at myself, because I am deeply concerned about what's happening.
Andrew Rosenthal.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the Prime Minister knows only too well, Britain is a nation of animal lovers. And leaving the European Union will mean we can lead the world in animal welfare once we are decoupled from the lesser standards of the European Union. Will he commit the government to make this his utmost priority in the months and years ahead?
Yes, indeed, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable friend for everything he does to promote and protect animal welfare. And this is the government that is bringing in the toughest ivory ban in the world, bringing in new laws on animal sentience, cutting down on the illegal smuggling of puppies, dogs and puppies. And, of course, as we come out of the EU, we will now be able to ban the live shipment of animals, which has for so long been a disgrace and something British people have campaigned against, whereas the Labour Party are still trying to work out whether they want to rejoin the EU or keep in the customs union and the single market, so making any such reform and protection of animal welfare impossible. It's time they made up their mind.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the Prime Minister support Tees MPs and Mayor in opposing the dumping of nuclear waste at Port Clarence in my constituency?
Mr. Speaker, I'm very happy to look at the campaign that he identifies and will be writing to him in due course.
Helen Grant.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Given the Prime Minister's vision for an outward-looking global Britain post-Brexit, given Africa's huge potential in terms of trade and investment, could he update the House on the government's plans for the UK African Investment Summit to be held next week?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I can. And I'm very grateful to the Honourable Lady, who I know has followed these matters with great interest over many years. We will be having on the 20th, we will be having an Africa Investment Summit here in this country, and it will be a chance to show people in this country, but also around the world, and particularly in Africa, the huge commitment that this country has to Africa, the massive investments that we have in Africa, and the massive opportunities this country has to strengthen those long-standing ties, bonds, and commercial relationships.
Lewis Chapman.
Mr. Speaker, the writer and broadcaster Muriel Gray said last week the end of the Erasmus scheme was an utter disaster, academically, culturally and socially. Politicians have voted to make our young people more insular, narrow and parochial. I'm heartbroken. What would the Prime Minister say to 2014 no voters like Muriel, who thought the future of Scottish students was safe in the hands of a British Prime Minister?
Mr. Speaker, I'm afraid that the honourable gentleman is talking through the back of his neck. There is no threat to the Erasmus scheme. We will continue to participate. UK students will continue to be able to enjoy the benefits of exchanges with our European friends and partners, just as they will be able to continue to come to this country.
Speaker, at the end of this month, on the 75th anniversary of the liberation of Auschwitz, the nation will come together once again to mark Holocaust Memorial Day. The theme for this year is Stand Together. Will my right honourable friend commit to agreeing with the Holocaust Educational Trust, who say that, welcome though it is, signatures in books are not as valuable as action? And will he commit to more action to stamp out anti-Semitism and all intolerance in this country?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I along with my right honourable friend and others, will be commemorating Holocaust Memorial Day, and we are, as he knows, in this government, in this House, I think across the House, wanting to do absolutely everything we can to stamp out the resurgence of anti-Semitism, which I myself, as someone now 55 years old, I find absolutely incredible. That in the 21st century, we have anti-Semitism rising again in this country. It is a disgrace, and we must stamp it out.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Seasonal Agricultural Worker Scheme affords a limit of 10,000 temporary visas for agricultural workers from abroad to come and work in the UK in support of food production. given that my constituency of Angus requires 4,000 alone, and neighbouring constituencies a similar amount, isn't it clear, and will the Prime Minister concede, that 10,000 isn't enough even for Tayside, much less Scotland or the rest of the UK? Will he therefore instruct his friend, the Home Secretary, to take a review of this and, in support of the National Farmers Union of Scotland and our whole agricultural sector, commission that review to look upwards to a limit that will support the actual operational requirements of agriculture in our country?
I think that the Honourable Gentleman raises a very important point, and we have doubled the scheme, and we will make sure that Scottish agricultural sector, the agricultural sector of the entire country, does have access to the seasonal work and the workforce that it needs. And I understand very, very well the point that he makes, and that is why we're introducing a points-based immigration system that will enable this country to get the skills that it needs.
Liam Miller. Child sexual abuse is not a thing of the past in this country. Last year, over 4,000 offences of online child abuse were recorded by the police, involving organisations like Facebook and Instagram, who find it easy to analyse our online shopping habits, but less easy to keep children safe. Can my right honourable friend say how the government will continue to make it its priority to protect children from sexual abuse online?
Mr. Speaker, I think that my right honourable friend raises a subject that is of massive interest to this House and to the whole country, and we are indeed very concerned about what is happening online. The Cabinet discussed it yesterday. The Online Harms White Paper sets out our plans to make companies more responsible, but we will be taking further action in the near future to stamp out this vice.
David. Can I thank all those involved in the important progress in Northern Ireland? Mr. Speaker, when my mother was widowed with 3 young children, bereaved families received small payments until the youngest child left school. In our case, that would have meant payments for 14 years, except my mother died too early. In 2017, these payments were reduced, the duration of these payments were reduced, and the new bereavement support payment was paid for only 18 months. Many of us thought that was far too short. So will the Prime Minister deliver on his government's promise to review the new bereavement support payment? And will he meet with me and charities helping such families to discuss how we can better care for bereaved parents and their children?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, and I know that this is an issue which is very close to the right honourable gentleman's heart, and it is absolutely right that we should provide people with easily accessible support following their bereavement, and I will indeed commit to meeting the right honourable gentleman.
We're going to move on now. My word. Point of order, Crispin Blood.
Mr. Speaker, you will have noticed that it's become even more difficult to secure a seat on this side of the House following the general election, which reinforces the point I tried to raise in the last Parliament through a letter to the then Chair of the Procedure Committee about the need to have to take part in prayers in order to secure the seat. I find it, as someone who no longer has a relationship with God in a way that would be recognised by many, but those of us who don't have faith or subscribe to faith other than the established church are required to take part in prayers in order to secure a place. There is the possibility of putting a pink card in with committee written on it, and quite rightly today the doorkeepers, because there aren't any committees yet formed, declined to make a pink card available to me. Mr. Speaker, could you ask the doorkeepers in advance of the committees being formed, for those of us who don't want to take part and don't want to have to sit during prayers in order to secure a place available, and could you also ask the Procedure Committee to look again at this issue in the next Parliament, so that those of us who find this uncomfortable aren't placed in this position?
First of all, I have sympathy. I know what it was like in '97. What I would say is that the pink card system is something that the House has chosen to do when committees sit in. Committees are not, and I will not instruct the doorkeepers to do something against what is procedure of this House. What I would say is, and he's quite right, I think the matter needs to be taken up with the Procedure Committee, and I'm sure he will continue to do so. Point of order, Tony Source.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and apologies I wasn't able to give you more notice of my point of order, but it's come to light that a newly elected member of this House has misled the press about his involvement in an exploitative and demeaning website called sugardaddy.net. Now, the honourable member from Bridgend's involvement was highlighted following press reports about complaints to Bridgend trading standards. Links to the website were denied on the record by the member, but Companies House records clearly contradict that statement. Information also that I have received from a former employee of the member for Bridgend contradicts this statement. At a time when public trust in politicians is already damaged, can the Speaker provide guidance on whether the House, and more importantly, the people of Bridgend, can expect an apology from the member to go some way to making up for this appalling behaviour?
Of all, thank the honourable member for giving me notice of this question and the point that she wanted to raise. I hope she has mentioned it to the member for Bridgend that it's going to be raised. That's great. The matter she raises is not a point of order on which the Chair has responsibilities. I am sure she knows there are other ways in which to pursue this matter, and I'm sure she will do so. Point of order, Marcus Fish.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Many of my constituents and their families have given money to a charity called St Margaret's Hospice on the basis that they would spend that money on an inpatient unit in Yeovil, and yet they have closed it, and the Charity Commission investigation that I helped to get underway was unfortunately not able to prove that there was bad faith. What avenues are open to me to engage with ministers to examine the way Charities Commission legal frameworks operate to make sure that such potential cases of mis-selling don't go unpunished in the future?
Thank you for giving me notice of the point of order. What I would say is you've certainly got on the record, and I'm sure that the concerns will have been heard by the Treasury bench, and I'm sure that somebody will take up the issue. Point of order, Robert Alphen. Now, welcome to us.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know that Big Ben is in the news at the moment, but could I ask him to make sure that when Big Ben does open up to the public, that members of the public and constituents will not be charged for climbing up to the top to see Big Ben?
Sure, the House will look into that when we get to that appropriate date. I wish I could give you the exact date, but I'm sure we'll have a discussion before it. Point of order, Gregory.
Order, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you will more than likely be aware of the mistake made during Prime Minister's questions by the Leader of the Opposition when he indicated that there would be a statement after Prime Minister's questions about the Northern Ireland issue, and I understand there is no such statement. Perhaps A, you could confirm that, Mr. Speaker, but secondly, how we as members might elaborate and get clarification, particularly on the financial settlement that followed last week's agreement in this House, to ask questions about that.
In fairness to the opposition, I think he just wants to come in. Please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On a point of order, I'm sorry if I inadvertently misled the House. I'd been led to believe there was going to be a statement today, which is why I made the reference I did to it. I must say I'm a bit surprised there hasn't been a statement yet on something that's so important as the reopening of Stormont in Northern Ireland.
I do, and I'm sure as soon as there is a statement, the House will know and will ensure that members are aware. Right, what I want to now come to is presentation of bills. Secretary Matt Uncock.
NHS funding bill.
Second reading what day?
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow. The clerk will now proceed to read the orders of the day.
Queen's Speech, motion for an address, adjourned debate on question.
Now.
The question is that the humble address be presented to Her Majesty. With the debate now continues. Secretary of State Andrew Letson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And can I start by congratulating you on the superb way you have taken over the speakership? If I may say, the atmosphere in the chamber demonstrates the dignity and respect that we all want to see, and I commend you and your deputies for the leadership that you are showing. And speaking of leadership, I would like to wish the Honourable Lady opposite all the best in her party's leadership contest. It takes courage to put yourself forward, and I commend her for her service. And speaking of leadership, there is one woman, the first ever female Conservative leader, who I think definitely deserves 10 out of 10, if I may say so. And that is Margaret Thatcher. Just over 30 years ago, Margaret Thatcher became the very first global leader to warn of the dangers of climate change at the United Nations. She said, and I quote, "It is mankind and his activities which are changing the environment of our planet in damaging and dangerous ways," predicting that change in the future is likely to be more fundamental and more widespread than anything we have known hitherto. How right she was. Mr. Speaker, you recently called the Australian wildfires a wake-up call for the world, and I agree. From wildfires in Australia to flooding in Indonesia and record temperatures across the world, the impacts of climate change are in the here and now. People across the UK and the world are calling for us to act, and we are doing just that. Just as the UK has led the last 30 years of climate action, we will lead the next 30 years, seizing the opportunities of the green industrial revolution. Since Margaret Thatcher made that speech in November 1989, the UK can be proud of its record of action. Mr. Speaker, since 1990, we have cut our emissions by 42%, whilst growing our economy by 73% in a moment. Since 2000, we have decarbonised more quickly than any other G20 country. Since 2010, we have quadrupled the electricity we generate from renewables, including the installation of 99% of the UK's solar capacity. In 2017, low-carbon fuels produced more electricity than fossil fuels for the first time. And in that year, we also saw the first coal-free day for a century, followed in 2019 by the first coal-free week and coal-free fortnight. And building on the world's first Climate Change Act, last year we became the world's first major economy to legislate to end our contribution to climate change altogether by 2050. I'll give way to the Honourable Gentleman.
I thank her for giving way, and some of the things she's outlined we obviously welcome, but in terms of that net zero target she just outlined, Lord Debon, Chair of the Climate Change Committee, said in his covering letter and an update report was policy ambition and implementation now fall well short of what is required to achieve that net zero target of 2050. Is she going to address this in her speech today?
I can tell the Honourable Gentleman that I will indeed be addressing it, and I can also tell him that this Government has taken the advice up from the Committee on Climate Change in setting our legally binding commitments to net zero by 2050, and we will be setting out throughout the course of this year precisely how we think we can achieve it. I'll give way to the Honourable Lady.
I'm very grateful to her for giving away, and she will know that the Government is off track when it comes to the fourth and fifth carbon budgets. But actually what I wanted to take her up on was the repetition constantly from the Government when she says that the greenhouse gas emissions have fallen by 42% since 1990. She knows that if we actually calculated consumption-based emissions, if you factored that in, actually our emissions have only fallen by 10%. So would she agree that going forward we need to have a common understanding of what is facing us, and if she keeps kind of using numbers in a slightly misleading way, then we're not going to get to where we need to be and get our emissions down?
So on the one hand, she's absolutely right that there is more. So our carbon emissions as a United Kingdom doesn't take into account our consumption emissions or indeed the contribution that we're making to reducing carbon emissions around the world. Both very important points that she makes. However, I would take issue from a philosophical point of view, because in order to measure progress, we do have to have measurements. So I do think it's incredibly important to talk about our UK territorial emissions at the same time. And I do look forward to working constructively with her, as she and I have done on a number of occasions before, to make the UK's ambition to lead the world in tackling climate change a reality in the run-up to COP26. So, Mr. Speaker, I'll make some progress. I'll give way again in a moment. So, Mr. Speaker, as the cooling towers have come down, the wind turbines are going up in their thousands, with offshore wind capacity increasing more than 500% under Conservative Prime Ministers. We can all be proud that no other country in the world has more offshore wind than the UK, with a third of global capacity off our coastline. This is creating thousands of future-proof, planet-saving, profit-making jobs, as well as skills investment all around the United Kingdom. And many of my new true blue honourable friends have green-collar jobs in their constituencies. The constituency of Sedgefield makes underwater cable protection systems which are exported all over the world. Great Grimsby leads the world in offshore wind operations and maintenance, while in Blythe Valley, where I was proud to pay a visit to support our excellent new colleague during the general election campaign, our offshore renewable energy catapult recently tested the world's longest offshore wind turbine blade. At over 100 metres, if you stood it next to Parliament, it would be taller than Big Ben. I'll give way to the honourable lady on the left person then.
Yeah, thank you for giving way. She talks about offshore wind, but would she agree, though, that this government has effectively banned onshore wind, the most tried and tested of all forms of renewable energy technology? Would she commit to bringing that back across all parts of the UK?
Well, what I can say to the honourable lady is that onshore wind produces electricity for 10 million homes in the United Kingdom, and we are promoting offshore wind as the most effective production to increase our power generation from renewable technology, and it is a huge success story for the United Kingdom, something we can be proud of, and she will be aware that the Conservatives are committed to 40 gigawatts of offshore wind by 2030. I'll give way to her honourable friend.
I thank the Secretary of State for giving way. Mr. Speaker, the government's own policies are not sufficiently ambitious to meet their own climate change targets. According to the government's official advisers, the Committee on Climate Change, the UK is even off target to meet its own climate change target of 80% reduction in emissions by 2050. Would Secretary of State agree?
Well, as I've just said in answer to the honourable gentleman, we work very closely with the Committee on Climate Change, and our target for net zero by 2050 has been on the basis of their recommendations, so that we can grow our economy, that we can sustain our future, that we contribute to tackling global climate change in a way that's sustainable for the UK, creating green growth and jobs. So I'm confident, and we will be bringing forward more measures throughout the course of the year as to how we will meet that net zero target. I'll give way to my honourable friend.
To my right honourable friend, she's been very generous. She mentions the cooling towers coming down. Was she aware that the cooling towers of Ironbridge Power Station, 4 of them, came down during the course of the general election, and one of the companies interested in replacing that industrial space, brownfield land, is one of the leading companies in driverless vehicles. And if that company is successful, I hope she'll come and open the factory.
Well, my honourable friend might be setting up a bit of contest here, because I think my right honourable friend sat next to me on the front bench will be fighting me for that honour, but he makes a really good point about how, particularly in some of our areas of heavy industry where the fossil fuels of yesterday are giving way to the green future that we all want to see, and I think it's a fantastic example of that work that's going on. So, Mr. Speaker, we've made great progress, but there is still so much more to do. Our challenge now is to ramp up and scale up successes like offshore wind, providing new sources of pride and prosperity across our United Kingdom. In the first industrial revolution, in a moment, our pioneers from Scotland to Cornwall forged their own path, and in so doing became the envy of the world. James Watt's Prussian rivals travelled hundreds of miles to sneak a glimpse of his steam engines in Birmingham, while Richard Trevithick travelled as far as Peru to personally oversee his engines. Today, like them, we must be the first movers, not the last to act. From creating supply chains for electric vehicles to decarbonising our industrial clusters and designing low-carbon buildings, the opportunities of net zero are immense. And in 2020, the first year of a new decade of decarbonisation, we must seize those opportunities. I'll give way to the honourable gentleman and then to my honourable.
For giving way. Secretary of State, you've outlined a number of stats which are very important. Local councils, for instance, my own local council, Ards and North Down, are involved specifically in achieving the climate change standards and also the environmental targets that are set forward as well. Would the honourable lady and Secretary of State consider our awards system for those councils who specifically are involved in education and in targets to achieve? Because if you do so, then we can encourage the councils to do even more.
Well, I think the honourable gentleman makes a very good suggestion, and certainly it is clear that it will not be for central government to be the only actor to spend all of the taxpayers' money and to drive every bit of innovation. It's hand in glove with other local civic leaders, but really importantly the private sector. Government must set the direction, provide the incentives, and then let others take that mission forward, and I think he raises a very good suggestion. I'll give way to
I'm very grateful to the Secretary of State for giving way, and she rightly highlights the history that Cornwall has in new technologies. Is she aware of the very large deposits of lithium that have been identified in Cornwall? And this has the potential to again put Cornwall at the forefront of new technologies, as well as revive our precious mineral extraction industry. And will she ensure that her department gives that fledgling industry all the support that she can to make sure it has the opportunity to thrive?
Secretary of State.
Well, my honourable friend is a great champion for his constituency and for Cornwall more widely, and certainly Cornwall is taking a major part in our moves towards net zero in so many different ways, and we will always be very happy in my department to talk to him about that. So I will make some more progress. Crucially, absolutely crucial to this debate is the UK's global leadership. The UK contributes only around 1% of global emissions, and this figure is falling. We can't solve the challenge of global climate change just by doing the right thing at home. So we are using our strengths to help transform the world. From doubling our international climate finance contribution to nearly £12 billion, to using our £1 billion Ayrton Fund to support the world's most vulnerable, designing, for example, clean stoves for the billions who rely on firewood. And in 10 months' time, COP26 in the fantastic UK city of Glasgow will be a seminal moment for climate action, as well as a massive opportunity for British business. A giant global shop window for the UK's clean tech prowess, with countries across the world heading home with their pockets crammed full of British ideas, technology and expertise. I'll give way.
Giving way, and she mentioned electric vehicles and electric charging points, and my council within our constituency of Slough is actually leading the way within Berkshire. But while we gratefully accept and receive the platitudes with regards to the good work of local authorities, what measures will be put in place by the government to support those excellent councils in a financial sense rather than just mere platitudes?
Well, there are so many, far too many initiatives for me to talk to him about from the front bench. But, for example, £1 billion was a recent announcement in electric charging infrastructure. There are so many of them, and if the honourable gentleman would like to write to me, then I can send him a full submission on the subject. I'll give way to the honourable gentleman.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the Secretary of State for giving way. What the Secretary of State says about electric vehicles is absolutely right, and I applaud what she says. My vast constituency consists of 5,752 square kilometres. We have 18 charging points. It's a move in the right direction. But my point, Mr. Speaker, is this. Electric cars are expensive, more than most people can afford. Would the Secretary agree with me that a tax break, perhaps through the PAYE system, should be looked at in terms of encouraging people to buy electric cars?
Secretary of State.
Well, my right honourable friend, the Transport Secretary, is sat next to me, and he and I work very closely together on all sorts of incentives to try and encourage that move away from fossil fuels and towards decarbonisation. And transport, of course, as he knows, is one of those key target areas, and we'll be talking more about that later on. I will make some more progress if colleagues will forgive me. So, Mr. Speaker, in everything we do, from fighting climate change across the world to backing British ideas, we need a thriving economy to pay for it. And that's why I've set out my department's clear mission, which is to build a stronger, greener, united kingdom. And that mission is underpinned by 3 priorities. First, leading the world in tackling climate change. Second, solving the grand challenges facing our society. And third, quite simply making the UK the best place in the world to work and to grow a business. Today, as well as prioritising the pathway to net zero, we are solving the grand challenges facing our society, backing a new generation of problem solvers from science and business. From space technology to life sciences, the UK is developing satellites that measure climate change and creating ways to help people enjoy 5 extra healthy years of life by 2035. From artificial intelligence to robotics, from advanced manufacturing to green tech, the UK will seize the opportunities offered by this new industrial revolution, and this will be underpinned by our commitment to increase our R&D spending to 2.4% of GDP by 2027. I'll give way to the honourable gentleman.
To the Secretary of State, but again we're hearing the right noises from the government, but the action is not being followed through. The commitment to net zero trips off the tongue. But can we achieve net zero if we continue to fail to meet our environmental targets?
Well, I just urge the honourable gentleman to look at what I've just said in trying to explain the achievements and the ambition and what we are actually doing from a practical point of view. Perhaps he just needs to listen to what I'm saying. But, Mr. Speaker, to seize the opportunities that lie ahead, we must make the UK quite simply the best place in the world to work and to grow a business. This government will back business to the hilt, promoting inward investment and new export markets, whilst also stamping out the poor practices that can sometimes give businesses a bad name. Our plan is to reduce burdens on business, reviewing and reducing business rates, and resolving the scourge of late payments. As we leave the European Union, we will protect business confidence in supply chains, securing the best possible trading arrangements with our European partners. And from diversity to sustainability and beyond, we will hold businesses to the same high standards, putting in place reforms to keep the UK world-leading in audit, corporate governance and transparency. I'll give way to the Honourable Lady.
Grateful to the Secretary of State for giving way. I actually wanted to congratulate her on one thing that did catch my eye in both the Queen's speech and last year's Environment Bill, and that's the biodiversity net gain that is being mandated on planning authorities in decisions going forward, but it's not taken effect yet. So I wondered if she could join with me. Ealing Council has a planning committee tonight. So would she encourage me in making it a New Year's resolution for such committees to adopt this now so that the bulldozers don't sacrifice our nature, because our planet is at stake. The future of our planet is at stake.
Well, I think the Honourable Lady can hear there's a lot of support for her initiative across the chamber. And she's right, we do want not just government to be telling people what to do, but for people to draw their own conclusions and to seek to protect our incredibly valuable biodiversity and our green spaces and the precious habitats that we want to preserve for future generations. So she's right to talk about that. But, Mr. Speaker, at the same time as making the UK the best place in the world to work and to grow a business, we want to ensure that our employment bill that we've committed to in the Queen's speech will make sure that work is fairly rewarded. We want to protect workers' rights and ensure fair pay, to create a world where flexible working is just called working, and to do more to support the crucial work that people do as carers and parents, helping people to balance work with the other things that matter in their lives. So, Mr. Speaker, Margaret Thatcher ended her UN speech in 1989 by saying, "We are the trustees of this planet, charged today with preserving life itself, preserving life with all its mystery and all its wonder. Whatever our party or politics, I hope that is something we can all agree on." Just as 30 years ago, politicians could have barely imagined the technologies that would be available today. So today, we can only dream of the world of 2050. But together, as a House, as a country, and as an international community, we must act. Our action can make a global difference. So instead of self-doubt, we need self-belief in our ability to build the low-carbon, high-tech, United Kingdom we all want to see. A stronger, greener future for people across our shores, and a sustainable future for our planet. Thank you.
Rebecca Longbailey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the Secretary of State for her kind comments. Of course, she will understand what many of myself and the other candidates within the Labour Party are going through at the moment in the leadership campaign, and certainly putting yourself forward and standing up for your principles is a noble pursuit, but it's certainly an interesting one. I'll say that much. I'd also like to say that there's much of what the Secretary has said that I certainly agree with, and that ambition certainly needs to be matched with sufficient action, and I hope she takes the comments that I'm about to make in the spirit to which they're intended to be, to work across this House to really reach a solution to the climate emergency. I'd also like to pay tribute to my colleagues Danielle Rowley, Laura Pidcock and Sue Hayman, who sadly were unable to take their place after the general election. Each one of them have been champions fighting against the climate emergency, and their policy work will leave a mark on this House for years to come. I'd certainly also like to welcome the Honourable Member for Plymouth, Sutton and Devonport to his new role on the Shadow DEFRA team, and he will leave his mark, I'm sure, in the years to come. Now, climate change and environmental breakdown present an existential threat to our society. I doubt there's a single member of this House who would disagree with me. Seeing off that threat by investing in new industries, technologies and the restoration of our natural world has the potential to bring jobs, new wealth and new pride to all of our regions and nations across the UK. And again, I doubt there's a single member of the House who does not want to see that. So we start from a position of agreement on the green industrial revolution, which in a nutshell is about achieving just that. But to make that happen, rather than just talking about it, there are three qualities required which I think are lacking in the Queen's speech. These are honesty, ambition and fairness. We need to be honest with ourselves and honest with the electorate about what the science says is necessary to avoid planetary catastrophe. We need to be ambitious, deploying our resources and testing our inventiveness at a pace and scale that is commensurate with the challenge. And we need to be fair, tackling climate change in a way that is socially just, that leaves nobody behind, and that meets and exceeds the expectations people have for their lives and their communities. To the first quality, honesty. The Queen's speech references the government's commitment to achieving net zero greenhouse gas emissions by 2050. But the IPCC, the world's leading scientific body on climate change, says that the entire world needs to reach net zero by 2050 to avoid more than 1.5 degrees of warming. Given the UK's historic responsibility for climate change and our wealth and resources to do something about it, we clearly need to be ahead of the curve on this. And we need to be honest that 2050 is not good enough. Not if we're serious about keeping our people safe, and I'd urge the government to revisit this target. Yes.
I'd like to thank my honourable member for making an excellent speech. Is it also not true that as the COP climate change conference comes to the UK this year, that's an additional responsibility for the government, not just a historical responsibility, but a responsibility for the entire planet due to being the president and hosting the COP?
I thank my honourable friend for his comment, and he's spot on, and I think we have an opportunity now on the world stage to show that we really mean business when it comes to tackling climate change. We need to lead the world, not just in terms of the industries that we support here in the UK, but we need to lead by example and encourage other countries across the world to take as robust action as I hope we will do over the coming years. Yeah.
Thank you for giving way, and she's making some good points. Would she agree with me
that there is an advantage of early adoption of a zero carbon target, because you then lead the world in the products that you have developed to be able to sell them around the world. And one example of government failure here is when we left government in 2010, we had set a target for passive house standards for all buildings by 2015. They removed that law and meant that new houses that are being built aren't currently passive house standards, and we are falling behind in new builds and the environmental standards, and we should be calling on the government, and the government should be ashamed of what they have done.
I thank my honourable friend for his comments, and he's right in what he says. Markets are incentivised by robust targets, and I think it's important to note that. But it's also important to note that targets alone are not enough, and they need to sit alongside a robust industrial strategy that supports our industries all the way through from our steel sector to our automotive sector to be capable of delivering the change at the pace that's required. Yes.
I thank my honourable friend, and she is making an excellent speech. Would she not agree with me that despite the grand statements from the government, due to its own mediocre measures, it is missing all the targets that it itself is setting in place? And would she not agree with me that we need to ensure that we have the cuts that were put for the subsidies for renewable energies, those need to be reversed, and we also need to ensure that the government actually works towards green industrialised jobs, unionised jobs, rather than just talking a good game. It actually needs to deliver on that.
I thank my honourable friend for his comment, and he's spot on. And we need to be honest that we're off track to meeting our targets, inadequate as they are. In fact, according to the Committee on Climate Change, the government's official advisers, the UK is even off track to meeting its old target of an 80% reduction by 2050. The UK's CO2 emissions fell by only 2% between 2017 and 2018. And politics aside, this isn't anywhere near good enough. And let's be honest about what that means. It's not like failing an exam or a driving test. Failing on climate change means devastating fires sweeping across Australia and the Amazon. It means critical threats to our food security, our water security, and our entire ecosystem on which we all depend.
Honourable friend for giving way. I have constituents that contact me that live in flats or live in houses, and they email me regarding a lack of charging options for their electric cars. Would she agree with me that the government is simply not ambitious enough to support the UK's electric vehicles' charging needs?
I think my honourable friend makes a very pertinent point, and whilst comments in the Queen's speech are certainly welcome, and I'll come on to those in more detail shortly, they don't sit alongside a robust strategy to support the creation of a market for electric vehicles. A comment was made earlier by another member of this House about the affordability of electric vehicles. They're not cheap, and most people can't afford them. So we have a duty to create that market by incentivising using the government's own procurement to ensure that its fleets are electric by a specified date, by making sure that fleet operators are incentivised to make their fleets electric so that they then transition into the second-hand car market. And there's also an essential need to ensure that people who do want to buy new electric vehicles can afford to do so through scrappage, all the way through to incentivisation.
I very much thank my honourable friend for giving way. And on that point of electric vehicles, as my honourable friend will be aware, Orb Steelworks, the only producer of electrical steels in the country, was mothballed just before Christmas. And it's a plant that, with investment, could provide an end-to-end supply chain for the electric industry so that we don't have to import this kind of steel. Would my honourable friend agree that it's absolutely crucial that this government steps up and supports our steel industry, which could play a key part in this green industrial revolution?
My honourable friend is quite right, and it's devastating to see the impact of what's happened in her constituency. We need to tackle the climate emergency, and we need to have a robust industrial strategy to sit alongside it, because this is the biggest economic opportunity that this country has had in a generation, that by tackling a huge societal societal and environmental need, we can support our industries and we can create the new green jobs of the future. And unfortunately, whilst we talk about targets and we talk about help here and there, we're not backing it up with a comprehensive industrial strategy that supports our industries. And what we're certainly lacking in the general election campaign, certainly not from this side of the House, was support for the steel sector, a robust strategy ensuring that the steel industry played a key role in our infrastructure projects and indeed the technologies of the future. And that's what I would like to see from this government going forward. Yes.
I thank her for giving way. Just in terms of honesty and ambition, she said earlier on about net zero by 2050 isn't good enough, so I'm sure she'll welcome the fact that the Scottish Government's legislated for net zero by 2045. Now, during the general election campaign, Labour started talking about net zero by 2030. Now, to get to net zero by 2030, there's 27 million homes rely on fossil fuels at the moment. So to get to net zero, that's 52,000 homes per week, every week, need changed over from the 1st of January 2020 up to the end of the decade. What's Labour's plans for doing that?
I thank my honourable friend for his comment, and certainly there's no point having a target without having an ambitious plan to deliver that target. And in terms of the date of the target, we know from the work of leading scientists across the world that even to reach that net zero by 2050, the majority of the work that needs to be done to achieve that has to be done by 2030. That's an inescapable fact, and that's why we have to move so quickly. In terms of home insulation, I know the government has started to work towards insulating social homes, and that's welcome, but that's not enough. And we do need to look at how we can support the UK's 27 million homes to take part in a home insulation programme that won't just tackle climate change, but will help to bring down bills. We had an ambitious package for that, and unfortunately we didn't deliver the message strongly enough on that in our election campaign.
Can I thank my honourable friend for giving way? Does she agree with me that the government's rhetoric is far away from the actual action that we see? So in Greater Manchester we have a clean air crisis where people are literally dying because of the quality of the air. When the Mayor of Greater Manchester makes an approach to government for grant support to help taxi drivers transition to new vehicles, to help the self-employed transition to new vehicles, the government weren't even willing to meet the Mayor of Greater Manchester halfway on that point.
My honourable friend is quite right. We're expected to encourage our localities and our regional governments to take part in the climate emergency and to do their best to deliver plans on a local scale, but they aren't being given sufficient resources to be able to deliver that. And that's not acceptable, because this is a national crisis and a local crisis, and it goes right to the heart of the points that he makes about public transport, about making sure that all those workers involved in transport are given the opportunity to deliver transport that is eco-friendly, and they aren't. And particularly taxi drivers. Taxi drivers cannot afford, in many cases, to transition to electric vehicles as rapidly as we need them to, and we need to provide the support that's necessary for them to be able to achieve that. Go on.
Most grateful to Shadow Minister. A little bit earlier, she implied that the climate change was causing the raging fires in the Amazon and Australia. The fires in the Amazon are caused by mankind trying to create agricultural land, not the climate change, which is very wet out there. And Australia, in a question I asked earlier, 75% of fires caused in Australia are caused by arson.
I'm afraid I welcome the honourable member's point, but we need to move beyond discussions regarding climate denial and recognising the scale of the task ahead of us, because the science is clear. We are facing a climate emergency, and if we don't take robust action and lead the world, we will not have a world left. It's as simple as that. I will give way.
I'm very disappointed that the honourable member has mentioned the 75% figure. It was mentioned by the Foreign Office Minister in the statement on the bushfires last week. It's fake news that is being spread by climate change deniers in Australia. There was a letter to The Guardian from a number of well-renowned climate academics, including several from Bristol University, I think published yesterday. I think the true figure for arson is less than 1%, and I would like to make sure that that is absolutely on the record.
I thank my honourable friend for her point, because she's quite right. Now, if I can make some progress, I was alarmed that with reference to civil society groups like Extinction Rebellion, who've been urging those in power to tell the truth about climate change, that reports that the government's response to defend the recommendation to list them alongside neo-Nazi terrorists was an absolute disgrace. And I urge the Secretary to speak to her colleagues about this, because it's absolutely absurd that our school strikers, that our climate activists who are trying to fight to be heard here in Westminster are being listed alongside terrorist organisations when they're simply trying to save the planet and deliver a world for their future and their children and grandchildren. Now, sorry, go on then, yeah.
Mr. Speaker, I have no doubt in my own mind that the landslips, the flooding and the collapse of roads, it's been caused by climate change. I come from the land of the mountain of the flood. The Highland Council and all the rural councils, not just in Scotland but all over the UK, are faced with the cost of the restoration works. And could I encourage the Honourable Lady to add to her suggestion that the money is not there, that really we have to have a dedicated income stream to the devolved institutions in the UK to pay for these repairs, because otherwise it's just going to get worse.
I thank my honourable friend for his comments, because he's quite right. And I just want to make this point because, and as I've said earlier, we can't keep having discussions about whether climate change is real. It is real. And we can't detach ourselves from the situation thinking that it's something that happens to other countries across the world and that it isn't going to affect us. It is already affecting us. And even if it does affect countries across the world, we will need to help those people in those countries. And we also need to recognise that a country like ours that is so reliant on imported food, any disruption to any part of the world disrupts our quality of life here, and that's why it's so important for us to protect the people here in the UK, to make sure that we lead across the world on this. And I'm sure we've got collaborative agreement across the House on that point.
Yes. She's being very generous. Thank you. Thank her for giving away. A moment ago she was talking about civil society organisations, and I absolutely agree with her about the excellent work done by Extinction Rebellion and others. But I wonder if she would join me in congratulating the Student Climate Network, People and Planet, who just this week announced that over half of UK universities have now divested from fossil fuels, and would she agree that it's about time that we in this Parliament got our house in order? I have been trying, along with other colleagues, to get our parliamentary pension fund to divest from fossil fuels. It still hasn't happened. Would she join me in saying that it is long overdue that we take this step?
I thank my honourable friend for her comments, and I associate myself with them wholeheartedly, and thank her for all of the work that she's done in this House over the years to really put this issue on the agenda at a time when others didn't want to talk about it, quite frankly. Now, moving on to the second quality that's required, ambition. The purpose of the Queen's speech should be to look forward, to set out the government's future plans. But most of the climate section looks backwards, sadly, to the government's record over the last 12 months. And even this is confusing to many. There's reference to a £400 million funding for electric vehicle charging infrastructure, but this was first announced in the 2017 budget. The Queen's speech also references an industrial energy transformation fund, but this was announced in the 2018 budget. We're also told that 53% of electricity now comes from low-carbon sources, and that sounds good, but is it really ambitious enough? As any energy expert will tell you, electricity is the easy part. Only 11% of the UK's total end energy consumption, including heat and transport, comes from renewable sources. Only 7% of the UK's heat demand is met by renewable sources. And as we on this side of the House set out at the general election to get on track to a net zero energy system, you need a low carbon electricity at levels of above 90% within a decade. Now, the government references their doubling of international climate finance also, and this sounds good until you realise this money is not new or additional, and that the government are effectively raiding the aid budget to pay for it. The government also wants to ensure that everybody is within 30 miles of an electric charging point. And that doesn't sound particularly ambitious to me, if I'm honest, and nor does the commitment to end the export of plastic waste to non-OECD countries, when 60% of our plastic waste exports are actually shipped to OECD countries. So shouldn't the government be asking why we're producing all of that pointless plastic in the first place and cut it off at source, rather than dumping the problem overseas? There are, of course, welcome features in the Queen's speech, like the commitment to invest £800 million to develop the UK's first CCS cluster by the mid-2020s. But I remember in 2010, when the Coalition committed to a £1 billion commitment to CCS before scrapping it again in 2015. So can the Secretary of State assure us that the UK's carbon-intense industries will not suffer the same fate as the last promise that was made? And why is it that as the climate crisis worsens, the government appears to be treading water and going backwards? Tackling the climate and environmental emergency and capturing the massive opportunities of the green economy require ambition. We needed to see an emergency plan for the first 100 days of government, a plan for every year of this Parliament and a plan for the decade ahead. And sadly, I don't think the Queen's speech comes close to this. And so to the third and final quality: fairness. Rapid decarbonisation across our economy requires fundamental changes in the way we work and the way we live. Done badly, this presents big risks to people's livelihoods. It's only by socialising the costs and the benefits of decarbonisation that we'll be able to take the public with us through this change. But I don't think the Queen's speech sets out a plan to do that. To give an example, fossil fuel workers have powered the country for decades. We need a clear and properly funded plan for what will happen to those workers and their communities as we move to a renewable energy system. Now, we tried to set out those proposals at the election for a Just Transition Fund, and the absence of a plan from the government for a just transition in the Queen's speech is a major omission. And I urge the government to do better and to start listening and working with trade unions on this as quickly as possible. Now, Mr. Speaker, it was over 30 years ago that NASA scientist James Hansen presented his findings to the US Senate on climate change. Nobody could reasonably argue that we've done enough since then, and now we're running out of time. We can't afford another lost 5 years. So I urge the government to work with us and across the chamber to correct the obvious shortcomings of the Queen's speech and their agenda, and to develop a package of measures that can secure the future all of us deserve. We're running out of time, but there is still time. But that time is running out.
Caroline.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I intend to only speak briefly in this debate, as I'm very conscious that we are going to have a large number of extremely high-quality maiden speeches this afternoon. And it's a very niche and particular subject that I wish to raise whilst the Secretary of State was still in her place. I feel very privileged to be called so early, following only my right honourable friend, the Secretary of State, and of course the Shadow Secretary of State. And I just wanted to pick up very briefly on some of the comments that particularly my right honourable friend made about the generation of clean energy. And I would urge her that when we are generating energy that is green, it must be properly green. She also spoke of new technologies, and I absolutely agree with her. There are many new technologies coming forward that will enable us to generate power in much greener ways, that will enable us to deal with waste in greener ways. But we must scrutinise them incredibly carefully to make sure that we do not make mistakes which will be around for many generations to come. I very much welcome both the Secretary of State's comments and indeed the policies included in Her Majesty's gracious speech. I particularly welcome the introduction of a landmark environment bill, the introduction of an Office of Environmental Protection, and of course the personal commitment of my right honourable friend, the Prime Minister, to chair a new Cabinet Committee on climate change. This new environment bill is going to cement our position as a world leader on air quality, on biodiversity and indeed on plastics reduction. I know I am correct in this because I am quoting directly from the CRD brief, something that I would commend to all new members on this side of the House. And these 3 points are of particular interest to us in Romsey and Southampton North. And here I come to the particularly niche comments that I wish to make. As honourable and right honourable members may have heard last week, I raised with my right honourable friend, the Prime Minister, the fact that US company Wheelabrator is planning to build in my constituency, under the national infrastructure rules, a giant incinerator to burn commercial waste, between the beautiful, picturesque Test Valley villages of Long Parish and Barton Stacey. Notionally, this will be generating energy from waste, but is in fact many miles from any connection to the national grid, and also significantly not close to a demand for that energy. It is within a few miles of an area of outstanding natural beauty and the South Downs National Park. It is proposed to be twice the size of Winchester Cathedral, but of course devoid of any of the architectural merit of that building. It's going to be in excess of 40 metres high, and with chimneys that are 80 metres high. It's planned to be located adjacent to the River Deva, which is world known for its fantastic fly fishing, and of course that is indeed a tributary of the River Test. It's situated right above the aquifer and will be pumping pollution into the atmosphere, putting the biodiversity of this precious area at risk. So my ask of the Minister today are wholly in line with her and my aspirations for a reduction in carbon emissions, enabling us to meet our net zero target, supporting her goal of better air quality, and totally in keeping with the aim to reduce waste, including plastics. We simply cannot keep looking to incineration as a solution to landfill. It is not good enough, and it is not green enough. I turn to relatively recent history, and indeed the Shadow Secretary of State mentioned this in her comments. Her Majesty's Treasury's October 2018 budget report included the direct quote: "The government wants to maximise the amount of waste sent to recycling instead of incineration and landfill. Should wider policies not deliver the government's waste ambitions in the future, it will consider the introduction of a tax on the incineration of waste in conjunction with landfill tax, taking account of the possible impacts on local authorities." And I know that my friends at Hampshire County Council would wish to emphasise that point, is that we do have to be cognisant of the needs of local authorities. But this is not a local authority project. This is a commercial venture. Mr Speaker, this proposal is a massive venture, and I welcome the comments the Secretary of State made about businesses being held to account for their actions. This is a commercial venture which seeks to make money by putting pollutants into the atmosphere. It pays no heed to the specific qualities of this landscape and the local biodiversity. I want to put on record the determination of local residents to oppose this by whatever means necessary, especially the brilliant campaigners of Keep Test Valley Beautiful. And I urge my Right Honourable friend, the Secretary of State, to make sure that we hold to those commitments of improving air quality, reducing waste, and protecting our precious environmental diversity.
Just before I bring on about, can I suggest to everybody that we do up to 10 minutes so everybody will get a fair share of it, apart from, of course, the front bench, which is Alan Brown.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Mr Speaker, when we consider the word revolution, it means either overthrow or a radical and pervasive change in society, especially one made suddenly. So I'd like to ask, have we really had a green industrial revolution? Have we had a revolution in government? That should suggest, if anything, there's been a counter-green revolution, given it was the Tory government that scrapped the Department for Energy and Climate Change, which actually highlighted the priorities of the Tory government for the past couple of years. Now, equally, I have to acknowledge we have made fantastic strides forward with renewable energy, but has it been a revolution? I would argue that due to the UK Government chopping and changing strategy, the process has actually been too stop-start to be classed as revolutionary. We've seen a welcome increase in the deployment of renewable energy, and UK Government support has facilitated this. But again, due to policy changes, there has been too many peaks, troughs, in some cases catastrophic failures due to the actions of the UK Government. Now, the first example of this is onshore wind. Deployed to great effect in Scotland, and with prices falling rapidly due to the initial government policies, we did have a renewable energy revolution that Scotland embraced, one that saw 75% of gross electricity demand met by renewable generation in Scotland 2018. But, Mr Speaker, however, the Tories' shire prejudice against onshore wind turbines means that the Tory government is now blocking onshore wind across the UK and in Scotland against Scotland's wishes. Now, when we look at the fact the Committee on Climate Change states that onshore wind capacity in the UK needs to increase from 13 gigawatts to 35 gigawatts by 2035 as part of this net zero transition, and yet there is now no route to market at present for onshore wind, despite it being the cheapest form of generation. And on that, the former Secretary of State for Scotland, he should be hanging his head in shame for blocking the redeployment of onshore wind in Scotland. A report by Vivid Economics estimates this could cost 2,300 jobs in Scotland and actually adds £50 to everyday's energy bills. Mr Speaker, as the debate in Scottish independence re-intensifies, actually reminds me, when we talk about onshore wind, that was another broken pledge and propaganda in 2014. We were told how well Scotland does out of onshore wind subsidies, how that would continue, how the UK as a whole would support onshore wind in Scotland, and that would continue. But instead, the subsidies were removed a year or so after that. So that's another broken promise in 2014 that the public needs to be reminded of. And Mr Speaker, we consider renewables and wind in particular as a reminder of the transmission charging regime that's a straitjacket around Scotland. These punitive charges, especially in the north of Scotland, can be a deal breaker for some of the developments. So the charging system needs a complete overhaul to allow development of renewable energy where it can provide maximum benefit. And similarly, we need a timescale for delivery of interconnectors to Scotland's islands. Now, the change in classification for island onshore wind to allow that to bid for Pot 2 auctions is welcome, but without the interconnectors, these opportunities cannot be maximised. And I would say that Ofgem needs to reconsider its rejection of a 600 megawatt interconnector to the Western Isles. Why are they holding out for a less ambitious 450 megawatt interconnector? And lastly, on interconnectors, we need a greater strategic vision from the UK Government. We need interconnectors to the continent, and we need them to Norway, where there is an abundance of hydro energy. And isn't it telling that Ireland is getting an interconnector to France, paid for by the EU at a cost of £500 million? So what does that signal for the future direction of the single energy market, and where does Brexit and a possible no-deal crash-out leave the UK without these vital interconnectors? Mr Speaker, in the past, in terms of another policy change with the carbon capture fiasco, where the Treasury pulled £1 billion, which is an offer, and looked set to deliver CCS in Peterhead. So it was a wasted opportunity, money down the drain with nothing to show for it, and it cost 600 jobs in Peterhead and ruined the chance of the UK and Scotland to be a world leader in this technology. So I'm asking Westminster to please back Scotland's CCS potential. We've got 35% of the available capacity in the whole of Europe, and we could still be a world leader, but it needs a cluster and it needs greater investment in Scotland. And the Committee on Climate Change, they've made it clear that carbon capture is not a wish, it's a necessity in order to hit the net zero by 2050. Now, solar energy, that was another possible success story. But yet, when it was looking good, the Tory government pulled the feed-in tariffs, and now they've quadrupled the VAT on solar installations. So they've actually destroyed this industry just as it was heading towards subsidy-free installations. So it's another example of UK government policy revolution wreaking havoc on an industry, and this VAT decision must be reversed as soon as possible. And yet, Mr Speaker, when it comes to nuclear and the government's nuclear obsession, money is no object whatsoever. We've signed up to Hinkley Point C, a 35-year concession at £92.50 per megawatt-hour strike rate, and yet offshore wind, and the Secretary did speak about the benefits of offshore wind, as she's aware, has now got a strike rate of £40 per megawatt-hour for just 15 years. So offshore wind and onshore wind is now about 3 or 4 times cheaper than nuclear energy. So why is the government continuing to pursue new nuclear projects? It makes no sense. Well, could the Secretary explain why then?
The honourable gentleman will be very aware that there's a difference between the base load and the variability of renewables.
And she'll know very well that base load is becoming a moot argument. Hinkley Point C was argued to be required by December 2017 for the base load to stop the lights going out. Now, Hinkley won't be delivered till 2025 at the earliest, and the lights haven't went out, so that shows how much the market's changed. Half the existing nuclear power stations are going to be decommissioned by 2024, and they cannot be replaced by new nuclear stations in that time. So the government really does need to look again at its strategy, and new nuclear power stations is not hit. I will also say that the National Infrastructure Commission have said there should only be one new nuclear power station because of the change in renewable technology. So again, it seems the government isn't actually listening to the body they say they're listening to. And going ahead, as alternative to nuclear, we also need to look at sector deals for investments such as marine and tidal energy, and also float and offshore wind. So where's their sector deals and what's happening with that? Mr Deputy Speaker, I would ask, has there even been an industrial revolution? Again, I would suggest not, because the UK government, they failed to back the technological development of onshore wind when there's fantastic opportunities there. This led to the actual manufacturing sector of that industry being developed elsewhere, particularly Denmark, which is a massive lost opportunity, and it's one that cannot be replicated with other emerging technologies. So even now, when it comes to offshore wind, the CFD auctions do not include a quality mechanism that would allow bidders to be rewarded after using local supply chains. Now, this would be an ideal way to actually generate industrial jobs around the coastal communities, and it would provide greater opportunities for companies in Scotland such as Bifab and CS Wind. So why is the UK government not willing to put in that procurement quality assessment mechanism in the auction process? It makes sense, and it would also reduce the construction carbon footprint for these projects when they're delivered. Now, Mr Deputy Speaker, if we have to hit net zero in the UK by 2050, we do actually need a proper green industrial revolution. We need the large-scale development of CCS, in which, as well as creating jobs, will allow a long-term just transition for the oil and gas sector. We need radical measures to decarbonise our heat. Our domestic heating systems are the elephant in the room when it comes to the net zero target. I said earlier on, there's 27 million houses relying on fossil fuels for heating, so changing that mechanism for 27 million homes needs to be a proper revolution. It's likely we're going to see our gas central heating systems, the boilers changed to hydrogen boilers, and we know that hydrogen blending is a short-term transition measure in terms of decarbonising the gas network. But we need the strategies in place, we need the policies in place, there needs to be regulation changes to allow that to happen. So again, we need to see concrete plans from the UK Government. Now, if we switch back to Scotland, Mr Deputy Speaker, Scotland has been attempting to undergo a real green industrial revolution. But again, I say to the Secretary, we've been hampered by UK Government policies, the U-turns and that lack of strategic vision. Where is the energy white paper we promised last year? It's actually ridiculous to have a clean growth strategy, an industrial strategy, but we don't have an overarching or a linking energy policy that brings these together. So we need to see this sooner or later. Where's the government response to the National Infrastructure Commission? We're still waiting on that. Now, this is another organisation that states that energy efficiency should be treated as a national infrastructure programme. It will create jobs, it reduces carbon emissions, it reduces energy demand and it reduces fuel poverty. And yet again, the Tory government has not addressed this. Now, previously, they chose to go down the route of the Green Deal, which actually forced people to take out loans instead. And then the Green Deal led to the scandal of the mis-selling of solar panels, with the company Helms leaving thousands of people with debt, with 25-year loans and fault installations. And this is a subject the UK government is still not rectified. I would ask the Secretary to consider that going forward as well. Now, meanwhile, Mr Deputy Speaker, the Scottish Government spends 4 times per capita in energy efficiency measures compared to the UK Government. They've been praised by industry, by third sector organisations and the Bees Committee as a consequence. So put simply, Scotland leads the way in energy efficiency, and by 2021 the SNP government will have invested £1 billion in energy efficiency programmes. The one energy efficiency measure the UK government did bring in is the Energy Company Obligation Scheme, or ECO. But the Committee on Fuel Poverty states that this is not actually helping the people that require it the most. So in effect, this means those that struggle to pay their bills for energy costs are now paying extra on their energy bills for ECO, which is then funding energy efficiency measures for those most likely to be able to afford it. So that in itself is completely bonkers. But it's also got a really serious point, because every year 3,000 people in the UK die due to fuel poverty, the second worst rate in Europe. So urgent, coherent action is needed to arrest fuel poverty and to arrest energy efficiency measures. As I've said, while Scotland leads in energy efficiency, we also lead in climate change legislation targets. The first government to call a climate change emergency, a net zero target for 2045, a 75% target reduction by 2030. So Scotland has become the leading UK nation in reducing greenhouse gas emissions under the Climate Change Act 2009, and that's according to the Committee on Climate Change. But, Mr Deputy Speaker, these latest targets are actually world-leading. And the 2030 target goes beyond what the IPCC report states is required globally to limit warming to the 1.5 degrees as per the Paris Climate Agreement. We've also taken the difficult decision APD won't be reduced when devolved, but we can see in the last couple of days the UK government has been flip-flopping on this and is all over the place when it comes to APD. Now, going forward, the Scottish Government's programme for government puts the Green New Deal at the heart of government policy. Securing the transition to net zero is going to be the primary mission of the Scottish National Investment Bank, supported by £130 million this year. Now, the creation of the Scottish National Investment Bank will provide £2 billion of long-term capital to businesses and infrastructure projects to help transform the Scottish economy and again reduce carbon emissions. Now, this contrasts directly with the Green Investment Bank set up by the Tory government and then sold off without assurances of green aims or a UK focus. We know transport is a major carbon emitter. If we look at transport and the rollout of electric vehicles, then I suggest we need to look at Norway. They've undertaken a real revolution towards electric and low-emission vehicles. In 2019, 58% of new car sales were plug-in low-emission vehicles and 42% of overall sales were fully electric cars in Norway. Now, meanwhile, here in the UK, the flags are getting waved and we're supposed to celebrate the fact that we've now reached 3% sales of electric vehicles. And according to the Committee on Climate Change, the UK deadline of 2040 for the phase-out of fossil fuel vehicles is way too long, and even then, not only is it too far down the line, their plans for delivery of this are too vague. So I suggest that the UK Government looks to a small, independent, prosperous country like Norway to take inspiration and see how it's done properly. Mr Deputy Speaker, the UK has made some strides towards carbon emissions, but there is a long way to go, as we've heard. And while we look for solutions, unfortunately nature is undergoing its own climate change revolution. Now, we've seen this with the bushfires in Australia, the 4 million hectares of Siberian forest burned a few months ago, fires in Greenland, Alaska and Canada, the 6 hottest years in record being the last six consecutive years, warming oceans and ice melting. So things are critical. But again, if we return to Lord Debon, Chair of the Climate Change Committee, he said that UK's efforts to deal with climate change have fallen short. And indeed, in the interim progress report, he says that policy, ambition and implementation now fall short of what is required. We have a Prime Minister who ducked out the climate change TV debates, so we're looking for some real leadership in this matter. And Mr Deputy Speaker, one thing I'm glad to say is that I'm glad Scotland is showing that leadership, but I know Scotland could do so much more if we're a small, independent country and able to grasp the nettle the way Norway has.
Just to remind the House of the informal time limit of 10 minutes. We'll be quite rigid about this informal time limit, I can tell you. And also to observe the usual courtesies when a maiden speech is being held. And I have great pleasure in calling the next maiden speech, Simon Fell.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and may I welcome you back to your position in the chair. I'm very grateful to be making my maiden speech in this debate on the green industrial revolution. Although mine's the first maiden speech today, it's been daunting to follow my colleagues on the benches here and opposite over the last couple of days. I've been watching them feeling increasingly green as they've gone on, and I don't think they need my congratulations. In fact, when they rise up the ministerial ranks, I hope they look favourably upon me. I'll also gladly comply with another tradition of this House and pay tribute to my predecessor as Member of Parliament for Barrow-in-Furness, John Woodcock. Despite hailing from the wrong side of the Pennines, John was a staunch and passionate defender of this beautiful and often neglected part of the world. He fought to secure the Dreadnought programme in the shipyard. He brought that same focus in his fight against anti-Semitism and injustice wherever he saw it, no matter the personal cost for him. John and I have clashed many times over the years, but his affection for Furness shines through, and I wish him the best in the future. Barrow-in-Furness is hidden away, but it's a remarkable place, stretching almost, very almost, to Old Man Coniston in the north, all the way to Walney Island in the south. Barrow is beautiful, with an industrial town at its beating heart. We're home to the national endeavour of building our nation's nuclear deterrent, with a proud history of shipbuilding from ocean liners to Royal Navy vessels, flagship vessels to submarines. But it wasn't always this way. Furness is rich in mineral deposits, copper, nickel, cobalt and iron ore, and it was during the 1830s that, in prospecting for ore, it led to the creation of Barrow as a town as we know it. A collection of sheep farms were rapidly turned into a Victorian town of high standing, an iron exporting giant, then a shipbuilding hub, and then a world leader in submarine production. And it's that work now on which many of my constituents rely. Almost 1 in 5 of them either directly or through our substantial supply chains. And I'll be focused on ensuring that my party not only honours our commitments to sustain that work, but that we seek to grow our capability there in renewing the Astute-class boats, and we seek wider opportunities too. But Barrow-in-Furness is not just about submarines. Our market towns, from Ulverston to Dalton to Broughton-in-Furness, are bustling and ideal, I'd urge honourable members to note, for weekend visits and for Easter holidays. You can watch the grey seals at South Walney with Peel Island, which used to rebel marauding Scots from the harbour, but now welcomed them as tourists just on the horizon. So, from local craft shops to the best pies in England, Furness's real natural resource is its people. There's no place with a stronger sense of community. Now, coming off a gruelling election campaign, you often find yourself wondering, thinking what would have happened if you zigged rather than zagged, if life had taken you in a different direction. And the joy of an election, as you all know, is meeting people, is getting to hear on the doorstep what they want for their families, their futures, their community. But that same joy also comes from the people you spend your election campaigns with. And I just want to pay tribute to 5 people, if I may, if you'll indulge me, without whom I wouldn't be stood here now. First, my father, Peter, a bounder of hedges, a disrespecter of people's gates. I wouldn't be here without him. My wife, Pippa, my rock. My mother, Meriel, who kept me sane. And Ben and Brenda, who, despite a candidate who would not listen to them, made my campaign a success. I fear if I listed everyone I should thank, Mr Deputy Speaker, then the orchestra would play me off. But they know who they are. We also lost people this campaign, and I'd like to take this opportunity to remember Pam Whittam, the kindest and most determined stalwart of my local party, whose cooking I still think about in idle moments. And Rory McClure, former Mayor of Barrow, former President of Furness Rotary, a dedicated local councillor and a friend. I miss them both terribly. I campaigned on a slogan of securing Furness's future, and it's not a pledge that I take lightly. Furness's future is at stake. It's hard not to argue that we're a left-behind community. The A590, our main road, is dangerous and prone to flooding. The A595 runs through a farmyard, and when our rail franchise fails, as it all too often does, our people are left stranded. And this is a point which I think is especially appropriate to bring up in this debate. Our current rail service is so poor that it's pushing people off public transport and back into their cars. And that, Mr Deputy Speaker, is why I look forward to working with my frontbench colleagues to strip Northern Rail of their franchise and to deliver a reliable and improved rail service on the Furness line. But we also have a tremendous opportunity in Furness to be at the forefront of this green industrial revolution. We vie with Hull as being host to the largest offshore wind farm in the world, a title which I very much hope we will regain soon. Up the coast in Copeland is Sellafield, where a number of my constituents make a daily journey through that same farmyard I mentioned. So we are already renewable energy pioneers in southwest Cumbria. But there's further opportunities just on our doorstep. Our coastline is the ideal place for a tidal barrage, the development of which would cement the Cumbrian coast as a northern powerhouse in renewable energy, skills and capability. The impact of having such a concentration of renewables businesses in Morecambe Bay and the Cumbrian coast would be transformative. This remote and beautiful part of England could become the epicentre of a green industrial revolution. We have the people, we have the skills, we just need the chance. So I look forward to working with my colleagues on the front bench in exploring the viability of these bold products. On the doorstep, I was told time and time again that traditional Labour voters were lending me their votes. Well, I consider every vote to be lent. We have to earn them. And to earn them again, we have to deliver on our promise to level up communities like those in Barrow and Furness, to renew our town centre, to finally tackle the deep-set poverty that exists there, and to invest in our NHS and schools. I will pursue that with a single-minded focus. It's an incredible honour to be here, to be standing up and speaking now. And I'll work daily to earn the trust that the people of Barrow and Furness have put in me. I look forward to fighting for them for years to come.
Can I say also that Simon Fell is a former researcher of mine, so I'm privileged to have been in the chair when he gave his maiden speech. Well done, Simon. Kerry McCarthy.
Thank you, and I congratulate the honourable member. That's clearly where he gets his ease of manner, and he seems already a veteran in the chamber, and I've never visited his constituency, but perhaps it's about time I did. I do want to take this opportunity to pay tribute to my colleague Sue Hayman from another Cumbrian seat, who I wish was here today speaking in this debate. She did so much, particularly on the Plan for Nature and Labour's Animal Welfare Plan, and as our front bench spokesperson for EFRA, and she'll be very much missed. Mr. Speaker, the planet is, Mr. Deputy Speaker, the planet is facing a climate and ecological crisis, and forgive me if I don't have complete confidence in the government for, in terms of thinking that it is able to rise to the challenge. Since we've been back after the election, there's been 2 ministerial appearances at the dispatch box that have raised my concerns. We had the statement on the Australian bushfires, where the Foreign Office Minister managed to get through her entire opening statement without putting it in the climate context at all. And when a number of us actually challenged her and said, surely, if you're talking about the Australian bushfires, you should be talking about why they're happening. And she actually got quite cross with me and said that I should be, we should be treating it almost like some sort of disaster where you just come in afterwards and patch things up, rather than looking at the root causes. And as we've already heard, she repeated this 75% arson claim, which has been thoroughly debunked. We also had the urgent question on Flybe yesterday, where again, in the Minister's initial response about bailing out an airline and possibly cutting air passenger duty on domestic flights, there was no mention at all of the impact on carbon emissions and on pollution. And surely, no matter what your view is on whether Flybe provides an essential service or not, you've got to mention climate change if you're actually serious about trying to reach net zero. The other thing that really worries me is we had the climate change talks, COP25, during the election. A number of us had been hoping to attend them, but obviously we couldn't because of the election. But we haven't had a ministerial statement. We haven't had, I think we should have had an oral statement, particularly given that we are hosting COP26, and it's widely been regarded that COP25 was a failure, very little was achieved. So I would have expected, at the very least, a written ministerial statement assessing what didn't happen in Madrid and putting forward a plan as to how we can get things back on track as we host COP26 in Glasgow later this year. In terms of what's actually in the Queen's speech, I do welcome the direction of travel set out in the Environment Bill. I particularly welcome, of course, the decision to locate the new Office of Environmental Protection in Bristol. I can think of no better place for it, given the level of expertise we have in the city. My concerns are, though, that particularly the long-term targets don't need to be set until 2022. And potentially can't be enforced for almost 2 decades. We've already had reference to the fact that the carbon budgets are slipping, which does give us those interim targets. We know that we're not going to meet the recycling target for this year. We can't just have one goal that we aim to reach 2 decades into the future, we've got to have a way of monitoring and holding the government to account in the short term as well. The OEP isn't truly independent. It lacks the power to hold the government to account. In the last Parliament, I sat on both the Environmental Audit Committee and the EFRA Committee, where we did pre-legislative scrutiny, and both committees made that point. There's no commitment to non-regression. When we should be seeking constant improvement, we can do better than our current standards, and we certainly shouldn't be going backwards. National infrastructure projects will not be subject to biodiversity net gain. Increasingly, net gain is looking like net parity, and again, we should be seeking improvements, not trying to just hold things as they are. The National Trust is particularly concerned that the historic environment has been excluded, even though the 25-year environment plan put it on a level playing field with the natural environment. There's no commitment to a national tree strategy, which is a crucial nature-based solution. While I'm here, I would also make a plea for us to restore our peatlands. They can be an incredible carbon storage, a carbon sink, but if we're allowing grouse moor owners to set fire to them, the environmental degradation that goes like that, it releases a huge amount of carbon into the atmosphere, and we need action on that. On a global scale, we've already heard the Honourable Member for Brighton Pavilion talked about the need to measure consumption rather than just production. There's just absolutely no way that we are looking at the true picture unless we do so. The UK, for example, consumes 3.3 million tonnes of soy per year. 77% of that comes from high-risk deforestation areas in Brazil, Argentina and Uruguay. And we know that land use is one of the biggest threats to biodiversity and to ecosystem services. UK export finance, it's a shame that the Secretary of State isn't here any longer. She was boasting about some of the work that we do on reducing carbon emissions overseas, but UK export finance, again as the Environmental Audit Committee found, spent £4.8 billion on fossil fuel projects overseas between 2010 and 2016. I think, in fact, in terms of the amount that it spends on financing energy projects overseas, well over 90%, I think it's about 95-96% of it goes on fossil fuel projects rather than on cleaner, renewable funds on projects. And that's almost equal to the total spending on international climate finance. So there's no point boasting about what we do on the one hand if we're then financing the private sector to do damaging fossil fuel exploration on the other hand. The Agriculture Bill, which hasn't been mentioned yet so far, having spoken in the second reading last time, having served on the Bill Committee last time, which concluded in December 2018, there's rather a sense of déjà vu to hear it being announced again. I think it was published about a couple of hours ago. And there's only been a couple of minor tweaks to the previous bill, which is disappointing. It's disappointing that the government didn't use this opportunity to think again about how farming can tackle the climate, nature and health crisis all together. Those three dots simply haven't been joined. From my perspective, it requires a transition to sustainable agroecological farming by 2030, as proposed by the RSA's Food Farming and the Countryside Commission. I'm hoping in the new Parliament to reconstitute the all-party group on agroecology, which I've chaired for a number of years, and I will be tabling the same amendments in support for whole farm systems that I did in the last Parliament. I'd also like to see the government adopt the previously proposed new clause on supporting county farms. We've had a lot of warm words on this. The former EFRA Secretary at the Oxford Real Farming Conference, in a session that I chaired, made very clear his commitment to county farms, which is a great way for new entrants who can't afford to buy land at today's prices can enter the market. It's also a good way of being able to direct the growing of local healthy food and restoring nature, and I hope that we can pin the government down on that. We need a long-term financial commitment. This is something that farmers have been asking for in terms of delivering the public goods set out in the bill. The government has now ring-fenced the overall farm funding budget for the next 5 years, but there's still no indication as to how that will be divided up. Based on independent analysis by the RSPB, National Trust and the Wildlife Trust, at least £2.9 billion is needed for the new environment land management schemes. The bill is also missing a duty on the government to routinely assess the scale of financial need and a strong baseline of regulations for land managers to adhere to. Most importantly, and this is something that I tabled new clause 1 for report stage of the bill, and then suddenly it disappeared in December 2018. And I think one of the reasons it did disappear was because the government was convinced that it would lose on new clause 1. And that was a clause that was designed to ensure there'd be no lowering of environmental, food safety and animal welfare standards in any future trade deals. And again, this is something the government may talk about a lot. When I raised it at Brexit questions last week and raised the NFU's concerns and the NFU's request for a Trade and Standards Commission to be established, the Minister was incredibly dismissive. We know that the government will come under significant pressure from the Department for Trade to lower standards in any future trade deal once we leave the EU. And it will lead to a race to the bottom. And as I said, it's not just environmentalists, it's the NFU, it's everyone involved in the food sector in this country doesn't want to see that. And finally, Mr Deputy Speaker, if I can just ask where we are in terms of some of the animal welfare proposals. There's a lot of support for the sentencing bill that will increase the sentences for animal cruelty from 6 months to 5 years. I hope that will come back soon. And where has the sentience bill got to? Again, this was something that the government promised us several years ago. I think it was in 2017. They said they would introduce a sentience bill. They still haven't done so. So I would urge the government to bring that forward as soon as possible.
We now come to another maiden, Gary Sambrook.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker, and can I firstly say that it's a pleasure giving my maiden speech of you in the Chair, and thank you for your help and guidance to new members since we've arrived here on the whatever it was in December. Feels like a long time ago. Secondly, can I just say thank you too to my honourable friend, the member for Halezone and Raleigh Regis, who over the last 6 years, I don't think I would be here today without his help and guidance, and most importantly, his friendship too. And also, congratulations to the member for Barrow and Furness on his excellent maiden speech just. I'd like to say a couple of words about my predecessor, Richard Burden, who had a long and distinguished service in this House of 27 years and definitely built up a reputation over time in Northfield, Mr Deputy Speaker, and him and Roger King, a former member as well, had struck up a good partnership together on campaigning on local issues, especially issues such as the North Worcestershire golf course, which we've all been campaigning against the development of. And they also shared an interest in motorsports together and a huge passion for that. Unfortunately, where we all part is that my own skills in this area can be described in one way when I had to ring up my uncle once to ask him what the flashing gravy boat meant in the car, to which he coolly said, "It's the oil lights, you need to change your oil." So I think although my skill base in this area may not be the same, my enthusiasm for the motoring industry is just as high as theirs, and we need to celebrate and make sure that it's still a distinguishing part of our country. Birmingham, Mr Deputy Speaker, is home, and I have lived there for my entire 30 years. It is rapidly growing, and it has been known as the City of 1,000 Trades. It was an integral part of the Industrial Revolution in the UK, and Northfield was also an integral part of that too. Northfield, Kings Norton, Wheeley, Allens Cross and Rubery and Redknapp and Frankley and Westheath, Longbridge and Kings Norton, all very, very distinctive parts of my constituency and all areas which started off as villages in North Worcestershire and were later consumed by the ever-expanding Birmingham and are now, 100 years later, a key part of our city and a contributing part, especially in industry. The two things that most people think about when you mention Birmingham Northfield are, of course, the Cadbury family and Austin Motors, latterly MG Rover. The Cadbury family left behind a lasting legacy to South Birmingham in many physical forms in terms of the Manor Farm Park, the Royal Orthopaedic Hospital and, although it's not quite in my constituency, but it's in my right honourable friend's member for Bromsgrove constituency of the Lickey Hills. They left behind a legacy of who were a caring family who ably demonstrated the compassionate side of capitalism and the good things that you can do. Jobs, training, community and a decent standard of living. This was their legacy and their values, and it still lives on today in Northfield. The second, of course, is Austin Motors and latterly MG Rover, and has been synonymous with Longbridge and Northfield for many, many decades. It is indeed this week that many former employees will be saddened to see the demolition beginning on the two main plant areas on the site. But it is with that, Mr Deputy Speaker, with our changing economy, that we must adapt and embrace our new green industry to ensure that we use that to create more jobs and wealth and provide better homes, and also about increasing our connectivity between cities and suburbs and cross-borough as well, to making sure that we're using every possible opportunity from our new green industry to make that happen. And all of this, Mr Deputy Speaker, creates life chances because, as the Prime Minister says, talent is equally shared across our country, but unfortunately opportunity all often is not. And I stand here, Mr Deputy Speaker, being absolutely unthinkable that I would ever speak in this chamber at all. You will hear stories, and I think it was the former member for Rutland, Sir Alan Duncan, who once said that he remembers as a teenager hiding under the bed sheets reading in May. I often was similar, but it was a dictionary because I hadn't the foggiest what was going on or understand what most people were talking about. And it is about talking about life chances that makes me reflect on my own roots. And as I said, I was born in Birmingham, in the part of Birmingham called King's Standing, which when it was built was the largest council estate in Europe. I went to a secondary school, which in 2004, just before I left, had a pass rate of 11%. Now, my parents, Mr Deputy Speaker, are incredibly hard-working. My mother is a dinner lady, my dad is a van driver, my grandparents have worked in industries in Birmingham too. And my granddad has always said to me that you can achieve anything you like in life as long as you have two things, and that's concentration and dedication. He also says that you can say whatever you like to anybody as long as you smile, which I've tried that a couple of times, but it doesn't always work out for the best, Mr Deputy Speaker. After leaving school, has been several times, unfortunately, I've picked up the Birmingham Mail, and I've seen pictures of people that I went to school with who have gone to prison for a variety of different crimes, and it often makes you think of how did it ever happen and why did it happen, Mr Deputy Speaker. My secondary school had some fantastic teachers, and two in particular I remember, Mr Hopkins and Mrs Hare, who I hope to bring down here one day to thank them for their support during my teenage years. They gave it their all and they cared about the students that were at school. But something was desperately wrong in the system at the time, and too many people left school ill-equipped with the skills that they needed in order to succeed in life. So I stand here, Mr Speaker, with an enormous amount of responsibility on my shoulders and a passion for what I think I want to try and deliver while I'm in this place. I obviously want to do well by my constituents in Birmingham Northfield and to do well by Parliament and this country as we try and restore faith in this place and re-establish our national pride. But I also want to do well and champion those working class kids up and down this country who wake up every day with ambition and zeal and want to realise their opportunities. And I think it is with this new industry which we're seeing through green industry which will allow those opportunities to happen and we can realise those dreams. So thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker.
Graham Morris.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I do want to congratulate the Honourable Member for Birmingham Northfield and indeed the Honourable Member for Barrow and Furness on two excellent and most entertaining maiden speeches, and I'm sure we'll hear a lot more of them during the course of this Parliament. I am very pleased to be able to speak in this debate, Mr Deputy Speaker. I was following very closely the Secretary of State's words, and I think one of the key issues that we need to resolve, whichever side of the chamber we sit upon, is the growing economic divide between the North and the South, a divide that's actually widening. And I want to refer quite extensively to a new report, the State of the Coalfields 2019 report. It was published by Sheffield Hallam University and details the case, not just identifying problems, but identifying solutions. In the UK, power and finance is concentrated in the centre, in the near exclusive control of Whitehall and Westminster. This has led to decades of underinvestment in the North East and former industrial communities like mine. I believe, Mr Deputy Speaker, our economy as a whole and our country as a whole won't succeed post-Brexit if we remain exclusively on the success of London and the South East. So today I want to focus on the green industrial revolution and the economic benefits it could bring to constituencies like mine, Easington in County Durham. I'm very proud of Labour's manifesto, and I thought that our own front bench, the Honourable Member for Ecclesfield and Salford, made a terrific contribution at the start of the debate in outlining the advantages of Labour's green industrial revolution. The North East was, within my lifetime, one of the engines of economic success. It powered the industrial revolution and has a long and proud history in shipbuilding, in coal mining and in engineering. In my own village, the village where I live, in Merton, the colliery there was the mainstay of the village and provided employment and coal for the nation's furnaces from 1834 until it stopped production in November 1991, employed my father, uncles, cousins and grandfather in their working lives. Now Labour had planned to make the North East a centre for the next industrial revolution, the green industrial revolution. And indeed Labour's manifesto set out not just some slogans but some specific pledges. £13 billion of new investment, the Green Transformation Fund, including plans for Crossrail for the north, expanding our ports, particularly on the Tyne and on the Tees, a steel recycling plant in Redcar, and manufacturing facilities to support the Dogger Bank wind farms. 80,000 well-paid new green jobs. We heard about investment in manufacturing electric vehicles and the benefits of expanding the electrical vehicle charging network. That would protect the 18,000 workers directly employed in the automotive sector in the North East, while reducing emissions and improving air quality. Also important is the upgrading of housing. The national figure was quoted a little earlier in the debate, but there are 1.2 million households across the North East that could benefit, reducing bills and eliminating the vast majority of fuel poverty and making our homes healthier and more comfortable. I think it's important also that we look at the record of the last government, it's not just a feeling or an impression. It's certainly true that constituencies, former coalfield constituencies like mine, have been at the sharp end of austerity and have suffered disproportionately. And if we look at all the coalfield areas, I know some of them are now represented by Conservative MPs, if we group them all together across the country into one distinctive region, it would have a population of 5.7 million people. And it would be the poorest region in the United Kingdom. So when ministers talk about the Shared Prosperity Fund, I think it needs to be targeted at regions and areas, former coalfield areas like mine in the North East. The IPPR North Research Department found that between 2009-10 and 2017-18, the North East had seen a £3.6 billion cut in public spending, while the South East and South West together actually saw in real terms a £4.7 billion rise. And indeed my local authority, Durham County Council, had a 40% budget cut, or almost £250 million cut from its budget at a time when there are increasing demands on services. So, I think we've also got to hold the government to account for its industrial policy, or its lack of it. The abolition of One North East, our regional development agency. The scrapping our Minister for the North, someone who would be an advocate and speak up for joined-up government and specific measures to assist in employment in my region. And they failed to support the industrial base, as a number of members have mentioned, particularly the steel industry on Teesside. So I would like to ask the Minister to consider the report by Sheffield Hallam University, the Centre for Regional Economic and Social Research. It contains some specific actions that I think you'll find are very well thought through and evidence-based. It documents the consequences of a legacy of failure, and it's a legacy of failure stretching over a number of decades. And it manifests itself in many ways. Health problems are more widespread in former coalfield areas. More than a third of residents who are aged over 16 report health problems lasting for more than 12 months. And while job numbers increase in upturns nationally in trends, they only do so at about half that rate in the main regional that we have in the main regional centres, and only a third of the rate that we see in London. So that widens the economic inequalities in coalfield areas like mine. The current focus on the city and on financial sectors of the economy disadvantages coalfield communities, which have a higher proportion of manufacturing jobs. So just in terms of the scale of the intervention that's needed, we heard the Secretary of State mentioning some figures. To raise employment to the national average, we require 80,000 additional residents in work in the North East. And to raise it to the level of the South East, the figure for our region would be an additional 170,000. Part-time work accounts for a third of all of our employment. There's a skills shortage. That's not helped by education cuts. We have fewer degree-level qualifications. The young and better qualified have little option but to move out of coalfield communities to meet their employment aspirations. And indeed, welfare reform has hit us particularly hard, with £2.4 billion being taken out of our communities, money that would otherwise have been spent in the local economy. I want to conclude, Mr Deputy Speaker, with some specifics. I've obviously got a vested interest in promoting the green industrial revolution. The North East is the home of UK manufacturing. We have the most productive car plant in the world, producing electric vehicles the world wants to buy. I know of constituents driving polluting diesel vehicles who would love to switch to electric if they were able to afford to do so. In my constituency, we have the commercial space, office and factory units to accommodate the green businesses of the future. And at the end of this month, Biffa will be opening a new £27.5 million plastic recycling plant in my constituency. I also have Drillcore, a specialist in renewable technologies, heat pumps and geothermal systems, and indeed our East Durham College have established a technical academy delivering courses and training in engineering and manufacturing, covering renewable technologies of the future. So I'd like to give the Minister an opportunity and to ask for his help to unleash the immense potential that is underlying in our former coalfield communities and in constituencies like mine.
Thank you. Philip Dunn.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I'd like to join other colleagues who congratulated you on your post, and I'd like to declare at the outset that I have never been one of your researchers. It's a great pleasure to follow the Honourable Member for Easington, who I think has ably demonstrated the geographic importance of what we're talking about here with the Green Industrial Revolution. There are tremendous opportunities for rejuvenation through policies in the Queen's speech, parts of the country that one doesn't naturally think of as being at the heart of the Green Revolution. The north of England, one of them, my constituency, I'll touch on later during my remarks. And it was a particular pleasure to be here for the maiden speeches of the Honourable Member for Barrow and Furness, with whose predecessor I worked closely when I was in the Ministry of Defence. We share an interest, which I'm sure we'll be able to share during this Parliament. And the member for Birmingham Northfields, whose constituency is one of the few in the West Midlands that I didn't visit during the course of the recent campaign. He made a very impressive speech. I would like to start by welcoming the cross-party consensus on the environment, evident from both frontbench speeches today. We may have differences between us over the speed and the scale of action that is required, but I think there is no doubt that everybody in this chamber and community groups outside recognise that the environment is a key national and international challenge, and that we as a government have to lead the way in seeking to do what we can. The science is clear. If we continue to pump out greenhouse gases at the rate that we are doing, the climate will get worse, temperatures will rise, with devastating consequences that we are starting to see increasingly regularly around the world. And we need to bring that consensus to bear to put pressure both on the government and on other governments internationally to lead to do more collectively, but for the UK to lead the way in trying to mitigate this. There are disagreements over targets, and we've heard those raised already today. I was interested to note that the opposition spokesman, the member for Salford and Eccles, called for more ambitious targets, and I would urge her to reflect on the target set out in the Labour manifesto of seeking net zero by 2030 and put that against the target which has now been set by the Mayor for Greater Manchester, in which her constituency resides, who, on advice from the Tyndall Centre, has set a net zero framework of achieving it from Greater Manchester by 2038. The former frontbench spokesman for Labour in previous parliaments. So it is quite possible to have a completely sincere endeavour to reach a net zero carbon without necessarily agreeing on exactly what that should be. And that has been recognised by government ministers in setting separate targets for their own sectors, departments and activities. And I'd like to applaud my right honourable friend, the member for Hatfield, the Secretary of State for Transport, who I'm delighted to see is back in his place, for making the announcement at the party conference that he is actively considering bringing forward the date for removal of diesel and petrol vehicles from the streets of the United Kingdom from 2040 to 2035. This is, I think, an excellent example of how different sectors within our economy may have to move at different paces to achieve net zero, because in the main part of the technological, the state of technological alternatives that exist thus far. We don't want to go down a route which a 2030 target or even more ambitious targets would require of unprecedented austerity inflicted on all of our constituents. And therefore we have to have a degree of realism when we look at how we're going to achieve these targets. Many local authorities are setting targets in addition to Manchester. My own in Shropshire has set a climate change strategy framework last month, and that's being copied up and down the country. And I think one of the things that I would like to see the government doing over the next period is trying to find ways in which to help local authorities achieve their plans. Many people are concerned that the frameworks at the moment are fine words but lack action, and I think we should be using the conference at COP26, which is hosting at the end of this year, as an opportunity for developing action plans right across our economy, right across local authorities, so that leading with the government, there is a clear plan set out during the course of this year for how to achieve the net zero targets that are being set right around the country. And of course the House has a big opportunity to lead this debate, and we do so on occasions like this, but we also do so through structures that are available to us in this House. And I'd like to briefly pay tribute to Mary Cray, the former MP for Wakefield, who so ably chaired the Environmental Audit Committee on which I sat for the last 2 years, and it's good to see other members of that committee in the chamber, and I hope they will be looking to serve again in the current Parliament. One of Mary's passions was highlighting current inconsistencies and injustice. And one of the inquiries that she led very ably was focusing on fast fashion and draw the attention of the world to the extraordinary situation that we have at the moment, where there are a consumerism right across the world, consumers being encouraged to buy clothing which is essentially disposable, single-use, cannot be produced anywhere other than in sweatshops, which happen not just in far-flung places around the world, but I regret to say also in this country, and that was exposed by the work which was undertaken and led by Mary so ably through that committee. There is a lot of work that Parliament does to scrutinise the measures being brought forward through the Queen's speech. We did significant work on the draft clauses for the principles underlying the Environment Bill, and I'm pleased that the ambition of the government here is to have a world-class regulator, and it's only able to do so as a result of Brexit. So when we leave on the 31st of January, the government, I hope, will be publishing the Environment Bill very swiftly thereafter, and we will be able to see exactly how they've responded to the measures that we were proposing in that committee to beef up the regulator and make sure that we do have world-class standards. And I very much hope that we will also, in that bill, be able to respond to the comments made by my honourable friend, the member for Southend West and the exiting the EU minister, who said at the dispatch box that he sees no regression as being an important component to that bill. I very much hope it appears there. Another bill that we're also have been scrutinising is the Agriculture Bill, which will also come forward as a result of Brexit, and I share the views of the Honourable Lady for Bristol East, who made such important points about the need to encourage better productivity in agriculture so that we can use less land to produce more food, but also that we can look to alternative uses for land to improve carbon capture and all the other aspects that are so important in helping meet our climate change commitments. Land use, I think, is a critical issue. Members have mentioned the peat bogs. The government has very ambitious plans for planting trees. It's yet to be seen, I think, how achievable those are, and we'll be look forward to holding the government to account in those targets. The green industrial revolution, just to conclude, is something which I think this country has every opportunity to lead the world, as we did in the original industrial revolutions. We need to take advantage of the exceptional skills that we have in this country in our universities, and where we have sectors that can lead the world, such as in the automobile industry. We've touched on electric vehicles. We've not touched on alternative technologies such as hydrogen vehicles. There is a company which started in my constituency called River Simple, which has produced the first hydrogen fuel cell powered car. We need to be finding ways in the budget and in the comprehensive spending review to support alternative technologies, to support the ingenuity of people in our universities, in the City of London, where we're leading on green finance, so that the UK can lead the world in developing the right solutions for climate change, and the UK can achieve net zero Britain as soon as possible.
Maiden speech, Zara Sultana.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to make my maiden speech today. I would like to start by giving a heartfelt thanks to the people of Coventry South for putting their faith in me. I am truly honoured and humbled to be their representative. I'd also like to thank my predecessor, Jim Cunningham, for his service to the constituency. He served Coventry for 27 years, meaning he was an MP before I was even born. He has been a champion for the city, fighting for Coventry to get its fair share of regional investment, defending our industries, and speaking up for causes from waspy women to Rowan's Law. I know Jim was renowned in this House for the frequency of his interventions. As a new member for Coventry South, I aim to continue that tradition, and I wish him well in his retirement. As for Coventry, did you know, Mr Deputy Speaker, that on several occasions the city has been the capital of England? As far back as 1404, Henry IV summoned a parliament in Coventry. So given we'll have to move out of this place for renovations, may I suggest that we take Parliament back to Coventry to put power back in the Midlands? It is a city fitting the prestige, from the beautiful cathedral to 49 hectares of the beautiful War Memorial Park. Coventry South is a constituency of scenic beauty. It is a city of rich culture too, and I look forward to Coventry hosting the UK City of Culture 2021. It is a city with a history of challenging convention, of struggle, and of solidarity. From being home to 2 universities, two-tone music, and bands like the Select and the Specials, to founding one of the first Indian Workers' Association branches, Coventry has been at the forefront of the arts, anti-racist organising, and industrial militancy. And from welcoming Irish migrants in the 1950s and 1960s, who built the city's booming car industry, to housing the largest population of Syrian refugees in recent years, Coventry proudly continues to be a sanctuary to people in need of a place to call home. Mr Deputy Speaker, I was just 14 when the global financial crisis struck and reckless bankers sent the economy into freefall. I was still a teenager when David Cameron and George Osborne began implementing their austerity agenda. Now, I know conventionists for maiden speeches to avoid saying anything members opposite will find disagreeable, but I can't do that, because my generation has only ever faced a future of rising rents, frozen wages, and diminishing opportunities. For my whole adult life, I've only known Tory governments that wage war on working-class communities like mine. Cutting our services, underfunding our schools and hospitals, saddling me and my generation with tens of thousands of pounds of student debt. And now the manufacturing jobs that were the backbone of Coventry, that brought my family from Kashmir to the region, are now few and far between. The public libraries that allowed me to study and go to university are closed. The council houses that allowed working-class families like mine access safe, affordable homes have been sold off. And while the vast majority have seen services cut and wages stagnate over the past decade, the super-rich have had their taxes cut and their incomes soar. The gap between the ruling class and the working class has widened and is widening, and the response from members opposite is, as it always has been, to divide and rule. That's what's happening when they compare Muslim women to bank robbers, when they call gay men tank-topped bum boys, and when they blame events like the Hillsborough disaster on drunken fans. They are pitting our communities against each other. They are diverting attention away from the billionaires that fund their party, dodge their taxes, and rig the economy. Well, Mr Deputy Speaker, I'm a working-class Muslim woman, and I know the Bullingdon boys will never be on my side. And they will never be on the side of the shop stewards in Coventry, the cleaners in Carlisle, migrant workers in Manchester, or teachers in Tottenham. I know my Muslim brothers and sisters, my Jewish comrades, my friends in the Gypsy, Traveller and Roma communities, and people of all faiths and none are safer when we unite to defeat the far right, even as this government has given them newfound confidence. And I know that a government that abandons refugee children abroad will just as quickly abandon working-class children in Britain, where 1 in 3 already live in poverty. Because this is a government of the few, and it will never be for the many. Mr Deputy Speaker, the prospects of 5 more years of this government is almost enough to make me despair. But my generation and I cannot afford to despair. Because if we do, then by the time I reach middle age, it will be too late. The climate emergency will have become the climate catastrophe. So I come here with a message from my generation and my constituents. We have no intention of letting that happen. We have seen Australia burn and Indonesia drown. We have seen our Earth teeter on the brink of ruin. We have heard the warnings of scientists, and we know where the blame lies. It's with the 100 companies that are responsible for 70% of global pollution. It's with the billionaires who got rich polluting our rivers and pumping out carbon. It's with an economic system that puts the profits of the rich above the needs of the people. So make no mistake about it. The climate crisis is a capitalist crisis, and the climate struggle is a class struggle across borders. Whether you're in Coventry or Canberra, Doncaster or Delhi, if you're working class, you'll suffer the worst effects of floods, fires, droughts and devastation, while the rich will build ever higher walls to protect themselves. That's what's coming. That's what's coming unless we take bold action. It's what will happen unless we unite working people across borders to say our lives are more important than anyone's profits. It's what will happen unless we put power in the hands of the working class to put people and planet first. This is the urgent call of our times, an international Green New Deal to transition from disaster capitalism to a new society created on the principles of equality, freedom and justice. Building green industries, providing good unionised jobs, democratising our economy and eradicating poverty. That new society has an old name. It's a name that inspired past generations in the fight against mass unemployment, war and fascism. It's the name they gave to a decent, livable, healthy future on this planet. That name is socialism. Mr. Deputy Speaker, 10 years ago I was sitting my GCSEs at school. I was a teenager and I never dreamed I would be here today. In 10 years' time, at the start of the next decade, I want to look teenagers in the eye and say with pride, my generation faced 40 years of Thatcherism and we ended it. We faced rising racism and we defeated it. We faced a planet in peril, we saved it. We have our work cut out, but together we can do it. Thank you.
Julian Keegan.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and may I congratulate you on your re-election to the chair. And it is a pleasure to follow the honourable member for Coventry South. Well done. Actually, something else about Coventry South. It was also the home to my great-grandmother, or Gran in Coventry, as we used to call her. And I welcome another working-class voice to this chamber, alongside myself, who grew up in Knowsley and Merseyside, and both my honourable friends for Barrow and Furness and Birmingham Northfield, who made excellent maiden speeches. It's clear they'll be strong champions to improve the lives of people in their area, and actually proving that power is in the hands of the working class. It's just on this side of the chamber. So the UK started the Industrial Revolution, which changed the face of the world, and since then all major economies have been powered by coal, oil and gas. But today we stand at the precipice of change, and I believe that the UK is once again in position to lead by example and ignite a global green industrial revolution. Now, we are already on this path, having decarbonised faster than any other developed economy, with renewables up from just 6.1% when we took office to nearly 40% today. To put that into perspective, in 2010, 75% of our electricity came from coal, but last year it was just 2%. And this is a remarkable feat, and I want to pay tribute to colleagues across the House who have championed this change. Now, last year we committed to continue this journey with our landmark commitment to a net zero carbon economy by 2050, or sooner. We are allowed to beat our targets, and as we're Conservatives, we often do. Wind power has played a significant role in our success thus far, and we are now the world's biggest producer of power from offshore wind. And last year it contributed a fifth of our electricity generation, overtaking nuclear for the first time in our history. This is progress, and I fully support the government's commitment to increase our output to 40 gigawatts by 2030. And I fully anticipate that this will become a reality, given the cost of wind energy has fallen year on year through contracts for difference. However, we need a diverse energy mix to ensure our long-term energy security. And I am concerned by reports of the wake effect, a process where turbines block one another, and similarly blockage, where the physical wind farm slows the wind down as it approaches. This, combined with the irregularity of the wind, means the UK needs diversity in its energy output. And solar, of course, has a huge part to play. And I'm very proud that 99% of all existing solar panels have been installed since 2010. Locally, West Sussex County Council are leading the way with a range of projects, such as the development of 2 solar farms in my constituency at Tangmere and West Hampnet. The latter has been built on a former landfill site and was the first such public farm to be built without any central subsidy. And I hope that government colleagues will in future look to those sites that are not appropriate for alternative development and look to replicate this example. The Council also run a solar schools programme, and now 80 schools across the county collectively produce the same energy as the West Hampnet solar farm, saving on average £2,000 per school on bills. Altogether, their renewable programme brings in a revenue stream that exceeds £1 million per year. Government and business have driven these changes that have transformed our energy market, and I believe we do need to do more to develop and invest in emerging technologies, particularly at sea, and as an island nation, we are well placed to lead the way. And I was particularly interested in the suggestions that my honourable friend for Barrow and Furness made in investments in tidal technologies which can transform Barrow and Furness. Creating a renewable and diverse energy grid is crucial as we move into the next decade, when most of our nuclear power stations are set to retire. Beyond this, the government is rightly tackling emissions from cars and looking to phase out the internal combustion engine from our lives by 2040. And to do so, electric vehicles are set to replace them, and that will only obviously increase demand on the grid. And recently, Chichester District Council installed 8 new charging sites across the district, thanks to a £58,000 grant from the Office for Low Emission Vehicles. And our council is not alone. Nationally, we have made progress with more charging locations than petrol stations now in the UK today. But despite this, there's still over 100 local authorities with fewer than 10 public charging devices per 1,000 people. And therefore, I welcome the £400 million investment in the charging infrastructure fund and the consultation on requiring charging points to be built into all new homes with a parking space. Getting this right is not only a necessary piece of our net zero puzzle, but it will also improve air quality. And of course, we may go faster, as the Transport Secretary has already announced that he may, he'll look to move the petrol and diesel phase-out date forward from 2050 to 2035. So where we can, we will improve our targets. Infrastructure is only part of the problem. More needs to be done to incentivise people to get an electric vehicle in the first place. And as the opposition front bench mentioned, it is expensive to buy an electric vehicle. And so to this end, can I ask the government to help reduce the upfront costs associated with these cars by extending the plug-in car grant? And furthermore, I would ask that they consider implementing a levy on new petrol and diesel cars that could be used to fund incentives for those going electric, so we can make the shift go faster. Chichester District Council are doing their part, and they already operate 2 electric vehicles for their daily enforcement patrols, and I know I will have further cause to speak about their work as they implement their Climate Emergency Action Plan that aims to make a 10% carbon reduction year on year in the district from now until 2025. Again, we can go faster if many more councils follow this example. And I'm sure they will also consider steps that we can take and we need to take to make existing and new homes more energy efficient as we move towards net zero carbon housing, which is going to be vitally important as we go forward. This government has proven that we can both grow our economy and tackle climate change, and I believe the real winners in this industrial revolution will be those who take the lead early on, as we are doing. We have already created 400,000 green jobs, and I know more will follow. The new climate economy has forecasted that globally, bold action on climate change could deliver £20 trillion in economic benefits over this decade. So there is even a business case at this point. Later this year, we will welcome the world to talk about climate action for COP26 here in Glasgow, and I want our message to be simple. We in the UK are taking a lead, and so can you. Thank you very much.
Caroline Lucas.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I just wanted to say a few words about the maiden speeches that we've had the privilege to hear this afternoon, and in particular I would like to single out the maiden speech from the Honourable Member for Coventry South. I completely agreed with her powerful and uncompromising statement about climate change, about austerity, and I completely agree with her about moving Parliament out of Westminster, and I'm perfectly happy to come to Coventry South and check that out as a possible new venue for us. But I really do believe we should be decentralising far more of the institutions of government and Parliament. Mr Deputy Speaker, every day there is evidence of the increasing scale of the climate emergency. Just yesterday, scientific analysis showed that ocean temperatures have hit a record high as the rate of heating of our planet increases. Yet despite the weight of this irrefutable and overwhelming evidence, the UK continues to do far too little, far too late, to cut our greenhouse gas emissions from every sector of our economy. In this year, as others have said, when the COP26 climate talks will be hosted in Glasgow, it's time to demonstrate real climate leadership, not just talk about it. So whilst I welcome the government's decision to invest in a green industrial revolution, I want to set out how their approach is not up to the task in three fundamental ways. First, we need ministers to start speaking the truth. The Prime Minister has claimed the UK is leading the world on tackling climate change. We've heard the same thing from the front bench, and yet already they've been pulled up on this on several occasions, pointing out, for example, that the figures look an awful lot less impressive when we factor in consumption emissions. When we do that, over the past 20 years, emissions have fallen by just 10%, which is nowhere near enough. What's more, historic reductions are no indicator of future progress. Coal is now all but gone from the power sector. That means that the biggest source of reductions so far has now been exhausted, and there is little sign of the policy required to ensure the necessary reductions continue. The truth is that if this government's green revolution includes spending on new roads, on bailing out failing airlines and promoting more airport expansion, then they will remain part of the problem, not the solution. Second, a target of 2050 is not leadership. In an emergency, when your house is on fire, you don't dial 999 and ask for a fire engine in 30 years' time. You want that fire engine right now because the crisis is right now. Targets on their own don't bring down emissions, action does. Yet the Committee on Climate Change warn, and I quote, "Actions to date have fallen short of what is needed for previous targets and well short of those required for the net zero target." And while we're at it, let's just examine what the net in net zero really means. It means positively heroic, I would rather say criminally reckless assumptions about the potential for negative emission technologies to suck carbon out of the atmosphere. Now, these technologies are almost entirely unproven. In some cases, they're even unknown. So let's be very clear what we're doing when we rely on those net negative emission technologies. We are simply passing the buck to our children. We're leaving it to them to sort out. I don't think that that is a moral position to take. Our targets also rely on our taking far more than our fair share of the global carbon pie than we're entitled to. Now, we're on course to emit around 2% of the remaining safe carbon budget, even though our population accounts for only 0.9% of the global population. Not only that, but historically we've been taking far more than our fair share too, for decades. We've emitted around 4.5% of the world's historic fossil fuels and industry emissions. Again, that's around 5 times our fair share of the historic carbon budget, given our percentage of world population. This legacy of colonialism has to stop. So let's be very clear that at the heart of the climate issue is intergenerational justice and international justice. And on both counts, the UK is failing. I think we also need to be clear that the primacy of GDP growth as the overarching priority for our economy is the elephant in the room. Our house is on fire, and that elephant is blocking the door to the emergency exit and devouring our efforts to decarbonise. Just take the IPCC report that tells us that we have to reach net zero by 2050 globally. Now, during that same period, those next 30 years, the global economy is set to triple in size. That means 3 times more production and consumption than we are currently doing each year. Now, it is going to be hard enough to decarbonise the existing economy in such a short timescale. The idea that we're going to be able to do it 3 times over is really in fantasy land. If we carry on with growth as usual, halving emissions by 2030, as the IPCC has made clear we need to do, would require decarbonisation of the current size of the economy at a rate of 11% per year. Now, that is 5 times faster than historic rates of decarbonisation and about 3 times faster than what even the most optimistic scientists project is possible. And let us explode the myths around the possibilities of endlessly extending the concept of green growth, which relies on the assumption that you can achieve full and adequate decoupling of economic growth from environmental harm. Now, although decoupling is undoubtedly useful and necessary, and has occurred at certain times and certain places, green growth cannot reduce resource use on anywhere near the scale required to deal with the global environmental breakdown and to keep global warming below the target of 1.5% above pre-industrial levels. Now, the IPCC have set out one lifeline scenario that doesn't rely on speculative and harmful negative emission technologies. And that scenario is our emergency exit from climate breakdown. So what does this look like? Fundamentally, it is about scaling down in the richer countries material consumption by 20% globally, but with rich countries, and within those rich countries, the richest among them, leading the way. This cannot be about preventing poorer countries from developing. It has to be about the richer countries and the richer people within those countries doing their fair share. Transitioning away from the growth dogma is not about hurting people's welfare, quite the opposite. It's about placing well-being centre stage, reducing inequalities, cutting waste and inefficiency, and prioritising quality of life over quantity of things. Instead of measuring progress in terms of GDP growth alone, we need to shift to indicators that tell us an awful lot more about whether people have high levels of well-being, whether there's clean air and clean water, whether we have a safe atmosphere, and whether we are closing the gaping inequalities which diminish us all. And Mr. Deputy Speaker, that is where the proposals for a Green New Deal come in. I and my colleague, the Honourable Member for Norwich North, have worked cross-party, Norwich South, I will flagellate myself when I get back to my office, have worked cross-party to set out a private members' bill, which we intend to reintroduce this parliamentary session, which will set out what that Green New Deal needs to do. In the process of transforming the infrastructure of our society at the speed and the scale the science demands, we have a once-in-a-generation opportunity to fix an economic model that is failing the vast majority of people in this country. At the heart of the Green New Deal is the recognition that the current climate, nature and inequality crises are all driven by the way that our economy and financial system is managed, and that this has benefited a very small number of people and a few giant corporations, with the price being paid by the rest of us and by the earth that we share. Now, that isn't going to be fixed by an acceleration of business as usual, because business as usual is what's got us into this problem. Unless the government's so-called decade of renewal is targeted on the transformation needed to move us to a world beyond carbon, all of that investment will be washed away long before the decade is out. So what is required is a redistribution, not just of resources, but crucially of real power, starting with those communities who have been most excluded from prosperity in the past. The transition that we need is not just to net zero, but to a new kind of economy. The Green New Deal is a transformational work programme to transform everything from the way that we produce and consume energy to the way that we heat and cool our homes, the way we travel, the way we connect our communities, the way we grow our food and the way we work. It will create jobs and generate income, including tax revenues for the government. A real revolution that will enable us to transform our society so that it's fairer, more democratic, and so that it works better for all of us here and around the world, while safeguarding and restoring the ecological systems on which we all depend. With the window for making a difference rapidly closing, what we do in the next 18 months is literally life-changing. And quite honestly, standing here and thinking about what that really means for this next parliamentary session, I think we can't afford any more kind of pretense around the scale of the challenge that we face and the idea that just tinkering with business as usual is going to get us to where we need to be, because it simply will not. The world's addiction to fossil fuels started here in the UK as the birthplace of the Industrial Revolution. We have caused the 5th most emissions of any country in the world. We have built our economy, our prosperity and our society on the overconsumption of finite resources, and that has trashed the planet, and it has also taken away the life chances of people in other parts of this world. Our share of causing this emergency is vast. We must now do our fair share in addressing it.
Maiden speech. Claire Coutinho.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Deputy Speaker. I'd like to commend the members for Barrow-in-Furness, Birmingham, Northfield and Coventry South for their maiden speeches today. I'm proud to be here representing the beautiful constituency of East Surrey. I'd like to begin by paying tribute to my predecessor, Sam Giemer. We have more in common than representing East Surrey. We're both the children of immigrant doctors. I, too, am 5'4½". And although we may have slightly different views on Brexit, I know that he was passionate about the prosperity of this country, which our families now call home. And I'm sure this House would agree with me that he made many important contributions in this place as Childcare Minister, as Prisons Minister and as Universities Minister. And Sam was right when he said, in East Surrey we stand on the shoulders of giants. From Geoffrey Howe to Lord Melbourne and Lord Palmerston, the list is long and distinguished. I would like, however, to make special mention of Peter Ainsworth. From his work as the Shadow Secretary of State for DEFRA, to his expert chairmanship of the Environmental Audit Committee, to his work on the board of the Environment Agency, I can safely say I stand on the shoulders of a very green giant indeed. East Surrey is known for its local beauty. There are 4 local nature reserves, 8 sites of special scientific interest, and over a third of the area is in an area of outstanding natural beauty or of great landscape value. And if you walk through the North Downs or the High Weald, you'll be met with chalk downs, rolling hillsides, lowland meadows and woodlands. Our vibrant village spirit is evident in the communities of Tatsfield, Wallingham, Waldingham, Lingfield, Felbridge and many more beside. I hope to be a champion in this House to preserve and protect this treasured way of life in the future. In Outwood near Godstone, work began in 1665 on one of the oldest working British windmills. The owner said to have watched the Great Fire of London rage 25 miles away from its roof. And I'm proud that what East Surrey helped to pioneer in the renewable energy sector in the 17th century has now become one of the most remarkable success stories in the UK today. Not only are we the world leader in offshore wind, 7 out of 10 of the biggest wind farms in Europe are right here in the UK. I commend the ambitious Environment Bill put forward in Her Majesty's gracious speech to forward this work, and I look forward to seeing the green measures in the upcoming budget, which will undoubtedly build on this work further. However, in order for East Surrey to continue to fulfil its role as the lungs of London, I hope to secure much-needed investment in local infrastructure, for vital improvements to roads and tackling potholes, which are crucial to local productivity, and to public transport, particularly rail. More than half the area's working population commute out to places like London, Crawley and Gatwick, and yet we have some of the most congested rail lines and roads in the UK. Making sure that people can get to work and their public services successfully is not only good for the environment and the well-being of residents, but it ensures that our local towns, Hawley, Caterham and Oxted, can continue to thrive. I've also had the considerable pleasure of working with my right honourable friend, the member for Richmond, on the Spending Review 2019, which saw record investment in schools, in police and in the NHS. And now that I'm on the other side of the table, I wholeheartedly and unreservedly welcome the increased funding, particularly where those funds might land in East Surrey. And I'll be working hard to make sure that the initial groundwork of that national announcement makes a meaningful difference in classrooms, GP surgeries and to police officers on the ground. I'd like in this speech to mention my grandmother, who may be the single greatest emblem of conservative values I know. She was a teacher in India who, in my memory, took her fashion lead firmly from the Queen. She raised 7 children with little in terms of resources, but with a strong sense that with hard work and determination you can achieve the impossible. Her children were doctors and teachers and grade 8 musicians who are now scattered all across the globe. And if she could see me here today in the noblest government in the world, I'm sure she would tell me to work hard and be determined and achieve the impossible. And politicians today have a near impossible task. We live in a world of changing technology, behaviour, demographics, and indeed, as has been the subject of many excellent speeches today, the environment. I hope in this place to contribute in a small way to preparing this great country for the future to come.
Jim McMahon.
Deputy Speaker. It's a pleasure to follow the maiden speech for the member for East Surrey and all the other fantastic maiden speeches. I go back to 4 years ago when I was in the same position, and it's a huge responsibility to make that. And I do encourage members then to get their printed copy from Hansard. It's quite a treat to take back home too. The climate emergency and the debate today is timely but actually long overdue in how we connect the climate emergency with the economic benefit that our country can realise in developing a new settlement for communities who feel frustrated with the current offer. Now, I don't claim to be any kind of climate expert. I've read the briefings in the way that other members have. But I can see a difference in this House, a spectrum, if you like, of how we view the climate emergency. If I think about the member for Brighton Pavilion, has the ability to foresee. I don't claim that. I am, though, able to see what is evident in front of my own eyes. What I worry about, though, is that there are some members of the House who are actually blind to what is staring us right in the face. And amongst all of that, there is a requirement on all of us to learn, to be educated, and to form solutions together to address it and build a shared future. None of us can escape the extreme weather conditions, the impact on flooding and coastal change, and that there are today parts of the planet that are burning. Now, there's a financial cost to that, but the human and wildlife cost is absolutely significant as that suffering is evident. We're seeing water shortages, we're seeing natural ecosystems and biodiversity, including coral reefs, affected, and we've seen the impact on crop production, and we all know it's always the poorest in society that pay the absolute price when crops fail or when there are water shortages that take place. And it's our responsibility collectively to try and find a solution to this. Now, the movement has been significant, whether it's been about the large-scale protests that have been taking place by Extinction Rebellion or the localised protests that have been taking place by school children on a Friday. I know in Manchester, very active participation from young people who want their voices to be heard because they've got a bigger stake in the future. And I really worry about the approach from government, who, instead of inviting Extinction Rebellion in for a conversation to see where common ground can be sought, that instead of building bridges, we're building walls. When actually what we need to do is to have a common shared vision about how best to address this emergency. And I think that's a real missed opportunity. I believe that a different way is possible. So when I seen the protesters in Parliament Square, I didn't turn a blind eye. I wanted to have a conversation about their view, but also to try and see where common ground was on some of those solutions. And so we had a meeting in 1 Parliament Street where we said, listen, instead of protesting outside, this is your Parliament, come inside and have a conversation to see where we can make progress together. And one of the people who I met during those conversations was a man called Paul. He's commonly known as the tree lawyer because he has a real passion for protecting our ancient trees and woodlands. And the aim of that meeting was to connect, but also to protect. So the first challenge is, how do you connect everyday people with the environment? And so we talked about the challenges and how sometimes people are very disconnected from the environment, and actually what real, sometimes small interventions can we make to connect people with the natural environment around us. Now, some of those suggestions you might dismiss as just being kind of simple in a way, but actually I was quite inspired by some of the ideas. So one of them was, when somebody's born, or when somebody's given their citizenship, why not on that document have a tree or a woodland that has been planted for them, really having roots in the ground? Why not fight to say that every child will have the ability to look up and see a clear night sky, or to walk to school and not breathe in toxic air that could eventually kill them? And we see that in this country, where people are literally dying through the quality of air in this country. Why not make urban environments more attractive and much more connected? You know, we talk about connecting the natural environment, we talk about protecting what we've got, but actually in towns like Oldham, where you've had terraced streets and industrial land built up to make the town that we see today, many of them communities are completely denied access to good quality green environmental space, and we need to reinvest back into that to connect people with the natural environment. Now, I'm proud to say in Oldham the council is doing that. This week they announced a plan for a project called Northern Roots that will mean that we'll have an eco-park of 160 acres right in Oldham town centre and beyond, out into the countryside. Another suggestion was, why not have worldwide twinning? You know, after the Second World War, we went to a massive effort to make sure that towns and cities in this country were connected to our counterparts in Europe. Well, why not do the same today for climate, so that children in Oldham are maybe connected with children in Bangladesh to really see the human impact of climate change and what it means for children of their age going to school. But also to protect what we've got. Now, Paul's ambition was to protect ancient trees and give them the protection they need. But actually, maybe people just want protection for the green belt to make sure that when they live in an urban environment, they've still got access to good quality green space. Now, the government needs to do far more. One, to update the population data to make sure that local planning authorities are planning to the accurate, most important, most up-to-date data. But also that we have a proper fund in place to build on brownfield sites. You know, a town like Oldham has acres and acres of dirty brownfield sites that are contaminated, that are so expensive to build on, that it's far easier for a developer to build on green space. Well, we need a new deal for towns like Oldham to build on the brownfield sites where the community are crying out for new investment, instead of having that impact on the green belt. But we also need, and this is really important, to connect people with opportunities. Because quite often when we talk about the type of interventions and behavioural change that's needed for our environment, we're asking people to make a sacrifice. We're asking the government to introduce a new tax. What we really need to do is to connect people with the opportunities that exist if we take concerted action. And so the green revolution, the industrial revolution for our economy is really, really important. People recognise that this is an opportunity to have decent, well-paid, secure and skilled jobs. And when people often talk about a town like Oldham, they unfortunately talk about the north as if it's some kind of distant land. They talk about a town like Oldham that is a town that once was and not a town that has a stake in the future. And I've got to say, those people couldn't be further from the truth. When I look at a town like Oldham, we are still innovating, we're still creating, we're still making things that change the world. Behind those dirty roller shutters, people are changing the world in towns like Oldham. And that provides a foundation for this revolution. For people in Oldham, what they want to know is that they've got a stake in the future. They're sick of demanding that government listen to them. They're sick of asking for a fairer share. Because if we just continue that conversation, what we're not doing is to capitalise on the skills that still exist in those towns. For my own town, it was a home of Ferranta that made the components for the world's first computer. British Aerospace that made the Lancaster bomber. Platt Brothers, one of the largest engineering plants in the world. Now, although those have closed, the skills and the values of manufacturing and engineering jobs are still very much in our local economy, and that should be the foundation for the future. And we feel it. We are the gateway to the Pennines. So although we are an urban town, we're on the doorstep of Manchester, we are a stone's throw from the countryside, and we recognise the value that has. And I just reflect that in terms of planning for the future, we are all very short-term in this place. We're all focused on the next election, we're focused on the next cycle, and it's hugely damaging for the country and for the planet when we behave in that way. And so the challenge that I would lay down today isn't that just we prepare for the next election or the next Queen's speech, but that we think about a child being born today in this country. And think that that child will live to see the next century. And what type of life will that child have? From the moment that it's born, in the community where it's born, to going to school, to starting out on their adult life, to going into old age and the type of care and society that they need and they'll live in. When we think about a child being born today, I would say, collectively, we would make very different decisions than we often end up voting on when we're in the lobbies in this place. But be absolutely clear, I believe strongly that the foundations are in place in this country to thrive and to rebuild on the back of a green revolution. And the test for me, and you'd expect me to say this because I'm representing Oldham, Chadderton and Royton, but the test for me about whether Britain thrives is whether towns like mine can be part of that journey. And that's a challenge for government, and they need to come forward with real concrete examples, not real concrete, you get the point, about how we connect people so they really feel they've got a stake in the future.
Bob Stewart.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I fully accept that mankind is changing the Earth's climate. To be honest, I've always worried about how we're altering the air we breathe. But I feel our actions are now really turning the weather as well. I also realise that climate is cyclical. There was a little ice age from late medieval times until the 1850s or thereabouts. The Thames froze over, there were ice fairs. And I believe that when I was a little boy, not very long ago, it was much colder in the winter, but it might just be in my mind. But I felt it was more icy. There's too much evidence of ferocious weather around the world nowadays to ignore what's happening. Health is definitely being affected too. For instance, in one recent year in my constituency of Beckenham, according to Bromley Council health people, there were 60 deaths because of long-term exposure to polluted air in 1 year over the 6 wards in my constituency. I agree we've started to tackle the problem and have had some success. Carbon emissions have apparently been reduced by 25% in the last 10 years. Great. All coal-fired generating stations will be gone in the United Kingdom by 2025. It's also really good news that we are the world leader in offshore power generation. We have increased renewable energy generation 6-fold, apparently, in the last 10 years. In 2018, renewable sources of electricity generation supplied 33% of our electricity needs. This is up from 6.9% in 2010. This is all good news. Today, more and more people are buying and using cars powered by electricity, but they are damned expensive. And by 2040, diesel and petrol cars should be almost off our roads. So it seems the future for our vehicles will be electricity, but let us not forget hydrogen. Hydrogen is another source that can be harnessed to run vehicles, and there's a heck of a lot of investigation on how this can happen among the car companies. Of course our government's got a major part to play in reducing carbon emissions, and we have too. On the 27th of June last year, Parliament amended the Climate Change Act to include the commitment to net zero emissions by 2050. That's excellent news. Some say, and I accept this, some say we could get there earlier. Let's hope that's the case. But at least we've got a target, and it'd be superb if we can get there as soon as possible. But if we want real zero carbon emissions very fast, we've got to accept the penalties, giving up our cars, diesel and petrol, only travelling by public transport, stop flying off to exotic locations in aeroplanes, and change our central heating systems.
On that point, will you give way?
I certainly will give way.
The Honourable Gentleman is making an excellent point, and he alights on this issue of changing our heating systems. Does he agree with me that we need to, within the tax structure, incentivise the building of heat pumps, ground source heat pumps and air source heat pumps, to ensure that those can replace the traditional fossil fuel systems and get our carbon emissions down?
I thank my honourable friend for that. I certainly do, and I want it to happen in my house as soon as possible. We're decarbonising our economy faster, apparently, than any other G20 country. We've reduced our emissions by 29% in the last decade. But here's the point. Every breath we take is full of something called particulates, which, to be honest, I didn't know much about until recently. And these particulates, particularly something called particulate matter 2.5, are about 200 times smaller than a grain of sand. So they just float through the air and go into our lungs. They pass into our bloodstream and end up somewhere in our brains or any of our other organs. And I'm told, because of course I'm no expert and I suspect very few of those are in this House, that this causes illness and death. Yet, I understand, looking at DEFRA's report in January 2019, that only 12% of particulate matter come from vehicles.
Will you give way?
I will give way.
Thank him for giving way. There is, of course, and I'm grateful that he mentions the particulate matter issue, and that is an issue of air pollution. But we should distinguish between air pollution and climate change. They are two quite separate matters, and we need to tackle them differently.
I accept that, and I also accept I'm no expert, so I accept the lady's point of view. But particulate matter does have an impact on all of us. Around 13% comes from industrial processes, and 38% is actually coming from wood burning and coal fires. That's quite a lot, more than actually coming from vehicles. I'm looking up because I promised the Deputy Speaker I'll be finished in under 10 minutes, and I will. I like the Clean Air Strategy, which was published in January last year. It's a good, bold new goal. I think we have to think very carefully about using wood-burning stoves. I don't actually use my fireplace in my house anymore. Open fires and farms all will have to change the way they do business. The move on particulate reduction matter has been welcomed by the World Health Organization as an example for the rest of the world to follow. I'm finishing now. Skipping through my pages, Mr. Deputy Speaker, is a good boy. To say, in a final point, we produce about 1 to 2% of the world's greenhouse gases. If we became carbon neutral right now, it might not make much difference. But that shouldn't stop us doing it. And actually, we can become an example to the rest of the world, and the rest of the world are starting to follow and deal with this matter of climate change. Bring it on. Let's change the way we live so that actually the future is bright for those that follow us. Thank you.
Tim Farron. Speaker, it is always a massive joy to follow the honourable member for Beckenham. It's also a great observation for me to see you back in your place, so congratulations on your re-elevation. But in particular, to pay tribute, it is a genuine privilege to sit through the maiden speeches for the members of Coventry South, East Surrey, Birmingham, Northfield, and I'm going to single out my honourable and new neighbour for Barrow and Furness, who made an excellent maiden speech, in particular referencing the need to, and I say this in the hearing of the Secretary of State for Transport, to strip Arriva Northern of their franchise in order to make sure that we have a local train service that actually runs some trains. I also remember my maiden speech too, and the terrifying fact is that I have a copy of my maiden speech in the garage on a VCR tape. Which is a reminder that I am indeed an old git, Mr. Deputy Speaker. So the Green Industrial Revolution is nothing if not an ambitious title, and so it needs to be if we are to head off the existential threat of catastrophic climate change. Ambition is indeed what we need. But of course you can give something an impressive and ambitious title, but it is unlikely to earn you a lasting legacy unless it actually delivers. FDR's New Deal isn't still invoked today because of its catchy title, but because of the good it achieved. We don't marvel about the Victorian expansion of the railways because the Victorians did good spin, but because that network was actually built. Nations are never built on PR stunts. So call me glass half empty if you like, but my fear for this government is that it will make two significant mistakes as they decide how they are going to use their new majority. First, in order to mask the damage that the UK leaving the world's biggest market will inevitably do to our economy and to our public sector, it is likely that the government will max out the credit card on revenue spending in a way that makes the last Labour manifesto look fiscally conservative by comparison. And secondly, they will talk about big infrastructure investment, both the green and the not-so-green varieties, but in reality their fear of big government means that they just won't deliver anything that will make a true difference. In other words, the government will show largesse when it should observe restraint, and restraint where it needs to be ambitious. Now, I hope I'm wrong, because what we need is to be wise on revenue spending and ambitious on capital, particularly when it comes to green infrastructure. We must make the big strategic decisions needed to fight climate change. Now, in South Lakeland, we see nature changing before our very eyes as climate change takes place with horrific consequences. Our communities are still reeling from 4 years on from the devastating floods of Storm Desmond. Indeed, in the last decade or so, we have been hit by 3 floods, each one of them classified as a 1 in 200 year event. Storm Desmond flooded 7,500 homes and more than 1,000 businesses. Now, we have to mitigate the impact of climate change on families and businesses whilst building the infrastructure to prevent a climate catastrophe. That is why Kendall's flood prevention scheme must be delivered. All 3 phases of the flood scheme are now fully funded, and I'm glad that after much pressure, the biggest concerns about that scheme have now been answered, given that in the place of every tree that must be removed as part of the scheme, 6 new ones will be planted in the town, many of which will be semi-mature at the point that they are planted. Now, I was there, Mr Deputy Speaker, the morning after Storm Desmond and in the weeks after, and I saw people's lives ruined, families left destitute, businesses wiped out, children even today still unable to sleep any time it begins to rain. And I could not look people in the eye on Appleby Road, Shat Road, Sandylands, Ann Street, Mincemeat Road if I didn't do everything in my power to deliver them some kind of protection, some kind of peace of mind. So after 4 years of promises, 4 years of fear whenever it pours, 4 years of incalculable strain on mental health for the old and the young alike, how dare I claim to represent them if I do not see these flood defences delivered? The reality is that we are too late to prevent climate change, but we have perhaps a dozen years in order to avoid a major climate catastrophe with even more appalling human consequences. So the main issue I want to focus on in the next few moments, Mr Deputy Speaker, is the revolution we need in public transport. Over the last 30 years, governments of all colours have allowed funding for bus provision to evaporate. Our communities in South Lakeland have done a spectacular job in putting together community bus services to plug some of the gaps caused by this attrition of government funding, most notably in Sedbergh and Dent, the Dales bus service, which is a wonderful job connecting those Dales communities with Kendal and the other surrounding communities. We've also fought recently to keep the 552 and the 530 bus services. These are great victories. I am immensely proud of them, but they are short-term solutions at best, sticking plasters, when what is needed is ambitious change. It is utterly ludicrous that bus services in London receive a £722 million annual subsidy when in Cumbria we receive nothing at all, not a single penny. The lack of subsidy has a catastrophic impact on fares, and so the extortionate prices make commuting by bus a massive, massive challenge, especially for lower paid workers. How is it right, Mr Deputy Speaker, that the 5-mile journey from Ambleside to the neighbouring community of Grasmere costs £4.90, while a journey of equivalent length in London costs £1.50? If we're going to entertain any hope of revolutionising public transport, the government need to look beyond the M25, indeed well beyond the M25. Indeed, it may come as a surprise to some in government, but the North does not stop at junction 32 of the M6. There is much to recommend the Northern Powerhouse, with two slight caveats. One, it's not much of a powerhouse. Two, it's not very northern. The transport spend in the North West per head of population is still barely half that in London, despite promises made when the Northern Powerhouse was first established. So I will continue, it feels like I will have to continue, to fight the cuts to individual bus services. I will continue to stand with and work with the community to find alternative solutions, just as we're currently doing for Arnside, Levens, Cartmel, Hincaster and Kendal, as we have replaced the 552 and 530 services. But let us be honest, all that will do is lessen the decline. Bus services are essential to life for rural communities like ours. They are also key to Cumbria's vibrant tourism industry. No one could or would deny that the Lake District and the surrounding communities are utterly awesome. It is a national treasure and a source of joy to many more than just those of us who are privileged enough to live amongst those lakes and mountains and dales. Cumbria's Lake District is Britain's biggest visitor destination outside of London. 16 million people visited us last year alone, but 83% of tourists travel to us by car. However, we know that with the right interventions and conditions, our visitors will travel sustainably. Public bus transport is a key component of that, alongside rail, boats, bikes and, of course, walking in the hills. Improved bus services could alleviate pressure on the roads that become clogged with the cars of those visiting. The government keeps ignoring the plight of rural communities. A so-called green industrial revolution in London or Manchester simply will not do. We would love it if they would stop ignoring us and instead commission a truly ambitious, comprehensive rural bus service to exceed anything that we've seen before, even 35 years ago before the deregulation which started the decline. It will be an investment that revives rural communities and sees a huge reduction in the use of cars locally, as well as boosting our economy and increasing access to jobs. My proposal today is that the Minister should ensure the direct commissioning through Transport for the North of a comprehensive, affordable, reliable rural bus network in Cumbria. A network that will be a substantial step towards ensuring that the Northern Powerhouse actually serves the rural North. And in finishing, if our efforts to tackle climate change are going to come anywhere near something that could be classified as a revolution, we need to transform public transport interconnection and that connection between buses and trains. The main public transport route to the Lake District is the Lakes Line. Back in 2017, the government cancelled the planned electrification of the Lakes Line on the basis of a massive and flawed overestimation of the project costs. This was and remains a huge letdown for communities in the lakes and everyone around. Yet electrification of the Lakes Line is the easiest electrification project in the country. The 12-mile route carries hundreds of thousands of passengers each year, but it could carry 4 times as many if we introduced a passing loop at Burnieside so that we could run a half-hourly service. And if it was electrified, it would significantly reduce its carbon emissions in doing so. If the government are serious about tackling climate change, they need to undo their foolish cuts to the electrification project, and the Lakes Line is the perfect place for this government to begin a green U-turn, to reverse their mistakes of recent years. The Lakes Line is short, but it is iconic. It carries significant numbers and could carry so many more. So I plead with the government to make their actions match their words. Don't just plug the gaps in public transport. Instead, revolutionise the system. Stop speaking in terms of subsidies, but instead of investment that multiplies its value in the economy of the rural North. Targets are dangerous if they are simply fig leaves to cover up a failure to act in the present. The government needs to act now, and we will wait to see whether they will.
Vicky Ford.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. It's been a pleasure to be in the chamber this afternoon, listening to some excellent maiden speeches, the one in Barrow and Furness, East Surrey, and of course Birmingham Northfield, a place that I still hold very close to my political heart. It's very fitting that people are making maiden speeches on the topic of the Queen's speech. As a One Nation Conservative, I warmly welcome this Queen's speech and the opportunity it unlocks for people all across our country. In particularly, I welcome the investment in public services in our NHS, in our police and in our schools. And it is only because we have a strong economy and the legacy of the past decade of Conservative-led government that we can invest in that public services. The world is changing at a remarkable rate. We are in the fourth industrial revolution. And to keep that strong economy, we need to continue to invest in science and technology and innovation. And I am a bit of a science geek, so I do welcome the Queen's speech commitment to keeping us as a world leader in science, to boosting our R&D funding and to unlocking innovation. Innovation is not new in my constituency in Chelmsford. It was 100 years ago, exactly this year, that Marconi chose to locate Chelmsford for his radar factory. And 100 years ago, when the great Australian singer first broadcast, the first ever radio broadcast from Chelmsford, Dame Nellie sang to the world. We led the world that day in the communications revolution that we are still living through today. And one of the reasons Marconi chose Chelmsford was the skills of the people there, and the other was the infrastructure. Infrastructure matters, and as the person who has been honoured to chair the all-party group for infrastructure in this Parliament, I believe it is vital that we continue to invest in our infrastructure, as this government is proposing to do. Failing infrastructure is a big issue in my constituency. Our flyover that we'd relied on for many decades suffered terminal damage in last summer's heatwave. In Chelmsford, we have already seen how our infrastructure has to be climate change resilient. And that is just one of the reasons why I have chosen to speak today on the green economy. Climate change is the biggest threat to our future. We only have one planet. The science is clear. We have to stop those emissions. We must achieve net zero. I am proud that we are the first major economy to commit to net zero. And we need to turn net zero into reality. That means we need to have net zero embedded into all decisions that have been made, both at government and at local government level. We need a clear pathway. Of course I'll take one.
Very grateful. The Honourable Lady speaking about the importance of achieving net zero. How compatible is it to achieve net zero with the government's recent announcement that it's going to cut air passenger duty?
I'm going to come on to exactly that topic during my speech, but we have to embed net zero in every single decision that is being made by government and by local government and set a clear pathway. This year is a unique opportunity with the UK hosting the World Global Climate Change Conference. I'll come to the issue of transport emissions in my speech in a minute. I think it's really important that we are ambitious about the targets we set. But it's also vital that we bring people with us. And I'm looking forward to being an observer at the climate conference that is happening, the climate assembly that is happening for citizens in Birmingham over the next few weeks. There is no point in setting an ambitious target if it is not achievable. And the party's opposite's suggestion that you could achieve net zero by 2030 is simply disingenuous. It is not honest, it is not true. This country has already done a huge amount to decarbonise electricity, leading the world in offshore wind, leading the world in ending coal, but there is more that we can do. It's great news that by 2025 our grid will be able to have completely carbon-free inputs to our electricity grid, but we know that it needs to be more resilient. That means it needs investment, which can't all come from public funds. It needs private investment too, which is why we need the strong economy. We also need to invest. I'm going to keep going because it's a short time and I don't want to run out of time, so I won't take any more interventions. We need to make sure that we can use smart demand management using AI and technology. I've seen firsthand on the national grid how this works. But in order to do that, we also need to unlock the electric vehicles because of the benefits they bring to battery storage. So I welcome the government's commitment to more EV charging points, although I do believe we need more urgency on this subject.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, for allowing me to intervene. I thank my good friend for allowing me. One of the problems with electric vehicles, and I have looked at this, is they have these batteries and they cause a real problem. And we have a problem of making them without actually using resources.
The issue of electric vehicles, batteries and resources is something that the Science and Technology Select Committee looked into in great detail last night, particularly demand for lithium and cobalt. These precious materials are a globally constrained resource, and the fight for global minerals is going to be increasingly an important part of foreign policy, and I would like to see that part of the challenge towards net zero in the Foreign Office as well. I've also seen, and I have actually driven a hydrogen-fuelled car, and returned it safely, keys back at the end. The use of hydrogen, not only in cars, but also potentially in feeding part of hydrogen into our domestic gas network, can bring huge benefits. On the subject of transport, I'm pleased that the government is going to introduce a superbus strategy. We need better buses in my city of Chelmsford. We need to have medium and long-term strategies on that. And also re-looking at how we run our railways. The service that is being offered to my rail commuters in Chelmsford at the moment is simply not good enough. To the question that the SNP asked on airlines, as a One Nation Conservative, I see the need to make sure that we improve connectivity across all parts of our country and the role that regional airlines are playing in that. But as an eco-Tory, I also see very urgently the need to address air emissions. One of the good things is that the UK is leading the world in developing cleaner, greener aircraft. Cranfield University is a leader here. But one thing I think we should do more about is carbon offsetting. EasyJet is now carbon offsetting all of its flights. Flybe doesn't offer that service to anyone. Consumers have a role to play here, and I think consumers should be given the ability to carbon offset. On the issue of carbon offsetting,
I thank you for giving way. Just back on that APD. Now, earlier on, when my colleague intervened, she was saying that net zero should be embedded in every government decision. So can she tell me how, if the UK government on a whim say we're going to review and reduce APD, how that means net zero is embedded in that decision?
Yes. I'd like to see, and I'm calling upon the government to look at how we embed net zero in every single decision. And I do believe getting cleaner, greener aircraft is one way to deliver both the connectivity, but also that more needs to be done by carbon offsetting, and in the medium and longer term we need to urgently look at this issue of aircraft emissions. On the issues of consumer choice, for many consumers, their biggest part of their carbon footprint is how they heat their homes, and more needs to be done on decarbonisation of heat. So I warmly welcome the government's announcements to invest £9.2 billion in energy efficiency in our homes, schools and hospitals. But I would also like to call for more green mortgages. We have one of the most innovative financial services sector in the world, and we should be able to do more through how people finance their mortgages. Finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, on plastic. Okay. As you know, I am allergic to the use of unnecessary single-use plastic. It is great the government has committed another £500 million to the Blue Planet initiative that will help developing countries across the world to protect our oceans. I warmly welcome the producer tax. We need to get the deposit return scheme going. Actually, this is an area where I believe Scotland would be better off if they worked within the whole of the UK to introduce a scheme that worked for the whole of the UK. That would be better for industry and for consumers. Consumers want to see a step change in how we deal with single-use plastic. It needs to be across all areas, not just food. We need to work with producers, we need to work with consumers, and it would be better if the people of Scotland would be working with all all of the UK to deliver it.
It's with great pleasure that I call Kenny McCaskill to make his maiden speech.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. As is customary, but I believe correct, I start with a tribute to my predecessor. Martin Whitfield and I disagreed fundamentally on Scotland's constitutional situation, but in many other aspects we were at one. And I was conscious that he was tenacious in opposing Brexit, and he was equally assiduous in representing his constituency. So I know the standards that have been set by him, and he will continue to reside in the constituency, and I'll no doubt bump into him. But it was the same for those who went before him, because my own colleague George Kerrivan was equally assiduous, and prior to that it was Fiona O'Donnell, who continues to serve the county as a Labour councillor in East Lothian. It also goes all the way back to the late, great John P. Mackintosh, who I think set the standards and the template that everybody who has represented East Lothian since has sought to aspire to. I do, as my colleague George Kerrivan pointed out, have a link to him, because an assiduous campaigner for JP Mackintosh, and indeed who has sought to keep his memory alive, was Arthur Greenan, who was both a tenacious campaigner for George Kerrivan and equally vibrant for myself despite his age. Arthur's one of those that have made a political journey from being both a Labour activist and indeed a Labour voter to being an SNP activist and an SNP supporter. It's a journey made by many, and indeed one I tracked myself when I was privileged to write the biography of arguably Scotland's greatest ever MP who never was, the late great Jimmy Reid. But I touch upon my own constituency because it has endured changes, but it's also stayed the same in many ways. It continues to roll from the Lammermuir Hills to the banks of the Forth. It contains fertile land, bonny beaches and indeed fine folk. Some industries, such as mining, have gone. Other industries, such as renewables, have come, which is why it's important and appropriate that I'm making this speech at this juncture in the Queen's speech. New ones, as I say, have committed and we build round them, but it's still based around the vibrant towns and villages of both the historic county and the more wider modern constituency. Its people remain undiminished in their grit, determination and decency, and indeed I know as a new arrival their warm and welcoming nature as thousands seek to move to the expanding county of East Lothian. There are, though, historic links, not just from those who have been elected members in this institution with my constituency. When I first arrived here last month, I came across a statue of Oliver Cromwell. Oliver Cromwell is well known in my constituency in the town of Dunbar. He's not viewed as the Lord Protector, far from it. He may not be as brutal as he was at Drogheda, but people still suffered in 1650 at the Battle of Dunbar when his English army killed thousands of Scottish soldiers and thousands more were captured. They were marched south, many dying en route. They were taken to Durham Cathedral, where thankfully now a memorial recognises what they suffered. Many died in incarceration there. Those who were released thereafter, some were given by the Lord Protector to the Army of France. Others were sent to do drainage work in what's the area of the Wash in southern England. Others still were transported to Barbados and to the Americas. But some good did come from this, Madam Deputy Speaker, because in 1657, 7 years after serving their penal servitude, some of those Scottish soldiers banded together to form the Scots Charitable Society of what is now Boston. It is argued to be one of the oldest such charitable organisation, not just in the United States, but in the Western Hemisphere. They keep contacts with the community in Dunbar, and indeed so do the Scottish Prisoners of War Association, because such an organisation does exist with many American members, and they had a reenactment of battle last year. But you can move along the A1 as well as you can move along the corridors here, because moving along the A1 some 15 miles I come to the small town of Tranent. Equally, moving along the corridors here I came upon a recognition of the Earl of Liverpool. I think there's both a bust and indeed a painting to him. The Earl of Liverpool is the third longest serving Prime Minister, but in the town of Tranent in 1797 he's better recalled because he was a British military commander when the massacre of Tranent took place. 12 men, women and children were slain because they opposed the imposition of conscription. The Prime Minister, or the Earl of Liverpool, was then the military commander for East Central Scotland. He wasn't responsible for the order to fire, but he was culpable and indeed took the blame according to the Lord Advocate. But he obviously went on to greater things and he became the Prime Minister in 1820, and his links with Scotland there do not end. Because in 1820, and we will be celebrating the bicentenary this year, because it's not just the 700th anniversary of the declaration of Arbroath, when my country's nationhood was enshrined by those who cherish it and have it at its heart. It's also the 200th anniversary of the 1820 rising or insurrection, when working people in Scotland campaigning and demanding the universal franchise, and indeed having seen what had happened just the year before in Peterloo, pledged that they would not just take it lying down. We will remember them. The Earl of Liverpool was remembered because he signed the death warrant for John Baird, Andrew Hardy and James Wilson. He had them hung and then beheaded, the last time such punishment was used in the United Kingdom. But we will remember them in April because they fought, as I say, for the universal franchise, for the right of working people, as honourable members mentioned earlier, to have that vote. 19 others, including a child, were transported to Botany Bay. Only 2 made it home to their native land. Centuries on, of course, we have the universal franchise. Not just working men, but working women have the right to vote. It's for that reason that I and my colleagues are in this chamber today. I have no doubt if it was the same as it had been in 1820, it would have been a representative of the rich landlords, because it was an oligarchy of them back then. But we do face challenges, because the Tory government is no more reflective of the people of Scotland now than arguably they were under Henry Dundas. That is why I will continue to emulate the good constituency work of those of my own party and indeed of others to represent the fine people of East Lothian. But equally, I will remember the memories of those who went before, who struggled for our native land to retain its identity, to advance the interests of working people. And indeed, as I come to the conclusion of my speech, I remember that one of the banners that was marched under by those who went to their doom in 1820 was Scotland free or a desert. As we sit in a debate on a Queen's speech that talks about a transformative agenda, many in my constituency, especially the most vulnerable, fear what will happen to the welfare state and the NHS, the gains made by our parents and our grandparents. We will, as with our forebearers, defend the rights of working people, the gains that we are entitled to expect, and we will defend our nationhood. I thank you for your indulgence, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Richard Drax.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I congratulate the new member for East Lothian for an excellent, lucid speech. I thoroughly enjoy history. I think we all do. We heard a lot of history in his speech, a lot of passion too. I think he mentioned he had a journey from Labour to the SNP. May I suggest a further journey to the Conservatives? But maybe that's something he can think about later. Can I also congratulate the other maiden speeches? It's been an absolute pleasure to listen to them all. And I remember giving my own, 9 years ago, How Time Flies. I want to talk just quickly on 9 different subjects, very, very briefly, on the Queen's speech that affect my constituency in the main, and this is an opportunity I see for me to do so. So far as on today's debate concerned, can I congratulate the government for the path it's taken? Ambitious and aspirational, I think, are the words I would use. Can I just urge a level of common sense so far as the future direction of travel goes, in that we do not want to end up seeing thousands of people in our country unemployed because of these ambitious and aspirational targets that are simply not achievable. But that doesn't mean to say we shouldn't try. First of all, the National Health Service, can I touch on the recent decision to move A&E and maternity from Poole Hospital to Bournemouth Hospital? This has caused, understandably, a lot of anger and disappointment from constituents of mine, not least in Swanage, and I would urge the government, please, to relook at this. Secondly, in social care, Dorset Council is one of 2 new unitary councils that were formed recently at the government's behest and, of course, at the behest of the people of Dorset. Huge cuts and sacrifices have been made, and savings too. One of our major problems is paying for social care. Now, the Prime Minister has mentioned this, it's high on his agenda, and can I urge the government please to sort this as soon as possible, because I do not want our new unitary authority left high and dry, being unable to afford social care at this crucial time. Thirdly, education. I have fought with many, with F40, the campaign group of lower funded councils, to get a levelling up of funding for our schools. That has been achieved. Having spoken to them yesterday, and they have a conference, I think, in March near here, which I shall be attending, their view and mine is more fairness is needed in the funding formula, particularly when it comes to SEND, which again in Dorset is underfunded, and we do need government help and a priority to look at this. Weymouth College, further education in my constituency, is the only place where young people have a hope to get into further education and on into better careers. That too needs more funding. And sitting on the Education Secretary's desk is the tick box exercise, call it what you will, for a new special school in Portland. Can I urge, please, that the Secretary of State signs this off so we can open this much needed facility on Portland as fast as we can. Home ownership. More affordable homes to buy and let are desperately needed. And when I say affordable, I mean truly affordable, not 80% of market rent. We need more social homes, 1, 2 and 3 bedroom to buy and to let. Now, we rely on Dorset, as many do now, because council homes, as we've heard, have been sold off, on housing providers. The government in its manifesto had put £2 billion aside for more affordable homes. Maybe when the Minister sums up at the end of this, they can tell us how this money can be reached and how much money is available for Dorset for this desperately needed facility. Justice system. Sir James Spicer, the renowned MP for West Dorset, who sadly is now passed away, started a thing called the Airborne Initiative at YY Portland. This is getting young men out onto the moors with trained instructors, both from the Army and the prison service. That has now gone to YOL Feltham and Brinsford. It is hugely successful, and can I urge the government to roll this out right across the justice system, because it is working and reoffending is being cut. Fifthly, on the police, 120 more officers under the current funding formula are going to be seen. Can I urge the government, please, to stick to that? Dorset needs more police officers. On infrastructure, the dualling of the Salisbury line, which won't just help me, but all seats on it and to North Devon, and a beaching hole at the Yeovil Junction where the bed is still there. If we can just fill that bed back in with track, it would hugely help access to Weymouth and other my seaside resort, and of course the island of Portland. Seventh, maintaining all business rates. I think this has been mentioned, but I know it has, and the government has this on its radar. These really do need to be looked at because they are highly punitive, particularly to the small businesses. Yeah. On the transport network, eighth, buses. I can't understand when these bus routes are given out to commercial companies why the routes that are given to them cannot be made compulsory. Yes, perhaps the profit margin won't be X, it'll be Y, but they'll still make a profit. Leave it to them, the entrepreneurs, to make money out of these least affordable routes. I'm not saying you should have a regular service perhaps to these remote villages, but perhaps in coordination with those who live in the villages, there can be a bus service in the morning and a bus service at lunchtime, so the elderly can get to the shops and come back in time for lunch. Something of that. I cannot believe it is beyond the remit of a good entrepreneur and a good company to sort this out. Finally, the armed services. In my day, it was 5% of GDP. Today, it is just 2%. It simply isn't enough. We have 2 aircraft carriers, the most expensive form of defence that you can possibly have. They need planes above, submarines underneath, and ships beside, and of course men and women on board. We have to be able to afford, if we're going to do our role outside the EU and to stand up for freedom and truth and democracy, as this country has a proud record to do, we need strong armed forces, and they need more money. And on that subject, on historic legacies, the Prime Minister, I'm glad to hear at PMQs today, reaffirmed that those where there's no new evidence to persecute people who served 30, 40 years ago in Northern Ireland, and of course in past wars and in future, will not be followed to the grave where there's no new evidence to persecute them. And with that final point, I conclude my speech. Thank you.
Well done, Richard. Well done.
Thank you. It's a great delight to call Alex Davis-Jones to make her maiden speech.
Diolch yn fawr, Deputy Madam Speaker. Rising to give my maiden speech, I am reminded of the quip that there is never a more dangerous moment to speak than before the audience has had their dinner. But whoever first wrote that line clearly never had my teenage experience of singing in a local workman's club for an audience who were waiting for the bingo to start. I thank my nan for giving me that particular opportunity, again and again, but at least it means I have absolutely nothing to fear from the opposition benches. They may deplore and decry my socialism, but they are neither armed with heavy-duty black marker pens nor the impatience of a Valley's grandmother. There can be no greater honour in life than to represent the place closest to your heart. I am Ponty, born and bred. I went to my local comprehensive school in Tonrevel. My dad and both granddads were miners. Pontypridd runs through my veins as strongly and as truly as the rivers Taff and Rhondda run through our valley. Pontypridd, my home, is also home of local legends, not just my mam, but the legends of Tom Jones and Wales's most feared and capped prop forward, Gethin Jenkins. Whilst I was tempted to construct this speech around the lyrics of Sir Tom, I didn't have the same temptation when it came to Geth's on-field banter. This would generally consist of a look so menacing it could make the very scoreboard twitch. And to add to that list of local legends, my predecessor, Owen Smith. Owen is a tough act to follow in every sense. I know that his wit and his wisdom, his rhetoric and his radicalism will be missed in this place, just as it will be welcomed back at home. His work here, in particular campaigning on surgical mesh implants, will change the lives of women, not just in this country, but around the world, as the full scale of that scandal is still being uncovered. That tenacious and groundbreaking campaign work gave a glimpse of what Owen could and should have achieved in government. Owen blazed a trail, as he always does. In his 9 years in Parliament, he lived a political life worthy of 3 decades. No wonder his first career ambition was to be zipping around the green pitch at Ponty Sardis Road and not warming these green benches. Colleagues here I know will wish him luck with his return to the green grass of home. And like Owen and his own predecessor, Kim Howells, music, rugby and politics represented the fundamentals of life growing up in Pontypridd. It's difficult to imagine it in any other way in a constituency that gave the world the Welsh national anthem and Cymrondda. The Pontypridd front row weren't just 3 rugby players, they were for us the 8th wonder of the world. And with iron and coal and industry comes the politics. Politics rooted in people, fairness and radicalism. And whilst the iron and coal may have gone, the people have not. And nor has the radicalism and the ambition for fairness and equality. I have no doubt whatsoever that it is my duty to hold our red banner high in this place on behalf of my constituents, to tell their stories and to tell the difficult truths to those on my own front bench as well as the one opposite. Because a town built on iron and steel does not elect shrinking violets. And I will use my voice to elevate the lived experiences of my constituents so that they can never, ever be ignored. I also have no doubt that my task and the task of all my Labour colleagues has become more difficult following the election result in December. One of the jewels in the Ponty crown is the Royal Mint in Llantrisant, a fantastic employer of nearly 1,000 people. But it is an irony not lost on me or my constituents that despite the fact that we physically make all the country's money, we see precious little of it in return in the shape of government investment. The HS2 maps proudly produced by this government show billions of pounds worth of red and blue streaks across the map of England, but not so much of a slither in Wales. No investment in rail electrification and no investment in transformational tidal lagoon technology being developed in South Wales. Wales can and will lead the way on ingenuity, on the economy and the environment, but this government must stop holding us back. There's a very small word which has a huge world of meaning in South Wales, and that's the sort of economy and environment we want and deserve. Tidy. A tidy economy and a tidy environment. To achieve that means a commitment to the kind of green industrial revolution being promoted by the Labour Party and not the wishy-washy promises of the UK Government. It means investment in future technologies. It means working with the Welsh Labour Government on their groundbreaking environment legislation and Future Generations Act. From Pontypridd to Perth, the climate crisis that we are facing impacts us all, and I will use my voice in this place to keep the climate emergency at the forefront. I come from a seat that helped power the last industrial revolution, and for the sake of my generation and the one to follow, I want Pontypridd to be at the forefront of the next one. I will close by saying that the bridge that symbolises the town of Pontypridd will be my inspiration for my work in Parliament. It was the longest single-span bridge in Britain when it was opened in 1756. But it's not just the architectural ingenuity that inspires me, but the fact that this represented William Edwards' fourth attempt at a bridge to cross the Taff. He did not let the floods, the collapses and the miscalculations deter him. He kept thinking, he kept on trying, and he kept on building. That is how I intend to carry forward this job representing the people of Pontypridd, the greatest honour of my life. I will make mistakes, I will learn from them, and I will keep going. With the support of my family and my constituents, I will be the bridge from Pontypridd to Westminster. Thank you.
Peter Aldous.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I congratulate the new member for Pontypridd for a passionate, robust speech, honest, forthright, and it's quite clear that she will be no shrinking violet in this place, and that is quite right. Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm grateful to you for calling me to speak in this debate. There is currently a green industrial revolution taking place in Suffolk and Norfolk. Off our coast, one of the largest clusters of offshore wind farms in the world is either in operation or being built or being planned. There are also exciting plans post-Brexit for revitalising the fishing industry in East Anglia in an environmentally responsible way which can help revitalise coastal communities along the 200-mile coastline in Norfolk, Suffolk and Essex. The foundations have been laid and jobs are being created, but more work is required if we are to realise the most from these exciting opportunities for local people, local communities and local businesses. Successive governments have done well in creating the policy framework in which the green industrial revolution is taking place, a framework that encourages technological advances, innovation and inward investment. The cornerstone is the 2008 Climate Change Act and the creation of the Committee on Climate Change. This has been followed by the Industrial Strategy, the Clean Growth Strategy and sector deals, including that for offshore wind, which was launched by former Minister Claire Perry in Lowestoft last March. Subsequently, last summer, we enshrined in law the legally binding target to reach net zero greenhouse gas emissions by 2050. We are the first major economy to do this. This target is robust and realistic, and it is in line with the scientific expert advice from the Committee on Climate Change, which stated that there is no evidence that a target date earlier than 2050 is feasible. We now need to get on with the policies that are required to reach net zero. Provided we don't dither and delay, we may be able to achieve this target earlier. Such policies include those set out in the Conservative manifesto of increasing the UK's ambition on offshore wind to 40 gigawatts by 2030, enabling floating wind farms and committing £800 million to building the first fully deployed carbon capture and storage cluster by the mid-2020s. In East Anglia, much has been achieved. 4 gigawatts of offshore wind power is already operational off the East Anglian coast, accounting for over 50% of the UK's installed capacity, and with the potential developments in the pipeline, we can provide much of the government's new revised higher target. Investment to facilitate this further development is taking place. In the autumn, The £10 million Energy Skills Centre was opened on East Coast College's Lowestoft campus, and Scottish Power completed the new £25 million operations and maintenance base in the Hamilton Dock. Later this year, Madam Deputy Speaker, CFAS will open their new offices and laboratory in Pakefield. They have and they will continue to provide the best fisheries scientific advice, but they are also now giving advice on offshore renewable energy to governments across the world. They are a trusted bridge linking the public sector to academia and to private industry. I commend the government for facilitating this investment, but now is not the time to rest on our laurels. We need to go that extra mile. The national policy framework must move quickly, must move forward to its next stage, with the government setting out a cost-effective pathway to achieving our net zero target. Net zero must be embedded across government. All future departmental decisions, particularly those on spending, must pass a net zero test so as to ensure that we achieve and hopefully deliver beyond this target. Madam Deputy Speaker, as I've mentioned, in an East Anglian context, much has been achieved. But there is a concern that, notwithstanding the massive scale of investment off our coast, £1 billion to £2 billion per project, the region is very unrepresented when it comes to the supply and installation of main components. There are a number of main contractors within the region with the expertise to do this, including Marine SLP, James Fisher Marine Services, Seajax, Free Sun and Global Marine Sea Wind. The offshore wind sector deal does have the potential to stimulate the required inward investment in components manufacturing, which will create longer and more resilient supply chains and more local jobs. We need to work with these businesses to ensure that they can realise their full potential, and this will also require investment in infrastructure, particularly in ports such as Lowestoft. If we do this, ultimately, opportunities will then open up for more UK businesses to develop and export low-carbon goods and services, thereby facilitating the global transition to net zero. Madam Deputy Speaker, the oil and gas industry has been an integral part of the East Anglian economy for over 50 years. It still has an important role to play as we transition to net zero. Collaborative working is taking place with the offshore wind sector, with both learning from one another, with further opportunities to pioneer inter-sector training and currency certification. Gas-to-wire technology and gas platform electrification powered by offshore wind are emerging as new advances that provide added resilience to energy into supply whilst assisting and decarbonising traditional methods of generation. As I've already mentioned, there are exciting opportunities in carbon capture and storage, and we must not forget the enormous amount of work that needs to be carried out in decommissioning oil and gas assets on the UK continental shelf. In the southern North Sea, late life and decommissioning expenditure is forecast at around £4.4 billion for the period up to 2027. This amounts to an average annual spend of around £445 million. It is important that we have a policy framework and an investment strategy that ensures that we secure as much of this work as possible for UK and East Anglian businesses. The government recognised the need for an oil and gas sector deal, and I would urge them to start work on this as soon as possible on its preparation, collaborating closely with the industry. Madam Deputy Speaker, I turn to the opportunity to revitalise the East Anglian fishing industry, which is provided by Brexit. The right policy framework is emerging, following on from the 2018 Fisheries White Paper, and it is important that the forthcoming Fisheries Bill promotes sustainable and environmentally aware fishing practices and management. Having sat on the Fisheries Bill in the last Parliament, I believe that we are moving in the right direction, but more work is required. In East Anglia, we have produced the Reef Report, reef being the renaissance of East Anglian fisheries. It sets out recommendations for revitalising the industry, which could generate an additional £28 to £34 million per annum in the region's ports. The report's recommendations very much recognise the importance of sustainable fishing, including the development of a modern fleet, delivering top-quality fish, delivering high-quality jobs, and a reduced environmental impact. It is recommended that consideration is given to restricting offshore vessels to 500 horsepower and prohibiting the abhorrent and unacceptable use of beam trawls. These restrictions would encourage and facilitate the entry of modern vessels, each with a crew of up to approximately 5, each able to use a variety of gear such as twin rig trawls and fly shooting nets. These vessels would carry the most modern fish handling and storage technology. The proposed new fleet is modelled on the modern French fleet of the same size and gear types. It offers higher fish quality, greater employment opportunities, less impact on marine ecology, and a lighter carbon footprint. This vision is in contrast with the current fleet. At the present time, no offshore vessels operate out of East Anglian ports. Instead, a number of UK-registered but Dutch-owned vessels operate out of the Netherlands. They use beam trawls, which drag heavy metal beams across the seabed, which is ecologically damaging and fuel-intensive. We now have the opportunity to move to a newer and greener way of fishing that will benefit our coastal communities. It's important we grasp this opportunity. Madam Deputy Speaker, in conclusion, the future is bright, but it's not orange, it's green. There is enormous potential to revitalise coastal communities, not only in East Anglia, but all around the coast, to provide opportunities for many people who feel that they have been overlooked and forgotten for too long. It's important, Madam Deputy Speaker, that we don't let them down. Thank you.
Anna McMorrin.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And may I start by paying tribute to the fantastic maiden speeches we've heard here this afternoon, and especially just now from my honourable friend and constituency neighbour, the member for Pontypridd. A huge area of the West Antarctic ice sheet is likely to break off into the sea. That is on the news today, and with vast cracks which have been spotted, which could lead to a large part of the glacier breaking away. And when my father was there over 50 years ago, he saw a very, very different Antarctica. Such a lot has changed since then, and not for the better. The warming of the oceans is posing a considerable risk. And you may ask, Antarctica, it's a long way away, what difference does that make to our lives here in the UK and to the lives of people living up and down the country? Well, altogether, the West Antarctic ice sheet contains 2.2 million cubic kilometres of ice. If it collapses and melts, it would raise sea levels by more than 3 metres, completely submerging huge parts of our coastline, including London and Cardiff. And this could happen more quickly than scientists once thought if carbon dioxide levels continue to rise as they have been. The ice melt is being driven by these ocean temperatures rising at far quicker rates and at deeper depths than they've previously thought. But this government is on track to miss all of its climate targets and won't meet our 4th and 5th carbon budgets. And what that means is the UK government's plans for reducing emissions are just not good enough. If we are to meet our targets up to the early 2030s, let alone the net zero target of 2050, which incidentally will be far too late to prevent the most catastrophic changes in climate, then the world is not coming together to address these issues. The United States, one of the world's top polluters, has begun their withdrawal from the Paris Climate Agreement.
Shame.
And this UK government is still spending billions of subsidising fossil fuel projects through UK export finance across the world.
Shame.
And I have to, at this point, pay tribute to Mary Cray, the former chair of the Environmental Audit Select Committee, who led that inquiry to show that it's taxpayers' money, spending billions through UK export finance. When is this going to stop? When is this government going to take climate change seriously? So we've experienced raging wildfires. We're seeing that right now. Devastating droughts, record-breaking heat waves, and shattering floods at home. Even seeing floods, fires and floods, but fires in the Arctic. This should be the alarm which awakens a deep, deep sense of urgency. Time for real action is running out. World scientists and experts tell us we have less than 10 years to get on the right path, to take that action. And we must act faster than our current rate of change, and we must be drastically more radical. This is a moral, humanitarian and economic issue which we simply cannot afford not to act, and act with haste. Our children and our grandchildren will judge us in how far we rise to meet this challenge and provide a planet for them that is fit for them. But last year, official statistics showed that rather than closing the gap, the UK is moving backwards. When you look at the recent record, it's not hard to see why. New solar installations have collapsed. 98% lower for the first quarter of last year than the average rate for 2015. The number of home installations in England has fallen 95% since 2012. And this UK government has effectively banned new onshore wind power, the cheapest, most tried and tested form of renewable technology. We have simply not gone far enough to bring about that economic, industrial or societal change here at home or indeed overseas. A bold, transformative green industrial across the UK could change lives, but it must match the scale of change as well as undo the environmental change brought about by the first industrial revolution. Let us also ensure it serves to create clean and secure jobs in areas so impoverished by that deindustrialisation. Areas such as the South Wales valleys, which lost thousands of jobs. We can invest there with renewable energies and provide those opportunities. But we need more than just words. We need a green industrial programme which will deliver climate and economic justice, because we can do both. But what does a green industrial revolution mean to people, to families? What does it mean for the family that is struggling to live on one income, on a minimum wage, who is struggling to make ends meet, who worries every day about putting food on the table or keeping their children warm at night? Well, for them, it's about building affordable, energy-efficient, zero-carbon homes for that family. Or it's about retrofitting those homes that are already built and allowing them to save on those bills. It's about providing cheaper, more inclusive public transport in towns and cities, knowing for that family that it's cheaper to get on the bus or the train to work, that they will be able to afford it, and that they'll get there on time. It's about subsidising electric vehicles and providing adequate charging points. I'm really proud that today Cardiff City Council have published its groundbreaking and very ambitious transport strategy, which sets out how it will invest in Cardiff in clean, green transport. The green industrial revolution will also create jobs, much needed jobs, and provide new skills for young people. It's an opportunity to build apprenticeships and stable and secure jobs and income. This is about making sure that the 16-year-old school leaver who may be worried about his or her long-term future has a future, whether that's helping to build those green homes, whether it's manufacturing or fitting or maintaining renewable energies and technologies. Green apprenticeships, opportunities for new companies. These must be given the right support, commitment and opportunities from this government. Lead to a societal change for the family that really needs it, needs to depend on those jobs, and a stable and firm economy, green economy. And it will mean a cleaner air to breathe, cleaner towns and city centres, and more green spaces. The food security crisis that would come with a climate crisis, leading to higher food prices, would be mitigated, and food could be locally sourced and cheaper and easier to source. And this new life, this clean and green new life for our family, would lead to a massive improvement in well-being and mental health, and perhaps a reduction in chronic diseases such as obesity, and therefore, critically, less dependency on the National Health Service. Wales's groundbreaking Future Generations Act that I was proud to help develop and lead through the government helped created during my time working in the Welsh Government, leads the way in this, offering opportunities. We need to see this across the whole of the UK. Only by investing in our clean, green economy, setting hard, ambitious targets and taking urgent radical action will be able to create the country and the world fit for the future for our children. So let's start doing it.
Steve Double.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it is a pleasure to follow the Honourable Lady from Cardiff North. It has also been a great pleasure to hear some excellent maiden speeches in this debate this afternoon. I believe there's at least one more to come, which we're very much looking forward to. It's a pleasure to participate in this very important debate this afternoon on the government's vision and ambition to have a green industrial revolution. And as I highlighted on an intervention at the start of this debate, Cornwall is right ready to play a very active part in this revolution. Cornwall has a proud history of innovation and being at the forefront of technological advances, and it is already doing that in the area of renewable energy. We already have very advanced wind generation and solar generation power. We are about to start producing geothermal energy, the only place in the UK that will be able to do that, and also through the extraction of lithium and other precious minerals necessary for battery technology, will very much be at the forefront of playing its part within the UK. But what I want to touch on in the time I have this afternoon is not so much about the green revolution we need, but about the blue revolution we need, because I believe we've come to have a much greater understanding of just how important our seas and oceans are in our environment and the part that they play in regulating our climate. And as someone who was born and grew up in Cornwall around the sea and now has the huge privilege of representing one of only 3 constituencies in the country that actually has 2 separate coastlines, I grew up very much being aware of just what an amazing thing our sea is, a place that we could love and enjoy and a place of adventure, but also growing up to respect the ocean and understanding just what a complex place it is. And the sea in Cornwall has shaped not just our landscape, but our culture and our identity, and we are always very closely attached to it. But for far too long, we seem to have the impression that the sea could cope with anything we threw at it, that it was big and vast enough that whatever we pumped into it, whatever we threw into it, that somehow it would cope. But thankfully, in recent years, we've come to appreciate that that just is not the case, and that we do need to protect our oceans, we do need to take care of what we put into it. And I want to just touch on three things that I welcome the government is taking action on, but to maybe just press the government to do a bit more on. Others in this debate have already mentioned the issue of plastics and just how we have got to stop producing so much plastic and be more responsible in the way we deal with and dispose of the plastic that we do use. I will never forget the moment when a few years ago the realisation just hit me of just how much plastic was being pumped into our seas and oceans, when I read the report that highlighted that if we don't take drastic action, by 2050 there will be more plastic than fish in our seas. And I'm very grateful for the action the government has already taken to reduce the amount of plastic waste that we produce, the plastic bag charge, the ban on microbeads, the looking to ban plastic straws and things like that. But I would press the government that what we really do need now urgently is to come forward with a deposit return scheme for single-use plastic bottles. We've been talking about this now, I think, for over 2 years. It's far too long we've been talking about this. We now really need to press ahead and bring in a scheme that will help us increase the level of recycling of plastic in our country and make sure that far less is thrown away and ends up in our seas and oceans. So I'm very pleased with the progress that we have made as a government, but let's really press home with this and make sure that we take urgent action on it. The other thing I want to talk about is that of sewage discharge into our seas. We have made huge progress in cleaning up our seas and the amount of sewage that we pump into them. But one of the things I've been very proud of in my time in this place is to work closely with the Cornish-based charity Surface Against Sewage, who really have made this their main focus over many decades to make sure we clean up our seas. But the sad fact is that we are still pumping too much untreated sewage into our oceans through combined sewer outflows. These are the sewage systems. We have too many of them still across the country that combine household foul waste, water, sewage with rainwater and surface water runoff drains. And what happens when we have heavy rainfall? All of that gets into the sewage system and it just cannot cope, and therefore untreated raw sewage gets pumped into the seas. And we've been monitoring this, that just in the recreational summer season last year there were over 1,700 discharges of untreated sewage into our seas across the UK. 10% of those were in Cornwall. And it cannot be acceptable that in this day and age we continue to go on doing this. And yes, we are making progress, but I believe we need to really press the water companies now to really up their game and take drastic action to get rid of these combined sewer and make sure that we stop discharging untreated sewage into our seas. Surface Against Sewage have a target that by the year 2030 that we will have stopped pumping raw sewage ever into recreational sea areas, and then a long-term plan to make sure that we rid our seas of untreated sewage in any circumstances. And again, I welcome the measures that were in the Environment Bill that the previous Parliament began to look at, but I again urge the government to make sure we bring back that bill, and that there is real teeth in the new policy to make sure that we can hold water companies to account and get rid of untreated sewage being pumped into our seas in the very near future. And then the final thing I want to touch on is that it is coastal areas that really do bear the brunt of the impact of climate change. We are seeing this in Cornwall time and time again with the amount of extreme weather that we used to think used to happen every 50 years, happening now almost on an annual basis. And we have got to prepare our coastal communities to face the impact of climate change. And one of the big areas of concern in Cornwall is around coastal erosion. We are seeing coastal erosion accelerate before our very eyes, and many of the communities that I represent are having to face the impact of coastal erosion and the cost of that. And I would again urge the government that we need to do more to protect our coastal communities from the impact of extreme weather and storms. If we spend a few £1 million now, what we will actually do is save tens or hundreds of millions of pounds needing to be spent in the years to come. And there are many communities that I represent, places like Newquay, where we are very concerned about the amount of development that is still being allowed on cliff tops that are eroding before our eyes. And I believe we do need to look again at our planning policy when it comes to cliff top development, to make sure that we are not just saving up problems for the years to come by building properties that in a very short space of time are going to be right on the edge of those cliff tops. So we do need to take action, both in making sure the funding is available to protect our coastal communities, but also that we are not continuing to build in areas that are facing coastal erosion. So as a proud island nation, the UK has always had a very positive relationship with the sea, and I'm very pleased that we are now starting to behave in a much more responsible way in the way that we treat our oceans. But I do believe that there is more that we need to be doing. So I very much welcome the measures that the government is already bringing forward, but would urge them to continue to review this and make sure that we treasure and protect our oceans, and make sure that we do not continue any longer to contribute to the pollution of the seas around us.
Hobhouse.
Deputy Speaker, one of the obvious advantages and pleasures of being called late in this debate is that I was listening to a number of wonderful maiden speeches, and I want to mention the two latest ones of the member of East Lothian with a full history of Scotland, and also from the new member from Pontypridd with a wonderful portrait of her town and the people in there. So it's been a real pleasurable afternoon, and I'm looking forward to the last maiden speech of today. Madam Deputy Speaker, it is just weeks since the general election. During the election, all parties on this side of the House proposed detailed plans for tackling the climate emergency and getting to net zero as soon as possible. I have been encouraged how the scientific and the political consensus matches. We have known for over a year now that we need to keep global temperatures rises to below 1.5 degrees Celsius. We have known for a year that our old targets of 80% reductions in greenhouse gas emissions must change to net zero by 2050 at the very latest. From the opposition benches, there is a similar commitment to climate action. We share similar thinking on the science and the technology. We share similar aspirations for a just transition and for ambitious targets. But where is the government's plan? Climate action is notable for its absence from the government's plan for this new parliament. I have a word for it: climate action delaying. The climate emergency is real, and we need urgent action now. Climate action delaying is no better than climate change denial, because if we delay now, we will fail to keep temperatures below the necessary threshold of 1.5 degrees to avoid global climate chaos. What does climate action mean in practice for transport, for energy and for our homes? First, in transport. Net zero means that cars, lorries and buses need to be powered without using fossil fuels. For us, that means no sales of new petrol and diesel cars from 2030. For the government, their target is 2040. Too late. Is there a scientific reason for a 10-year difference? No. It's climate action delay. The next sector is electricity. In net zero Britain, electricity must come from renewables and green hydrogen. For us, that means a massive new investment in renewable energy, starting now. Offshore and onshore wind, solar and marine power. No one should be in any doubt that this is a big challenge. Electricity usage will go up enormously as we transition out of natural gas for heating and petrol and diesel for vehicles. Our target is to generate 80% of our electricity from renewables by 2030. Net zero means completely transitioning out of fossil fuels in this sector. What would a government do that was serious about net zero Britain? It would support fast and extensive rollout of renewable installations, including onshore wind, including marine. It would demonstrate that there will be no fossil fuel extraction in the UK and put a clear stop to fracking now. It would reduce and then remove all fossil fuel subsidies. What is this government doing? The signs are not good. The indications are business as usual. Business as usual means going at a sufficiently slow pace to ensure the continued need for fossil fuels. That is climate action delaying. The third sector is energy efficiency of our homes. To get to net zero, we need to stop heating our homes using natural gas or oil. We know that we will only succeed in the transition if we have an ambitious programme of insulating our homes to the highest energy efficiency standard feasible. We know what needs to be done. The technology is there. We can build new homes to high sustainability standards. What is this government's plan? Little or nothing. They are consulting or suggesting some changes 5 years from now. Once again, that is climate action delaying. We cannot afford any longer delay. We need a clear and decisive plan how to adjust and change almost every sector to deliver net zero starting now. This government talks the talk but doesn't walk the walk. We need climate action now. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
It's a great pleasure to call Mark Fletcher to make his maiden speech.
Madam Deputy Speaker, it's an incredible honour to speak in this chamber for the first time as the Member of Parliament for Bolsover. It's a particular honour to do so with you in the Speaker's chair, as I went to school in your constituency. I would like to start by saying thank you to all of the House staff and authorities who have been so welcoming to us newbies as we get lost continually. The guidance produced by the House of Commons Library suggests that you should start your maiden speech with a tribute to your predecessor. I felt very much like that there was a paragraph missing, which tells you what to do when your predecessor was a giant of British politics. Dennis Skinner became a Member of Parliament in 1970, and he served the great people of Bolsover for 49 years. He fought tirelessly for his constituents locally, and it was incredibly heartening to hear on street after street and doorstep after doorstep in the campaign of the work that he had done to help people. Dennis also became known nationally for his uncompromising contributions in this chamber and his heckling in the Queen's speech. Feared, admired and respected, Dennis Skinner is synonymous both with this House and with the constituency I now represent. And I think it would only be fair and a great tribute if we can arrange for a statue of Dennis to be built in the constituency to honour his service and to inspire the next generation in Bolsover that they too can help shape the world. I would very much welcome the support of the opposition front bench on this proposal, as well as the government. And I may even suggest that the Scottish National Party may wish to support it, given that they finally got the bench space that they had so long desired. Thank you, sir. The Leader of the Opposition has already paid tribute to his fallen comrade and my predecessor in the House, and I suspect he is better placed to do so than I, other than to say that Dennis is, was, and will always will be the beast of Bolsover. Madam Deputy Speaker, the wonderful people of Bolsover have very discerning tastes, or at least they did until the 12th of December. I am only the third Member of Parliament to serve that constituency since its creation in 1950. Both of my predecessors made their maiden contributions in this House on the topic of the coal industry, and I wanted to try and continue in that vein with today's speech on the green industrial revolution. Bolsover is proud of its mining past. Its geography, communities and landscapes were moulded by that once great industry. But we know that mining is not our future, and Bolsover is one of those post-mining communities where potential is plentiful, but not entirely unleashed. The challenge of becoming the first major economy to become carbon neutral by 2050 is one that we should relish, where we look to our science and research sectors to find new solutions and innovations. We should be optimistic about our future as a leading economy, as a country that is well placed to develop and build green technologies, and in our ability to meet the climate challenge head on. But we must also ensure that in that challenge, no community is left behind. Madam Deputy Speaker, I can see what you're thinking. The weather outside is not so great. There are still dozens of maiden speeches to go. Recess is only a few weeks away, and mentally you're flicking through the travel brochures. The beaches of Bali, Barbados and Bermuda are calling. But can I make a suggestion that is equally, if not more, splendid? Bolsover. Bolsover's tremendous tourism trade is beginning to thrive, and you will meet the friendliest constituents in the country. You can visit our 17th century castle, or you can make your way to Hardwick Hall, an Elizabethan masterpiece. You could start your journey by rail in the picturesque village of Whitwell, travel through Cresswell and see the Cresswell Crags, and onto the powerhouse that is Shirebrook, of which it has many achievements and is also where the great Jason Statham originates. Or, Madam Deputy Speaker, if you insist on driving through the most magnificent constituency in the country, you will be pleased to find that the M1 snakes its way through Bolsover. Although I should warn you that we are the beneficiaries of a so-called smart motorway. You can start in the village of Barbara, pop into Dobby's for a cup of tea, maybe visit the council offices in nearby Clown, and then you can head to junction 29A, where you will find Markham Vale, the very best place in the country to set up a business if you require good transport links. You make your way a little bit further south and head to Pinxton, which is famous for its porcelain, and do a spot of shopping at the MacArthur Glen outlet. I should say that nearby are the headquarters of a very famous business, Slimming World, but they seem not to have written to their new MP. Perhaps they know a lost cause when they see one. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, the largest part of my constituency is just next to Pinxton, the mighty South Normanton. My first engagement in my new role as the Member of Parliament was at the South Normanton Community Church, where they debuted a new production based on the pop lyrics of a Pink song. It was called What About Us? It spoke of the challenge that we face in this House, ensuring communities in the Midlands and the North that have felt overlooked and undervalued for too long feel like politics is as much about them as it is about the City of London and big business. That we are interested in delivering jobs and opportunities, transport upgrades and broadband connectivity in post-mining communities as we are elsewhere. That we care about tackling antisocial behaviour and ensuring our National Health Service remains a cherished institution. It is a challenge I believe the new members on these benches will relish. I omitted one part of my constituency, Madam Deputy Speaker, or in political language, I saved the best for last. Because if you make your way through Blackwell or Tipshelf, you'll find 4 wards on loan from North East Derbyshire Council that are also in my constituency. Homewood and Heath, Pilsley and Morton, Sherland and Sutton are certainly where you should finish your visit. I'd recommend a visit to the beautiful village of Woolly Moor, or if you're feeling particularly active, you can make your way along the Five Pits Trail. Madam Deputy Speaker, if I may finish on a personal note, today and the 12th of December were both bittersweet days for me. I am indescribably honoured that the people of Bolsover thought that an openly gay, Cambridge-educated lad from Donny was the obvious successor to Dennis Skinner. But I'm also drawn to thinking about my mum, who passed away in a tragic accident when I was 17. At that time, I lived on my own, and I felt like my world was falling apart. I miss her tremendously and wish she was here today. But as I sat on these benches yesterday, listening to a number of maiden speeches by my colleagues, which were considerably better than my own, I was also struck by how many of the new intake have overcome tragedy, adverse circumstances, disabilities, or a difficult upbringing. So many of us have found ourselves at one stage or another the underdog in life. And equally, I was struck by how that motivated us to want to make a difference, to help other people when they need it most. And perhaps most importantly, how we all remembered those who helped us in our moment of need. I listened to honourable members pay tribute yesterday to the teachers who helped them and inspired them to reach these benches. And in my own case, I'd like to thank the amazing teachers at Dagenham School Technology College, like Dave Irons and Val Cusworth and so many others, who treated me like I was their family and made me feel a little less lost. Madam Deputy Speaker, this is an intake that I am incredibly proud to be a part of, because so many of us overcame difficulties and we know how lucky we are and how things might have been so different for us. Our mission in these privileged positions that we now hold is to make our world a little bit less reliant on lucky interventions and ensure that this Conservative government gives working class kids the best possible start in life.
Clive Lewis.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it's a pleasure to follow the honourable member for Bolsover. I think all of us on these benches would thank him for his kind words about Dennis Skinner, who was more than just an MP to us. He was a link to a past period when people had dignity at work and they felt respected in what they did, and we had real communities which were strengthened by the work and the ethos that people had as part of that community. And Dennis is a link to so much more than just the Labour Party for us on this side. To hear your warm words meant so much. I think in terms of a statue, I can't speak for Dennis, although I could think of one word, or maybe two words, or he say it as one word that he might say, but perhaps it would be something like, give over. I think the thought is appreciated, and who knows what happens on this side of the House and how far that will go. But I think that Dennis would have appreciated that, even though it came from the benches opposite. I think he would have appreciated the warm words that you gave, and we on this side thank you. I will give way.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank my friend for allowing me to intervene. I speak as a friend of Dennis Skinner, and the lesson for everyone new coming into this place is to realise there is a difference between politics and friendship stretches across this House, and politics may differ, but friendship is firm. And Dennis was one of those sort of people that would be very welcoming when you sat down and had a chat with him.
I thank the honourable member for that intervention, and I think he makes and raises an important point. I hope in the coming weeks, months and years we all remember each other's common humanity. I think that's something very important that we hold on to. Madam Deputy Speaker, let's understand the backcloth of this debate. Australia is currently on fire. 2,000 homes have been destroyed, 27 people have lost their lives, and 500 million animals have been incinerated. An area larger than either Hungary or Portugal has been razed to the ground. Meanwhile, to its north, the rains that never reached Australia are flooding Indonesia. This pattern is being repeated across the globe. We are already in an era of wild weather. Seasons appear at the wrong times. Food harvests are diminished. Pollinating and insect mating seasons are being disrupted. And without us noticing, the seas have been warming and storms increasing at an alarming rate. This is the beginning of climate disruption. We've talked about it for a long time. It's now here. A stage we can't easily reverse, but one that can be stopped from heading into runaway breakdown. The key is what we do within the current decade, and that's what makes the Queen's speech so important. If the Prime Minister understood the emergency, the Queen's speech would have included measures such as introducing UK carbon budgets to reduce CO2 emissions by 20% a year, removing planning permission for new buildings connected to the gas grid, reinstating Britain's zero-carbon homes standard, a national fuel poverty home energy efficiency programme, raising the UK tree planting target to 3 billion within a decade, transferring the roads budget into new public transport networks, and because building resilience into every part of our economy, from infrastructure to food security, is now critical, we also would have had huge investment in flood prevention programmes and everything else that goes along with that. Later this year, the UK will host the COP26, gathering of nations still struggling to set up a robust framework to avoid climate breakdown. It's an opportunity for Britain to lead rather than just host. So are there new measures in this Queen's speech to show how we'll do this? No, of course there won't be. Has anyone actually told the PM you can't just turn up to COP and go bing, bang, boom, bong, fwah, climate crisis? You've got to stand on your record, Madam Deputy Speaker, and this government doesn't have one. But don't take my word for it. In its last assessment, the Government Climate Change Committee said the UK is not on track to meet the fourth carbon budget. To meet future carbon budgets and the 100% target for 2050, it will require the government to apply more challenging measures. To you and me, Madam Deputy Speaker, that means pull your finger out. Because the world is burning. Biodiversity is collapsing. The oceans are warming, the ice caps are melting, and the world is watching us here in the UK this year. But ultimately, Madam Deputy Speaker, I fear nothing we say in this place will change the mind of this government. The entirety of this government's mandate has been founded on one thing: get Brexit done. It pains me to say that, but get Brexit done. And when you understand the hard-right political project this is, you understand this government has no intention of facing up to the climate crisis. Brexit has always been about trade deals that don't give a damn about climate, inequality or the global south. About deregulation that lets corporations raping our planet do so with ever more impunity. That's what Brexit is actually about, and it's why the Queen's speech has failed even the most basic of tests. Madam Deputy Speaker, ultimately little we say in here will make a difference with this government. The only way the millions of people in this country will see any real change is to build a climate mass movement, the likes of which the world has yet seen, to force them to act. Greta Thunberg, the youth climate strikers and the global climate movement have shown us all the way. Time now for us in this place to join them, to build a movement and show that our democracy is capable of changing course and building a better and more sustainable future.
Derek Thomas.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Sorry. I rise to speak, and it's a great honour to speak, but to really follow the maiden speech of the member for Bolsover. But I do have to take issue with what he said about where to visit. There's no dispute in this place about Cornwall, West Cornwall being the most attractive, most beautiful place to stand. So I'm very happy to spend the next 4.5 years, 5 years as Parliament with that contest. But the speech was fantastic. It's great to have colleagues in the House that can share many of the values that we share here. The Green Industrial Revolution, I thought I would look, rise to speak in support of that. I looked at the word revolution, and it may be not what the government intends, because it actually means, or the definition in the diary is that it means to overthrow the government, which actually wouldn't help us to achieve the Green Industrial Revolution. But it certainly does need and mean a definite and fundamental change. And I believe there is an appetite in government. I've been here for 4.5 years. We've discussed a number of times with many colleagues and many members of the Cabinet about how we get to a more carbon and a less carbon and greener economy. And I've got no doubt whatsoever that there is the will and appetite and determination, but also the talent and expertise to deliver that. I welcome the intention of the Green Industrial Revolution, the £22 billion each year that will be spent on green technologies regarding efficient homes, renewable energy, clean heating and electrical vehicles. I want to just touch on three areas, or rather two, transport and housing. It won't come as a surprise to anyone who's heard me speak in this place before on this subject. But can I first refer to the issue regarding Flybe? Now, I'm a Cornish MP. Flybe serves Newquay to London, and many people appreciate and value that, and it is good for our local economy. But I do want to stress that for every pound that we use to support this business and the connectivity which we absolutely should be wanting to support and sustain across the regions and across the UK, I would like to see equivalent money, maybe more money, spent on our rail infrastructure, on electrification of the rail line, but also on reducing ticket prices. It is ludicrous that as we look to support and save a operator such as Flybe, the tickets to travel are so much cheaper to fly than they are to get the same distance on the train. And I really hope that this government is able to address that, and that over this Parliament do something about making a real choice for consumers and commuters and transport and passengers, that they can, because they choose to have a cleaner and choose a cleaner life, a cleaner way of travel, actually be able to afford to do so. People want choice, and I believe that this is one way where we can really show a commitment to that subject. And I'm very delighted that the Transport Secretary, who is a friend of mine, is here, and I'm sure he'll be keen to speak and shed some light on what the intention is. But the Green Industrial Revolution really needs to be about accelerating and embracing the use of new technology and working practices. For example, the two areas where we can see quite dramatic reductions in our carbon footprint are the built environment and transport. They both contribute a significant amount of carbon emissions to our environment, and if we get this right, we can, as I say, reduce carbon footprints quite quickly. House building, however, today has not really changed much since I did my apprenticeship that started in 1987. We still dig huge holes in the ground, pour tons of concrete and build on top of them with materials that have a massive carbon footprint within them. Cement is said to cost the Earth 7% of the world's carbon emissions. That's an enormous figure that, unless we change the way we build, we really are not going to be able to address it very quickly. And the government has a really good ambition to build homes. It's absolutely the right thing to do. We need to build the homes that families need. And new building practices are available, and we can cut the carbon that's built through the carbon that is the cost of the carbon through the building, as well as through the home itself once it's lived in. For example, I met a gentleman on Friday in a surgery who is building part of his house on ground screws. Now, with the ground screw, it's not a particularly modern invention, but it really should be used much more. There is no need for deep foundations. There's no need to dig up the ground and disperse that carbon once again. The ground screws go into the ground, and the whole of the structure is built on these ground screws. And there's no reason why that shouldn't be the default position of house building where it can be done. And in Cornwall and lots of parts of the country, the ground is exceptionally hard. This particular builder is also insulating his floor with recycled glass, and the floor itself is made of limecrete, which doesn't have a cement in it, and so it addresses the carbon footprint I referred to earlier. It is possible to cut the carbon footprint in building these homes that we must build, and we must build much more. It's really important that the government finds ways of making sure the industry embraces every possible tool that's available to avoid this carbon footprint. And then I'm just going to go to the electric vehicles. It's been said, there's lots of things said that I could mention this afternoon, but I just want to touch again on the electric vehicles. There is an appetite in my constituents, I know, around the country to get hold of an electric vehicle. We are seeing, despite what was said earlier on the opposition benches, a real growth in the charging points and the way that cars can be charged and charged conveniently. But I would like to suggest that the government look very carefully at the ideas of a scrappage scheme for diesel guzzling cars for low-income families. And the reason I suggest this, because actually the benefit is that it immediately provides a real boost to UK car manufacturing and the development of electric vehicles. It obviously improves our air quality. It provides for us quieter roads, and there will be people all around the country that would love to see live near quieter roads. And it will reduce the running costs of these low-income families. It's the right thing to do. It's something I've worked with Cornwall Council on last year, and I'd love to see a real appetite in government to provide a scrappage scheme that allows an electric vehicle to be within the reach of low-income families in my constituency and around the country. Cutting emissions is good business sense. This isn't about making life much more difficult for people or even pushing up their bills. If we get a housing right, if we provide, we really make sure electric vehicles are available, then actually you cut the cost of living for so many hard-working families. And in summary, Madam Deputy Speaker, the most effective way to achieve our greener, cleaner environment is to encourage innovation, create a can-do culture when it comes to reducing carbon, only support with taxpayers' money solutions and technologies that reduce our carbon emissions, and embrace proven methods much more quickly that we know can make our environment for everybody a happier, healthier, greener environment. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
It's a great pleasure to be able to call Charlotte Nichols to make her maiden speech.
I thank Madam Deputy Speaker for giving me the opportunity to address this House for the first time. And before I begin, I'd just like to say, as the son of Warrington North's first MP, Doug Hoyle, that all of us in Warrington North wish Mr Speaker every success in his new role and you in yours. Turning to my own new role, every member of this House has a solemn duty to their constituents. And it's a duty that has rarely been so important as we stand on the precipice of environmental catastrophe. I'm proud that Labour-led Warrington Borough Council have declared a climate emergency, and I'll be working with them to deliver a green industrial revolution that puts power, in its most literal sense, into the hands of our community. We have a long-standing science and engineering base in the town. Indeed, it's not uncommon to run into nuclear physicists at the pub. And Warrington is strategically located to benefit from developments in the wider region in hydrogen gas and tidal power, among other sources of zero and low carbon energy. So a real green northern powerhouse is right at the top of my agenda, building on my work on a just transition with the trade union GMB prior to entering Parliament. Of course, it is tradition in one's maiden speech to make reference to those of your predecessors. Both Helen Jones and Doug Hoyle served the town with distinction over long careers, but I was struck by just how contemporary both speeches read today. Indeed, it tickled me to read the maiden speech of the now Lord Hoyle from 1974 on the subject of the then European Economic Community, proving some issues are perennial. While there's a certain comfort to be taken from this as a new member, I hope only that when the time comes that my successor makes their maiden speech in this place, that we might have moved on from arguing about the EU. In respect of the convention that a maiden speech shouldn't be overly controversial, I won't labour that point. But I do want to move to another maiden speech convention, and that is to tell the House about the people and the place that I stand here to represent. Having been rather forgotten about for some time, northern towns seem to be the flavour of the month at the moment, whether it's memes about the Labour leadership contest or new Conservative proposals to pit us against each other for the chance to win investment that doesn't even begin to plug the gap in what's been taken away over the last decade. I would suggest to anyone looking for a town of the year that they need to look no further than Warrington. Warrington is a town that's local economy outperforms many cities. We are a prosperous town with a buoyant local economy, but there remains pockets of real deprivation and too many people struggling month to month. Our challenge and my driving purpose is to ensure that everyone shares in that prosperity.
with my local food bank doubling in size last month to cope with increasing demand. The urgency here cannot be overstated. As the town has grown, and with further growth expected, it is also about ensuring that our infrastructure is fit for purpose. From housing to the roads, public transport, our hospital provision and our social care for our community's most vulnerable residents. There's a tired adage that we don't make anything in this country anymore. But while Warrington has a proud industrial heritage that earned it its nickname, The Wire, it isn't about being nostalgic about some halcyon days past. Warrington has a proud industrial future too. We manufacture 1/5 of the world's gin in Warrington North at the G&J distillery, which has been going since 1761, and a really thriving local craft gin scene with local businesses like the Three Pugs distillery started in Orford. But if gin isn't your thing, don't worry. We've also got fantastic breweries like the Burtonwood Brewery and the Coach House Brewing Company, and many fantastic pubs to enjoy them in. But it's not just about booze. According to Make UK, there are 255 manufacturers in Warrington North, and the future of manufacturing in Britain depends on the cost and security of energy as we decarbonise, making today's debate very important. The constituency boundaries in Warrington remain a funny one, not least for the parts of Warrington South that are further north than parts of Warrington North and vice versa. Warrington Wolves Halliwell Jones Stadium is on the wrong side of Lithgow's Lane to fall within the Warrington North boundary, something that I'm hoping the Boundary Commission will address to right this historic wrong. Warrington North can rightly claim, though, the world champions, the Warrington Wolves Physical Disability Rugby League team, as they train in Padgate, and we're very proud that they do. Gulliver's World Theme Park also falls within both constituencies, although as it's predominantly the car park in Warrington South, I'd say the real fun happens in Warrington North, true of most things. And among the many, many things that Warrington South can never take away from us in the north, our claim to Old Billy, the oldest horse who ever lived, who died at the age of 62. Definitively Warrington North, and now in Hansard, for the record. I'll finish on this note. I'm proud to represent a town whose people have shown such resilience, good humour and kindness, both to me and to each other. I'm truly inspired by the people that I've met doing incredible things in our community in Warrington North, and I will work as hard as I can to earn the trust that you have put in me. Thank you.
Alex Sobel.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'd like to start by paying tribute to my honourable friend from Warrington North. She's been my friend since she was an activist in North West Young Labour, and it gives me real pleasure to arrive here, like me, a new Jewish member of the House of Commons. And her speech was incredible, and I'm sure she'll give many incredible speeches in the many, many years that she'll be sat with us in this House. And I welcome you back to your role, Madam Deputy Speaker. Politics, as we know, is a conversation about who we are and what's important. And I'm glad that so many colleagues across the House have come together today to highlight the importance of passing a livable planet to our children. The UK can stand by its record of passing the first ever Climate Change Act under the last Labour government, and more recently the Net Zero commitment under this government. I'm thankful that in this country we can agree on a broad consensus of the principle of the climate emergency. Because for some time the climate emergency will be the greatest threat multiplier that we face. For our country, for our way of life, and for generations to follow, we can and must do all we can to tackle that threat and build a smarter, greener and more equitable world as we do so. What is concerning me right now is the government is knowingly under-delivering on its own climate action. We have a climate gap between our rhetoric in this House and our action in this country. And this Queen's speech does little, if anything, to fill that gap. The point has been repeatedly made by the benchers opposite in the short time since New Year that in the build-up to the COP26 climate change conference in Glasgow, that it is a priority for them. That's all well and good, but as Greta Thunberg likes to say, action, not words. And it's actions the planet needs. But, Madame Deputy Speaker, this climate gap is a serious matter. Right now, this beautiful country of ours is producing far too many emissions, millions of tonnes too many. We will soon overshoot our carbon budget target unless the right honourable members for Spelthorne and South Northamptonshire, the Secretaries of State, can instruct their civil servants to up their game and address this climate gap. And in this speech, I will helpfully outline some suggestions for them, and actually for the for the Secretary of State who's here as well. First, lifting the ban on onshore wind in England was not in this Queen's speech, but it should have been. Polling proves that many communities are keen to invest in wind technology so they can financially benefit, bring the community together and increasing local opportunities. Onshore wind is also one of the cheapest renewable technologies. So by effectively banning it, this government is making decarbonisation more expensive by approximately £50 per household. They can and must move forward the date for the ban on combustion vehicles. I'm confident in a few short years, every developed country in the world will only be using non-fossil fuel vehicles, whether electric, hydrogen or other low-carbon fuels, and that huge market opportunities exist for the countries that get there first, not the ones that get there last, and the UK should be there first. Countries across Europe are investing in this hard. Where are we? And Brexit causes further well-understood barriers for our automotive industry. We face an uphill battle, and we are not winning it. Thankfully, Madam Deputy Speaker, a commitment to consider moving forward the ban on combustion vehicles was in the Conservative manifesto, which also contained this line: Leeds is the largest city in Western Europe without a light rail or metro system, and European cities are often more productive than our own, in large part because they have better infrastructure. I understand Leeds is the only city having a specifically named commitment outside London. Members opposite will have read the Conservative manifesto more carefully than me. So if I'm wrong, I'm sure that they will correct me, although there's not many here at the moment to do so. They may also be interested to know that I agree with this line in the Conservative manifesto. They can take that to the bank. So when will the good people of Leeds that I represent expect the necessary funding to be released to the West Yorkshire Combined Authority to undertake a project of this scale that will take many years to deliver? The Conservative manifesto also stated that we will give city regions the funding to upgrade their bus, tram and train services to make them as good as London's. Excellent. When can we start work on this, Secretary of State? Finally, I'd like to touch a bit more fully upon the big climate change event of this year, COP26. A huge diplomatic effort will be required, especially with the United States, to bring everyone constructively to the table. The UK must have addressed that climate gap by then and have its own house in order to command any kind of presence and authority and respect at that conference if we want to have a hope of delivering the kind of breakthrough moment that we had in Paris in 2015, where I was present as the lead councillor for climate change on Leeds City Council. Make no mistake, the Paris Agreement is a high bar, and I've yet to see evidence that this government is going to achieve a comparable breakthrough. The Secretary of State and his counterpart, the previous member for Devizes, Claire Perry, who is now COP President, will be aware of the good work of the Powering Past Coal Alliance, and I would urge him to extend the invitation to all countries, and especially those who are still considering investment in new coal-fired power stations, particularly using UK export finance credit, that they might join this alliance and that we might provide them with whatever assistance they require for that transition from coal to renewables. And might also urge him and his counterparts to do a net zero club of countries who have committed to join the UK in increasing their ambition with legislation to not just reduce their emissions, but bring them down to zero. And getting that number to include every nation at COP, and having that global net zero commitment will achieve the type of agreement that we saw in Paris and will create a net zero goal for the entire planet, but only if the UK can deliver our own end and fill that gap between now and November when COP takes place in Glasgow. Thank you.
Gavin Newlands.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I plan to focus my relatively short remarks to transport as it pertains to the Green Industrial Revolution that is so obviously required. Madam Deputy Speaker, I look forward to taking up my transport brief and working closely with the Shadow Secretary of State on the Labour front bench and the relatively new Secretary of State for Transport on the Government front bench, who must have the best job in the Cabinet. Given his predecessor set the bar so low, he can't possibly fit that. Indeed, in the repatriation of the Thomas Cook passengers, he managed to book airlines that actually had planes. So already he's one up on his predecessor. First, I want to formally congratulate my honourable friend, the member for East Lothian. He may be new to this place, but as we say in Scotland, he's been in this game a wee while now, and it showed in a quite excellent and passionate maiden speech. I'd also like to congratulate all new members who have made maiden speeches today. It's a tough assignment, but they all have done it with great aplomb, and I well remember my maiden speech when yourself and the Chair, Madam Deputy Speaker, allowed me some leeway at the end of my speech as I'd gone over my time, so I'm forever grateful for not cutting me off at the end of my speech. But I also want to comment on an issue that my honourable friend, the member for Kilmarnock and Loudon, raised in his front bench speech at the start of the debate, namely the UK Government's failed Green Deal scheme. This scheme had laudable aims, but it was badly designed and allowed those cowboy companies with criminal intent to drive a coach and horses through the various loopholes in the legislation. As a result, hundreds of my constituents have been defrauded, often for thousands of pounds, by Robert Skillen and his company Helms. Unsurprisingly, Skillen liquidated Helms and emigrated. The Government have to take responsibility for its failed scheme and ensure our constituents are fully compensated. The members of the Green Deal All-Party Parliamentary Group and myself as co-chair will be renewing our campaign for justice for those affected by Helms in the coming session. I'll give you that point.
I'm very grateful to Martin for giving me a pay tribute to the work that he's doing in terms of leading the all-party parliamentary group, but can I, through him, say to the Government that it would be helpful if the Department of Business, Energy and Industrial Strategy would have more adequate numbers of staff to work through the backlog of people that are trying to contact BEIS to deal with the issues around about the Green Deal?
Indeed, I couldn't agree more with my honourable friend. I'll certainly be seeking a meeting with the new Minister. The previous Minister involved was the member for Devices, to see how the assistance of BEIS has actually helped with the Green Deal Finance Company, because from our point of view it doesn't seem to have helped a whole lot. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, for a decade now, the Scottish Government has been pursuing a long-term vision of what Scotland's economy and society should look like in the decades to come. It's a vision that sees all of our electricity needs come from renewable sources and our transport system become carbon neutral. It's a vision that sees the potential of the natural resources we have all around us, waiting to be harnessed and used to benefit all of us. And it's a vision that puts the reindustrialisation of our country at the heart of the strategy, arm in arm with the investment and renewal that has been to the fore over the decade. My own constituency is seeing the fruits of that long-term vision right now. For over 50 years, Renfrew, the largest town in my constituency, in my hometown, has been without a fixed rail link, the biggest settlement in Scotland, entirely reliant on buses for public transport. That 1960s calamitous mistake is about to be rectified with the beginnings, if you like, of the Glasgow City Region Metro, starting in the constituency at Paisley Gilmer Street and finally providing the airport with a connection to the rail network. That project is part of a green industrial revolution. Just as the original industrial revolution had the most expansive rail network in the world at its heart, the 21st century version must have transport and connectivity running through it like a stick of rock. Hundreds will be employed directly building the project, but hundreds more will be involved in supply chains and economic impact that will go way beyond my constituency and my neighbours. The new metro, using clean, green, renewable electricity, will be part of a public transport network that is rapidly being modernised. Since devolution, we have seen the reopening of the Borders Railway, Hamilton to Larkhall, Stirling to Alloa, Airdrie to Bathgate, with only the former not electrified, along with virtually the entire Central Belt network now running on electric, in contrast to years of stagnation and neglect. And that programme continues with preparatory work beginning on the completion of the entire West of Scotland network running under the wires, and the longer-term goal of electrification north of Perth and the complete decarbonisation of Scotland's railways within the next 15 years. Along the A9, the spine of Scotland, work on the first electric highway is underway. Charging points are being installed at a rate of knots, providing the security of energy supply that is vital to the transition from fossil fuel vehicles to electric. And as alluded to earlier by my honourable friend, in Norway, with a strong government plan and the will to make transformational changes, electric vehicle sales have grown exponentially, and petrol and diesel cars are literally on their way out. And coming from an oil-rich country, that is some going.
Absolutely.
A confident, independent and self-governing country taking the big decisions on the big issues facing our planet. Madam Deputy Speaker, Scotland will soon, I hope, join our Nordic friends and be part of that club, whatever obstacles the Prime Minister and the Secretary of State think they are putting in our way. In contrast, the UK Government still can't even decide whether it wants to make existing fuels cleaner and less polluting, with a decision on E10 petrol still lying in the long grass to where it was kicked.
Come on.
What we have seen over recent years are the Treasury benches in our departments in a state of complete paralysis. Electrification projects cancelled on a rolling basis, including Windermere, Nottingham to Sheffield, Hull, South West Wales and Coventry. Towns and cities yet again left behind, and jobs and economic growth directly connected to decarbonisation lost. Meanwhile, Crossrail 1 spirals out of control and over budget. Crossrail 2 is in the pipeline as if its predecessor never even happened. Billions are spent on extension after extension to London's underground and overground. Why concentrate yet more spending, infrastructure, economic output, resources and ultimately people in a single city when we know that a fairer allocation of economic power results in a better environmental outcome and a less unequal society? If the UK Government were actually serious about boosting the economies of the north and south west of England, they would be looking to Scotland for ideas. Instead, they are presiding over delay and decay. In Tyne and Wear, 40-year-old metro carriages have their lifespan extended to 2025, while the system awaits new trains, over a decade after the current ones exceeded the life expectancy. Even when the UK Government finally coughed up for trains that brought to mind modernity and not Methuselah, the then Chancellor only handed over 60% of the actual costs asked for. In conclusion, if the UK Government want to be serious about a green industrial revolution, the short-termism and insular metropolitanism, that's what the Shadow Secretary of State said, Madam Deputy Speaker. Hansard can ask him later what he said. If they want to be serious about the revolution, that short-termism has to stop. Spending 7 times more per person on transport investment in London than in the north east of England is not the answer to anything. Learn the lessons from Scotland, make decarbonisation a priority, and the economic rewards of the transition can be spread right across the UK.
Thank you. And now it's a great pleasure to call to make her maiden speech, Olivia Blake.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, for allowing me to make my maiden speech today. It is tradition for newly elected MPs to thank their predecessors upon entry into the Commons. Jared Amara, the previous MP for Sheffield Hallam, highlighted important issues relating to accessibility of this House, and for this he should be commended. Whilst he had his faults, many of which he himself admits, I note that members have recalled that his intervention in Westminster Hall on his own experience of autism was moving and brought the issue up the agenda. I'd like to begin by thanking the people of our beautiful, vibrant, diverse community of Sheffield Hallam for putting their faith in me. It is an honour to represent this seat in Parliament. Hallam has a reputation of being prosperous. It is not considered your typical Labour seat. But the area has a very long history of social justice. To the north of the constituency is the village of Loxley, whose most famous son, Robin of Loxley, also known as Robin Hood. So I'm not the first person in Sheffield Hallam to stand on a platform of redistributing wealth to the many from the few. My constituency stretches right from the heart of Sheffield city centre deep into the Peak District. It showcases some of the most magnificent countryside in the UK, including the many reservoirs surrounding Bradfield and Redmires and the ancient Ecclesall Woods. The area also has a proud industrial heritage. Walking through Forge Dam or Rivelin Valley, you can see the overgrown cranks and grindstones that once drove our economy. Fulwood Ward was home to Thomas Bolsover, the inventor of the famous Sheffield plate steel, and it's a privilege to represent somewhere that played such a historic role as one of the engines of British industry. Yes. Today, the seat is also host to thousands of students and researchers from all over the world. Students who travelled to Sheffield to study at both our world-class universities. I'm delighted to represent this young, diverse and multicultural community. Sheffield is a great place to live and work, and so many of our students stay on in the city after they've finished their studies, meaning we have one of the highest graduate retention rates in the country. But we do also have our problems, and I know that by convention maiden speeches are less political than other things that are usually said in this House, but I do hope members will forgive me for bringing up austerity, the climate emergency and Donald Trump. Despite the history of Robin Hood, many areas still suffer from massive inequality. Some of the most deprived areas in the city sit alongside some of the least. In fact, on polling day, this was stark. We not only spoke to people on the so-called millionaires' row, but we also spoke to families who had been hit by the bedroom tax. Our students are saddled with tens of thousands of pounds worth of debt, and our mental health issues are on the rise for our young people in our city. Our schools have suffered nearly £10 decline in funding per pupil and inadequate budgets for the needs of our children, with the previous government acknowledging they haven't given us enough funding for our children with SEND. As a councillor, I saw firsthand our local government budgets cut and cut again. Government grants reduced by 50% over the last decade, making it impossible to deliver services, never mind to tackle the climate crisis. Local campaigners battle to preserve our community heritage with their struggle to reopen the Plough Inn, home to the second oldest football club in the world, Hallam FC, and where the rules of football were first written down. The countryside in my constituency is beautiful, but it is under threat. The moorlands are on fire, burnt for grouse shooting. These acts of vandalism have made flooding more likely and are also putting important species to our area, like the bilberry bumblebee, at risk. And across the country, peat fires have thrown millions of tonnes of CO2 into the atmosphere. Protecting biodiversity is a key part of tackling the climate crisis, which is why the National Park in its 70th year is so important to constituents and visitors alike. And as we see biodiversity decrease locally, we also see the global consequences of the climate crisis. As the world heats to perilous levels, wildfires have swept across California, dangerous heat waves and floods have ravaged India, and now fires consume Australia. Across the globe, vast movements of people have left their homes because the coastlines they once occupied have disappeared, or because the land they cultivated has dried up. These join refugees fleeing war and persecution. Those numbers will only increase with President Trump's actions in the Middle East and his climate denial. I'm proud that Sheffield calls itself a city of sanctuary, a city that welcomes and defends migrants. The climate chaos we all face is unprecedented. Now is not the time for propriety. It's the old way of doing things that have brought us to this crisis. Some of the industrial relics of that way still stand in my constituency. But now we need radical change. And the only way we'll get that is by taking radical action and taking it now. It is not just urgent, it is well overdue. The science is clear. The IPPC says the absolute hard limit for transforming to a zero-carbon economy is 2050. But the world is burning now. That's why I support my party's pledge to work towards a path to net zero carbon emissions by 2030. To meet this challenge, we need to channel the spirit of industry and innovation that linger along the rivers and valleys of my constituency in order to fundamentally restructure our economy. Rather than cuts, it's time to invest, not in the CO2-emitting factories of the first industrial revolution, but the sustainable green energy infrastructure and high-skilled jobs of the Green New Deal. Arnold Freeman, Labour's 1923 candidate in Hallam, founded the Sheffield Education Settlement. It aims to institute streets along which it is a pleasure to walk, homes worthy of those who live in them, workplaces in which people enjoy working, public houses that are centres for social and educational life, and an environment in which people may have life and have it abundantly. Freeman was right then, and he is right now. The only way we have life and have it abundantly is if we look after our environment. Yes. There is no social justice on a dying planet. Yes. There's also no way to tackle climate catastrophe without changing the inequalities at the heart of our economy and without redistributing power from those at the top to the rest of us. It's this belief in people that energised our campaign in Sheffield Hallam. Sheffield Hallam is not a seat people expected Labour to win at this election. The past 2 years have undoubtedly been difficult for my constituents. But we ran a positive campaign rooted in our transformative manifesto with our pledges to enact a Green New Deal and rebuild our public services, taking pride of place. My constituents told me they wanted me to transform our economy and save our environment. It's this agenda I will fight for in this House. An agenda that stands up for our planet and redistributes power and wealth into the hands of our people. An agenda that stands in the best traditions of Sheffield Hallam, from the folk heroes of Loxley to those who fight to save our community spaces and those fighting to protect our precious moorlands. I look forward to taking these arguments forward in the coming months and years, and I'm pleased that I'm sat between Hillsborough, Healy, Hallam now, three proud women representing Sheffield. So thank you, Deputy Speaker, for allowing me to be here.
Nobody's standing up. Matt Weston.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. May I welcome you back and congratulate you on your re-election. And can I also congratulate the new member for Sheffield Hallam on not just an extraordinary election result, but also a terrific maiden speech. And what she said specifically on the moorlands and the threat to them from man's actions. Madam Deputy Speaker, almost 15 years ago, we were told by Lord Stern and others that we had to act to address climate change. We had to act urgently. Former Vice President Gore called it right when he said we faced an inconvenient truth. Now, not a week goes by when there is not a catastrophe caused by climate change somewhere across the world. The floods in Yorkshire and Derbyshire, the floods too in Jakarta, Indonesia, or caused by Storm Idai in Mozambique. And most recently, we have seen the devastation of communities and ecological destruction caused by the fires in Australia, Alaska, and many other parts of the world. The underlying climate trends are even more alarming. Perhaps most concerning of all was the report this week published in the periodical of the Advances in Atmospheric Sciences by a team from Penn State University. It concluded that the heat in the world's oceans had reached a new record level in 2019, which suggests the irrefutable and accelerating heating of the planet. The world's oceans are the truest barometer of the climate emergency, as they absorb more than 90% of the heat trapped by the greenhouse gases caused by human activity. And the analysis reports that the past 5 years have been the 5 warmest years recorded in the ocean, and past 10 years are also the top 10 years on records. But it's not just academics making the cause for urgent action. Back in September, the Governor of the Bank of England, Mark Carney, put it simply. He said, and I quote, "Firms that align their business models to the transition to a net zero world will be rewarded handsomely. Those that fail to adapt will cease to exist." So clearly, it is no longer business as usual. Just read what Larry Fink, the Chief Exec of BlackRock Fund Management, said in his letter to investors yesterday. Managing $7 trillion of assets, he said, climate risk must be placed at the heart of all investment decisions. I have to say this is encouraging, and I hope he can be trusted. I would simply ask that he and other fellow fund managers look at the leadership shown by the Rockefeller Foundation over 5 years ago, when they stated they would divest immediately from fossil fuel companies. But Parliament needs to do the same, and it needs to act and show leadership with its own pension fund. What is incontrovertible and irrefutable is still being challenged by the deniers. That is why policy is so vital, and that is why the world's first Climate Change Act, brought in, of course, by the Labour government in 2008, was so important. It provided a true vision of what could be, that we could address both the risk of climate change at the same time as recognising the huge economic opportunity that it presents. And that is why the report from the Independent Committee on Climate Change is so concerning. It states that the UK is off track to meet both its fourth carbon budget and its fifth carbon budget of 2028 to 2032. And alarmingly, more recent statistics shows that it's so off track by an ever-widening margin that the concern should be ever greater. So when we reflect on the past 15 years, the period of since the Stern report, we realise just how great the challenge is and what little time we have. As Craig Bennett, the Chief Executive of the Friends of the Earth, has warned, the aim of net zero greenhouse gas emissions by 2050 is, and I quote, too slow and to address the catastrophic climate change. Now, whilst I accept and commend so much that the government may be putting forward, I really am so worried that it lacks true ambition. The points it puts across about air quality and setting targets is to be commended. However, we need to invest in measuring those and enforcing to ensure that they are actually adhered to. But overall, the Queen's speech, the government shows, I would say, a lack of true ambition, whether it be on energy generation and infrastructure. We look at the opportunity presented by the Swansea tidal lagoon, where Britain could really lead in this technology, if only the government was to get behind it. And then, as we've heard from across the House, the opportunity of onshore wind farms, where so many countries have invested heavily, such as in France and Germany, but where we essentially have a virtual ban on it and would see, or the government would prefer to see, fracking. Of course, we have seen huge investment in offshore wind farms, and that is to be commended. But where the the Labour Party was proposing in its manifesto to build 37 new offshore wind farms with 51% public ownership, there was a deafening silence from the other side. And in solar, of course, we have seen installations fall by 90% since 2015. But not just generation, we have to look at how we tackle consumption. And of course, with house building, there was this wonderful opportunity to build much better homes, standards such as passive house being introduced. And that is what would have happened had the Labour government been returned in 2010. Building high-density homes with low energy consumption, ensuring there was local transport to serve them, good public transport, provided through hydrogen or electrification that would meet these high-density communities that Labour was planning. But just turning to the automotive industry, and an area that I am so passionate about, I do respect and recognise the work the government has done with the Faraday Challenge and the introduction of the UK Battery Industrialisation Centre just outside Coventry. Is to be very welcomed. And the work being done by Warwick Manufacturing Group, which I have seen for myself, is global leading. But the industry needs to see leadership from government. It needs to see the frameworks to encourage business investment, to ensure that we manage a true transition as quickly as possible from the internal combustion engine to alternative fuel products. And that is so important for companies like Jaguar Land Rover and Aston Martin in my constituency. But here again, the CCC has criticised the government, saying that the government has not gone far enough and not fast enough to address the opportunity here. And we talk about how we can make those products more affordable, and they will fall in price in due course. But that market needs to be driven by government leadership. And of course, Part of that leadership is about providing the infrastructure. And where we see the paucity in supply and investment in electric vehicle charging points, where, just to put it in context, in France there were 24,000 EV charging points introduced, public charging points introduced in the last year, and that compares to a UK figure of just 6,500. That is why we are lagging behind, and that is why the consumer is not being switched to alternative fuel products. And in transport, we need to see more electric buses. We need to see hydrogen fuel cell technology being encouraged. And you look at cities like Berlin, where hydrogen-powered buses are so much more than normal. And elsewhere, there is a huge opportunity to encourage consumers to switch to electric bicycles. And there are such great products being introduced across the market. You compare the market uptake here in the UK versus Germany. Last year, there were 63,500 units electric bikes bought in the UK, compared to almost 1 million in Germany. How is it we're ever going to get consumers to switch unless we put in place the incentives to encourage consumers to buy them? And likewise, the infrastructure, such as the Kenilworth to Leamington cycle route, which I was campaigning for and pleased to see the local authority finally support. Madam Deputy Speaker, there is much to be done in this area, and it is all about our ambition and what the government chooses to do. But addressing the climate emergency is not an option, it is an urgent necessity. And we should be thankful for the students, the young people who've been campaigning widely outside our schools and in our town centres, and likewise to organisations such as Extinction Rebellion. How on earth can a body, a group, that is so peaceful in its actions be considered to be a terrorist organisation, when all they're trying to do is raise this issue and make sure that the government acts with the urgency that is demanded by society? And may I suggest that we adopt the same lexicon as we talk about when we speak of the financial crisis, when we speak of debt and of the deficit. We should be talking about environmental debt and of environmental deficit. And at the same time, while recognising how much we are costing the earth, we should be setting legally enforceable targets that all government policies we hold to full scrutiny and an environmental audit here by Parliament. And finally, may I just say that it is crucial that we lead by example, whether it be the fleet of vehicles run by government or whether it be through our pension fund. We have to show that we are serious about addressing the climate emergency, and therefore I believe we must divest from fossil fuels in the Parliamentary Pension Fund.
Mike Hill.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Senior Deputy Speaker, and it's lovely to see you back in your rightful place. And being the back end of the shift, it's been absolutely marvellous to listen to a whole host of maiden speeches, all of which have been fantastic, and does take me back to the time when I made my maiden speech. In particular, at that time, I recall Dennis Skinner, who's been mentioned very favourably in the maiden speech for the new member for Bolsover, being a good mentor and a good guide to all new starters when I first came into the House. And I thank the opposition benches for their kind words about the so-called beast of Bolsover, who would probably fall over at the thought of people building him a statue, but it's a nice thought. I certainly would like to thank my constituents of Hartlepool for returning me and having faith in me to represent their interests in this place. I am thankful for that. I'm also thankful that the Secretary of State for Transport is here as well, because he's recently been to our area, visiting Peterlee Horden station, which hasn't yet been built, but £10 million plus investment in our area is incredible and great. But I would ask the Secretary, with respect, to listen to the people who use that line. I appreciate the fact that Northern Rail are being taken to task, but if you speak to the people who use that line, you will know that by the time the train ever got to that station, it would be packed to the rafters, as it is when the train actually gets to Seaham, and the colloquialism around there will be, why bother getting the train when it gets so packed. So if he could look at our train issues, that would be great. If he could work with our combined authority on regulating our buses and bringing them back into public ownership, even better. But the Tees Valley, as he knows, is an area that the Tories love to come to, and let's hope that they do listen to our constituents and then they do make necessary improvements. And one more on my wish list would be for the Secretary of State for Health to come to Hartlepool and talk to local people about why we lost our A&E. And I say that because a number of members today have spoke about the threats to their own A&Es and their own hospitals, and sadly we lost ours 10 years ago and we'd like it back, please. I could have spoken on any number of subjects in the Queen's speech, on the NHS, on local government, on social care, on the police, but I chose to speak in this debate not only because do we need to urgently address climate change and global warming, which frankly could see large parts of my constituency underwater in the not too distant future, but also because the need to tackle the climate crisis provides unique opportunities for former manufacturing-based coastal communities like mine. Hartlepool was once a proud shipbuilding and steel manufacturing town. Its beating heart was the shipyards and the steelworks, which are now long gone. We cling on to our heritage with specialist steel manufacturing, offshore oil and gas plant production, and a major offshore plant decommissioning base at Able Seaport. But jobs are either going or are transigent, and the decimation of our once strong manufacturing heritage has left a legacy of unemployment in the town which frankly has affected generations. With the Green New Deal, or the Green Industrial Revolution, which I know the government is keen to grasp, we need to look at areas like Hartlepool and the wider Tees Valley to build on their existing infrastructure, knowledge and skills. Their experience in offshore oil and gas technologies and their steel and chemical manufacturing heritage speaks volumes. Madam Deputy Speaker, we have the skills and capabilities, the ready-made workforce, the desire and the technology to expand our ports like Hartlepool, develop new technologies like carbon capture and storage, and hydrogen power. We are well positioned to convert our traditional oil and gas and chemical industries into leading providers and manufacturers of green technologies. In the Tees Valley and Hartlepool, we stand literally at the cutting edge of the green industrial revolution. We have the potential and the desire to reshape our industrial landscape, revitalise jobs and embrace the future. But we also need to protect the low-carbon industries already in the mix. And for me, that means taking a serious approach and strategy to our nuclear energy provision. For me, it is absolutely as essential to refocus our traditional offshore industries onto the creation of green technologies like wind farm production as it is to replace the low-carbon outage nuclear power station we have with new nuclear being brought to Hartlepool. One of the most important Labour Party pledges in its manifesto for 2019 was to continue the nuclear programme as an essential aid to a low-carbon energy future. And I am determined to work night and day to deliver on that. I would therefore ask the Minister to meet with me to discuss the future of the industry and of the future of Hartlepool Nuclear Power Station. Thank you.
Deirdre Brock.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I'll firstly pay tribute to all those members who've given their maiden speeches today. They were very impressive indeed, and I wish them all well in their futures as representatives of their constituencies and hope they all do well by their communities. I suppose a particular mention must be made, though, Madam Deputy Speaker, of the Honourable Member for East Lothian's contribution, whose reminders of Scotland's past certainly stirred passion in the hearts of those on these benches, and I'm sure if you'd been in the chamber yourself, Madam Deputy Speaker, would have stirred passion in your own as a fellow Scot. However, moving to the subject of this debate, I was delighted to hear in the programme for government that the UK government will finally be taking steps to address greenhouse gas emissions. I was equally disappointed, but not even slightly surprised, sadly, to find that the target date for doing so is 30 years in the future. Not so much too little too late as turning up with a fire safety manual long after the building has burned to the ground. Yeah. Now, we had a statement in here just last week about the devastation caused by the worst Australian bushfire season ever. I pointed out then, and I'll point out again now, that it hasn't just been Australia on fire. We've seen the Arctic burning too. Huge swathes of Siberian forest, fires in Greenland, Alaska and Canada. We know that the Amazon has fires that are beginning to threaten the ecosystems of the rainforests. We know that this is an emergency. We know that the planet will change as a result of human activity, and the only question is how much. We know that biodiversity is being threatened and that the crops we rely on are under threat. We know all that, but the UK government thinks that deferral and procrastination are okay, that nothing much will change between now and 3 decades hence. So let's have some sense of 30 years, some perspective on what that is. 30 years ago was the first report of the IPCC calling for urgent action, strong measures to prevent serious global warming. That was 30 years ago. And there are some members of this Parliament who hadn't even been born yet. We have wasted their lifetime so far without real action. Something else that's interesting about this place of 30 years ago is that the then Prime Minister was calling for action on this issue and calling for some fast action to get emissions under control. Now, Margaret Thatcher might have been horrified were she to have realised that her own party would still be footering about on the edges of the issue 3 decades later. This is not just some sort of policy issue that can be revised at some future point. It is not just a passing fad that can safely be ignored. This is disaster politics coming at us with a vengeance that we cannot easily comprehend. Failing to act now doesn't leave the options open to act later, it closes them down. A failure to act a heck of a lot more speedily than 3 decades on will simply condemn future generations to ongoing and escalating effects that they will have to spend more and more time contending with. And it will also condemn us, this generation, that has had it so easy by comparison, to living a far less comfortable retirement because much of our time and much of the effort of future governments will be devoted to addressing the ill effects of government failure now. The UK government claims to want to lead the way in addressing climate change, but it doesn't actually seem to be doing much to, address climate change. So let's take a donder with the IPCC. The latest report tells us that 3/4 of transport emissions are from road transport. So if the government was serious about addressing climate change, there would be massive investment in electric vehicle technology, charging points and other infrastructure to be sure, but also research into better, less expensive technologies. Where is the commitment to do this? Where is the commitment to build more capacity for rail freight and take some of the wagons off the road? And the biggest emissions culprit is heating and power. Will there be a 0 rating of VAT on renewable energy, all of it from construction to use? The government will say that it has no power to do that until it's free of the EU. So when can we expect to see that Brexit benefit? And while we're at it, what about exempting building works and refurbishments which improve insulation? What about investing in better houses to begin with? What about offering incentives for insulation solutions like aerogel for passive houses and for district heating schemes? You know, there's no actual evidence that this government intends to do anything to actually lead on climate change, and there is a similar lack of evidence that the government has any idea about what to do about air quality. The 25-year plan had an ambition, if that's the right word to use, to reduce 5 air pollutants by half in 11 years. Only 5 of the pollutants getting pumped into children's lungs, and only reducing them by half maybe eventually. It's like having an ambition to paint every 3rd plank of your garden shed, but only halfway up and only at some point in the future. In the meantime, the garden shed is rotting away and will collapse long before that painting is finished. Way back in September of 2016, I asked the then Secretary of State for Environment, Food and Rural Affairs whether she planned to maintain air pollution targets set out in the Ambient Air Quality Directive following the UK's withdrawal from the EU. In response, I got, as often happens, a lot of words and no real answer. That response claimed that the Clean Air Act of 1956 was an example of the UK acting on improving the environment, rather than responding to thousands of Londoners being killed by smog in 1952. It touted this as evidence of long-standing UK commitment to environmental action. It also said air quality has improved significantly in recent decades. We are working at local, national and international levels and will continue to do more, but it never answered that question about a commitment to match the EU's air pollution targets. So this government, in my view, and in many others' views, waffles a lot and delivers little, if anything. The time for action was quite some time ago. The response was and is still lacking. We have gone from a need to take action 30 years ago to a promise that action will be taken in 30 years hence. No answers to the questions being asked, no idea what they mean.
I think she's making a really powerful point about air pollution, and she highlights real concerns, and does she agree with me that these concerns are further backed up by this government's action, where they've lost at least twice in the High Court to Client Earth because they're not taking proper action on air pollution? We've got 40,000 premature deaths a year due to air pollution. The fact they won't even commit to matching EU standards is a real concern that she's highlighted.
Absolutely, and my honourable friend makes fantastic points, and I can only agree with him on this, because that's clear evidence of this government's continued failure to act, and I appreciate his contribution. Thanks.
Thank you. Andy MacDonald.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and congratulations on your election and return to your rightful place. It's a shame you've not been here for all of the day, because we have been treated to a whole range of first-class maiden speeches. They've been of the highest order, and I think everybody who's spoken really should be congratulated. We heard from the member from Barrow in Furness about the A595, amongst other things, and he spoke with great aplomb. He also highlighted the failure of Northern Rail, and I know the Transport Secretary will have taken full cognizance of what he had to say. And we also heard from the member from Birmingham Northfield, who made a warm tribute to Richard Burden, for which we're very grateful on these benches, and a stirring speech from the member from East Surrey and from Bolsover, who suggested that there perhaps ought to be a statue to Dennis Skinner, and we were perhaps just speculating as to what sort of response might have been forthcoming from that corner there, Madam Deputy Speaker, at such a suggestion. And we were also treated to a history lesson from the young member from East Lothian. I think he may have done that before, and it was very entertaining. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, we also had terrific speeches from the a new member for Coventry South. It was really powerful and inspirational. And my new colleague from Pontypridd told us that she was no shrinking violet, and I think we got that understood very, very clearly. As well, the passion from the member from Warrington North, and we were concluded with a stirring maiden speech from the member from Sheffield Hallam, and I rather think it's in the blood. So we've been well served, Madam Deputy Speaker. But turning to the issue in hand on the Green Industrial Revolution, and from the absence of commitments in the Queen's speech, it would appear the government thinks that because it won a general election with a campaign that ignored the climate change crisis, it can continue to ignore the climate change crisis. And I know that government MPs will protest at that characterisation, but it is accurate. The Prime Minister refused to attend a debate on the climate crisis during the general election campaign, precisely because he knows it is true that the Conservatives have not and do not plan to seriously address the climate crisis. And, well, the members opposite shout rubbish. This was a Prime Minister who, during the general election campaign, took a plane from Teesside to Doncaster.
Shameful.
I mean, just think about it. You know, getting in a jet. I mean, it could hardly become airborne before it had to land again. Quite ridiculous. And of course, the government's own advisory board on climate change, the Committee on Climate Change, stated the fact is that we're off track to meet our own emission targets in the 2020s and 2030s. And the committee's chair, Lord Deben, compared ministers to the hapless characters in Dad's Army. This inaction not only condemns us to a more dangerous and insecure world, it exacerbates existing social and economic problems in the UK through failing to take advantage of the opportunities presented by decarbonising the economy to create well-paid, secure jobs and reduce social and regional inequalities. Transport is the problem sector for the UK. It is the UK's single largest source of greenhouse gas emissions and the worst performing sector when it comes to reducing carbon emissions. Indeed, transport emissions have risen since 2010. This is both a crisis and an opportunity. There is an opportunity to invest in our transport networks, upgrading the railway, having a long-term vision of the electrification of our railways and investing in it going forward, investing in our bus services throughout the entire country, investing in e-bikes and electric vehicles that would not only achieve the sort of carbon emission reductions needed to meet our climate targets, but also to close the huge regional inequalities in transport spending and create thousands upon thousands of skilled, well-paid, unionised jobs as part of a green industrial revolution. Unfortunately, the government doesn't plan to take this opportunity. Indeed, in the past 24 hours, the government has responded to the troubles at Flybe by reportedly allowing the company to avoid paying over £100 million in aviation tax, air passenger duty. To plot to slash aviation tax in a climate crisis makes a mockery of the government's supposed commitment to cutting carbon emissions and also demonstrates that they have little plan to support industry and create jobs beyond handing out tax breaks. Instead of handing out taxpayer-funded tax breaks for a small number of wealthy passengers, the government should be electrifying the core rail network, boosting investment in the railway and slashing fares to encourage people to take the train. Well, I can see the Transport Secretary chuntering about fares, who's presided over a further 2.7% increase in rail fares, taking them to over 40% since 2010. Compare and contrast the offer from these benches of a 33% reduction in rail fares, and he can snigger all that he would like about that. But Germany, in the course of the last several weeks, followed our lead and introduced a 10% reduction. They're going in the right direction. They want to see people out of their cars and onto our trains. Well, I mean, if the Transport Secretary is so keen on getting on with this, Perhaps he could get the Ogilvy report out of the cupboard, out under lock and key, and publish it. It's quite a ludicrous situation where we have a minority report that's been published, and yet the authors of the report, who know what's in it, who are chomping at the bit to speak to it, and yet it remains under lock and key. What is the Transport Secretary hiding? Let's have a look at it, and let's have a discussion about it. And whilst we're at it, you can ignore the siren voices from Andrew Gilligan about cutting HS2. It would be absolutely ludicrous to cut off HS2's legs and abandon Phase 1. There's nothing more ludicrous I've heard of in a long, long time. If we're going to get the capacity gains, it would be a foolish thing to do. So I hope that he has those conversations with the Prime Minister and totally scuppers that as a notion. The government's response to the problems faced by the automotive sector has been similarly lacklustre. Thousands of jobs have been lost, and more might be lost in the coming months and years, unless the government sets out a clear strategy for the transition to electric vehicles, including a more ambitious phase-out date, a scrappage scheme for the oldest vehicles, investment in public charging infrastructure, and additional support for purchasing expensive EVs, accompanied by a plan to give the industry the support they require. And of course, as has been mentioned by other speakers, most latterly from Kilmarnock and Loudon, about the imperative around the air quality issue, it's exactly right that we're enduring premature deaths directly connected with air quality, running to some 40,000 a year in this country. And it's an absolute and utter abomination, and we have to take major strides in that direction. And the difficulties, Madam Deputy Speaker, at the bus manufacturer Wrightbus is another example of the government's laissez-faire attitude towards the economy and the climate. The UK has a number of excellent bus manufacturers and has the potential to be a world leader in electric bus technology. But the UK is not ambitious enough on electric buses, meaning we aren't taking advantage of the industrial opportunities that a bold commitment to electrify the nation's bus fleet would present. I'll happily give way.
Doesn't he agree with me that the world's first electric double-decker bus was actually created and delivered by Optare in Leeds, but it's not being bought in this country by bus companies? Isn't it time the government looks and supports Optare and ensures that we get those electric buses out of the factory and onto the streets?
And makes a very good point, and that is why, in the course of the election campaign, that I made that commitment to electrify the entire fleet in this country. It would be a major contribution to improving air quality and reducing emissions, and I would encourage the government to consider that proposition again. I think if we can take that sort of bold step to electrify the entire fleet, we can start to see some real differences being delivered. But also a strategy to support cycling and walking, including subsidies for e-bikes and more interventionist approach could similarly help to slash emissions and create jobs. Instead, the government's priority is to pursue a colossal road building programme that is environmentally unsustainable and will drive traffic growth and create congestion. Almost £30 billion will be spent on road building on the strategic road network. Madam Deputy Speaker, without a genuine green industrial revolution, the government is condemning the country to economic stagnation and a climate crisis. The Labour Party didn't win the recent general election, so sadly we cannot implement our programme. But the need to address the climate crisis and revitalise our economy remains every bit as urgent.
Secretary of State, Mr Grant Shapps.
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, I congratulate you on your re-election to the post, and it's fantastic to be closing Her Majesty's Most Gracious Speech this evening under your leadership. I think actually there were a large number of very eloquent and very good contributions to this debate this afternoon. It's clearly set out that there are huge challenges that face us all in decarbonising the economy. One of the points I'd make straight off the bat is that although there's been quite a bit of sort of heat and light in these debates, there's actually an awful lot in which we entirely agree. This House has, after all, voted under this government to get to zero carbon by 2050. There is almost an auction of ambition about how we get there the fastest and in which way, and I think it's very right and proper that we challenge each other with different ideas, many of which have come through the contributions this afternoon, in order to propose and suggest new ideas, some of which I have heard and think are ideas that could be taken further, particularly in the field of transport, others of which I already know what some of the problems may be, but nonetheless, I think all presented and suggested in the best possible light. And for that, I think all parts of the House will agree this has been a very good and useful debate this afternoon. But it is, Madam Deputy Speaker, the first time I've been at this dispatch box since yesterday's events, which saw the announcement from Flybe, and I did just want to touch on it for a moment. Flybe is an airline that flies 9 million people a year. It connects some of our most remote parts of our country, in fact, some of the most remote parts of our nation together. I was pleased to see that the union who fly BALPA, that's the pilot union, welcomed the rescue, and somewhat surprised to hear the opposition spokesman say that he is not keen on this rescue. It would have quite literally left a number of people, I will in just a moment, it will have just quite literally left quite a large number of communities completely stranded. I will give way.
Just take this opportunity, I'm grateful to the Transport Secretary for giving way. I think if you'd been in the chamber yesterday when I spoke on the issue, I did say that I welcome a government taking action in respect of Flybe, and I recognised the importance that the Flybe services provide for our communities right across the country. It's how we go about it's the important thing, and of course IAG are particularly interested in the package because they will be saying, why has one corporate entity been preferred over another? It's a question for him to address, but please, I hope he'd accept that it's necessary for intervention to take place.
I apologise to the honourable gentleman. I thank him for putting the record straight. I wasn't in the chamber yesterday because I was dealing with the issue itself. But it sounded to me in his comments earlier that he regretted the rescuing of Flybe, which I was surprised about because there's 2,400 jobs. There are communities that would have had no other way of being connected. Just as an example of this, there are 46 Flybe routes that no other airline covers. There are 11 that have no rail links whatsoever, and there are a further 12 that would take over 6 hours to get to the city that the passenger was trying to get to. So I think it was absolutely the right thing to do, and it's the right thing because it helps to connect our communities and level up our country. And I think that this is the right approach for a responsible government when there is a strategic national interest, which is what makes this different from previous airline failures. But I will say, because the issue has been raised, not least in this afternoon's debate, that it is the case that we want to see aviation become much greener. And this is an enormous challenge, and indeed, as many members have said, an enormous opportunity for this country. Because if we can get to the front of that technological research and development, then we can offer electric planes to the world. And it is very good to see that if you go to the University of Cranfield, amongst other places, right now they are working on an aircraft. It's a Britten-Norman aircraft, the only British manufactured general aviation aircraft, commercial passenger plane, being converted today to being an electric aircraft which will actually fly in the Scottish Highlands and do the island hops and will be the world's first commercial electric aircraft. And that is happening in Britain. And I think we should all, across this House, be doing everything we possibly can to get to the forefront of electric aviation and probably in between hybrid aviation. And it is a big part of my work, and I know that members may think that I'm obsessed with the idea of aviation and general aviation, but it is where these ideas will come from. It is where the new technologies will come from, and it's absolutely right that we focus on this. I will give way to my honourable friend.
I'd like to thank my honourable friend, for giving way, because first of all, mentioning the University of Cranfield, because that centre, I actually recall being the person who was asked to dig the first turf to build that facility about a decade ago, and it just shows what can happen in 10 years. Does he agree with me that one of the things we need to do is to harness the power of consumers? Some low-cost jets give the consumers the ability to offset their carbon, but Flybe currently doesn't, and would he like to join me in encouraging flights to give consumers that option to at least, at a minimum, offset the carbon?
So, thank you very much, my honourable friend. I absolutely agree with her. It's a great idea where airlines do that. I'd actually like to go further, though, than just offsetting. I think that's a good first step. But I'd like to go further. We have the opportunity, we have the brains, we have the capacity in this country to invent the future of flight, just as we helped in so many ways to invent flight in its initial form. And I really do want to see us focus on that. There's a lot of money, a lot of research going into this now. Also, at Cranfield, there's an X-Fan plane. This is a BA 146 aircraft built by de Havilland in my constituency back in the day, being converted to an all-electric aircraft in a project which is sponsored, I think, both by Airbus and by Boeing. This is a fantastic opportunity, and we must take it. If honourable members don't mind, I'll just make a little bit of progress, because I'm really right at the beginning of this, and there will be plenty of opportunities to intervene on aviation.
I'm grateful to him. I mean, you know, if we can get some electric planes, I'll be very happy. But would he accept that in the meantime, right now, that the increasing number of individual flights is actually outweighing the efficiency gains of each individual flight? In other words, improvements in energy, improvements in fuel, for example, is being undermined by the fact that demand is growing and growing. Will he accept that until we get to the sunny uplands of electric planes, right now demand needs to be constrained, and that APD blanket approach is not going to constrain demand?
That's what I always say with these things. Let the member who's never flown first argue on the subject, because the reality of the situation is that we need to get to, I think, an in-between location, which is hybrid fuels. I don't mean that in any disrespect. I mean, it literally is the case that actually the reality is we probably have to go via a hybrid state, as we have done with vehicles on the road, in fairness, where we use biofuels and other things. And I just want to let members know our department's doing a huge amount of work in this regard. And I will just, with honourable members' permission, just make a little bit of progress, because I haven't even got on to touching on anybody else's speech. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, I want to turn to this afternoon's debate, if I may. We know that global warming is one of the biggest threats to humanity. We know that that's why tackling climate change is so important, and the measures set out by my honourable friend, the Business Secretary, earlier, set out some of the things that we've been doing. But I think the contributions, as I say, have been particularly impressive, and I wanted to pay tribute to, I make it 9 maiden speeches this afternoon, each of which was brilliant in its different ways. First, from my honourable friend from Barrow and Furness, who spoke about, amongst other things, the poor rail service. I'm sorry about that in your constituency, as did others, touching on Northern, and members will be aware that I've been speaking about that recently and will be again very soon. But a beautifully pitched speech showing how much he cares about the community that he now represents, calmly presented in a very caring way. Our honourable friend from Birmingham Northfield, who spoke in great terms about the constituency, about everything going on in the community. I'm looking in the chamber and doing a wonderful job. In Coventry South, the new member, who described her seat with great care and left us in no doubt at all about her passion for it. The new member for East Surrey, who I thought made a fantastic speech and spoke about, in great knowledge, of course, about things like offshore wind, where she points out that 7 of the 10 largest offshore wind farms are here, which I thought was a fantastic statistic. Members for East Lothian made a maiden speech, as did the member for Pontypridd. And I know that Bolsover's new member, who proposes a statue to the beast of Bolsover, although, as it's already been suggested, we don't know how that would have been taken. But a fine speech. And to the new member for Warrington North, who talks about her constituency with great passion, a constituency in which I got married, as it so happens. And then finally to the new member for Sheffield Hallam, who spoke about her constituency very passionately. Indeed, fantastic speeches all around, and all of which concentrated, of course, on the subject of today, of green growth. And reducing carbon in the atmosphere is incredibly important. I know we've had a bit of a debate about it this afternoon, because we will say, quite rightly, that since 1990, our economy has expanded by over 2/3, but we've managed to cut carbon emissions by more than 40%. And I want to, because it was already raised in the debate, point out that these are not using figures that we somehow come to. These are the internationally recognised system for recognising the amount of carbon which has been cut, and it does show that 40% cut faster than any other G20 country. And we continue to lead the world in that process because we've legislated now for zero carbon by 2050, becoming the first major economy to do so. And of course it is important what happens internationally. But I do not accept the argument, Madam Deputy Speaker, that just because we can't control what everybody else does in the rest of the world, that we should not be making this effort ourselves. And that is why it is the right thing to do, and that's why, rightly, we should be proud of our performance in this area. But we also know that it has to be viable and it has to be practical. It's easy to say that we should just follow Norway, who have an enormous number of electric cars being sold. And you know why? They don't have a domestic car production facility for which they have to protect before it is changed over to being electric. They don't produce their own cars. So to all those members who say, look, why don't we just do it tomorrow? Why don't we just demand every car is electric from now on? The answer is because every single factory in every single one of those constituencies, Madam Deputy Speaker, would be closing tomorrow. So we have to work with industry. We've got to actually help them to make this transition across, and that is what this government is doing every single day of the week. Because let's not forget what we've actually achieved so far as a country. We ratified the Paris Agreement. We now have over half of our electricity coming from low carbon sources, over 53% last year. We've fostered green industry, which is now worth £45 billion, which goes to my previous point, that we have to have this transition where industry transitions over. It employs now 430,000 people in that new green sector, and so it is growing all the time. And we're setting net zero target. We've committed around £2 billion towards those green growth initiatives. So an awful lot is happening. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, to manage these great efforts, we know that there has to be a framework, that we have to have an industrial strategy to get there. And the Clean Growth Strategy, which details our carbon cutting plans through to 2032, is exactly that, a document. From offshore wind to energy efficient housing. In July, we published our Green Finance Strategy to trigger investment in green infrastructure, technologies and services, and of course the Prime Minister will be chairing the new Cabinet Committee on Climate Change to help coordinate the effort of this whole country to get to zero carbon. Later this year, we will have the honour of hosting in the UK, in Glasgow, the Climate Change Summit. I give way.
I thank you for giving way. Just to go back to that argument, but it's great for Norway because they don't have a domestic car production industry to protect, so they can do what they want. So what is the UK government doing to change the domestic car production in the UK to allow them to actually capitalise in that market? And they were very good at making behind-the-doors closed deals when it came to advanced talks about Brexit. So what were they doing to ensure that these companies can adapt to electric car manufacturing?
Very pleased the honourable gentleman has asked the question. £500 million to help a gigafactory come to this country, not behind the doors or anything else. We've announced it publicly. I'm sorry you hadn't spotted the announcement, but it's a very, very positive way of ensuring that more car production comes here. And also, I should let the honourable gentleman know that 1 in 5 electric cars sold in Europe last year were made in the United Kingdom. They're made right here. And our support for the electrification of vehicles is second to none. Just to give you some, to give some examples, Madam Deputy Speaker, we have now more charging locations than petrol stations, as one of my honourable friends mentioned. We have over 200,000 charges in home locations, plug-in chargers. We have much more to do, though, and that is why, both in money already announced, £400,000, and also in our manifesto, another £1 billion, we are pledging to put a lot more money into one of the key points that was quite rightly made across the House today about the need to have more charging locations so people don't have as much range anxiety when they drive one of these vehicles. And I know exactly why people are concerned. I drive an electric car, as I've mentioned before. I know the anxiety of wondering about whether you'll get to your next location. But the good news is, in reality, rather than just the concern of it, in reality, I've never found it to be a problem. Every single service station on the motorway network in this country, I think bar one now, has electric charging. But I want that charging to be faster. I want it to be rapid, rather than just what they call a fast charge. And this government absolutely shares the ambition of this House to get that job done and get it done quicker. But the UN Climate Action Summit, the Prime Minister, as members know, announced that we would double the contribution to £11.6 billion between 2021 and 2025. And that will do a huge amount to assist. And actually, by the way, I heard someone during this debate say, well, that's not right, it's coming from international development. If we don't think it's right to use international development money to save this planet, then I don't know what the money is there for. It's absolutely the right thing to be doing. I'm delighted the Queen included significant measures to move forward our green programme even further. In particular, the Environment Bill will put accountability and practical delivery at the heart of our agenda, while providing much-needed certainty for business. The measures taken in the bill include measures to improve air quality, restore habitats, increase biodiversity, build a less wasteful economy, and I know honourable members mentioned things like plastic waste, for example, which will be dealt with in that bill, and manage our water resources better. And crucially, introduce a system for new legally binding long-term targets in all of these critical areas. So that central and local government, and there's been some talk today about the way that local government fits into this picture, are clear on their legal responsibilities to protect our precious environment. And I have been working very actively with local authorities, for example, in the provision of electric car points, to ensure that they have everything that they need to be able to accelerate this programme as quickly as possible. So these are all targets which have a minimum duration of 15 years, because given the scale of the challenge that we face, which has been so well articulated by members across the House this afternoon, we do believe we have to be extremely ambitious. We have to consider the implications for business, for industry, for the public, take people with us as we adapt to this enormous change, use new technology, and make sure that we hit those necessary emission goals, which we will have to be, because they will be there in law. And although air pollution has reduced significantly since 2010, and emissions of nitrogen oxides are at their lowest levels since records began, I want to acknowledge a couple of things where I share the honourable member opposite's concerns. It is now the case, because energy is no longer the most polluting part of our economy, because we did produce 53% through renewable sources last year, that transport is now the most polluting part of our economy. And I think the honourable gentleman gave the figure. 27% of all the pollution comes from transport, and 90% of that's from vehicles. So it's a huge prize in just solving this problem. And this is technology which is already here. I heard members this afternoon talk about the use of alternative and different types of energy for cars, hydrogen, for example. These are technologies which are coming along. We have I think it's 28 million programme to further the production of vehicles, hydrogen vehicles. But I think it is the case that it is in transport, horses for courses. So you will have heavy items like trains, which will work in future, I think, well through hydrogen. You'll have vehicles, cars, lighter items which will work better through electricity. So it is a question of developing in all of these different ways, and that's absolutely what we're determined to do. But there was a very interesting point and an intervention made when there was a discussion about NO2 and the amount of that in our atmosphere. A huge amount of this comes from, these particles also comes from transport. And we actually, although the discussion, the debate was about whether pollutants and CO2 are the same thing, they're clearly not. Actually, the reality is you take a lot of the same steps and it will solve the same problems. And so it's good and right that the bill that we're introducing tackles both of these things, the fine particulate matter as well as the CO2. We know that there is a huge amount to be done. I know that the whole House wants us to get there. I know that one of the most controversial areas is when we end the sale of petrol and diesel cars. I've heard a number of calls in the debate this afternoon to bring that earlier than the already pledged 2040. I would just say to the House that I want to do this. It's something which I've already spoken about and that we will consult about. But we do need to do it in a way that, once we've done that, people aren't coming back to this House and saying, what happened to that industry, those car producers in my constituency? Because we have to do it in a way which works and takes the whole of the economy with us in the best possible way. I think it's also worth noting that, because from some of the discussion this afternoon, it may not have been obvious that the number of electric cars has grown from just 1,500 to a decade ago to 200,000 today. The growth in the last year alone has been absolutely enormous. So electric car sales are taking off. I think I'm right in saying, if you take ULEV cars, the second largest market in the European Union right now. And we're doing an awful lot of things behind the scenes to encourage the take-up. For example, if you go and pay your road tax right now, you'll get on the DVLA site to a page which actually suggests that you might be able to pay less road tax if you transfer to an electric car. But I know there are concerns about the overall costs of buying an electric car new, and I want to make this point. When you buy an electric car, you find that your petrol bill disappears. Obviously, it was replaced by an electric bill, but probably a tenth of the cost. You find there's no oil for the car, there's no servicing for the car, and it may well be that the car tax is much lower. Given that most people buy, 85% of car buyers buy on a finance package, a PCP, the overall lifetime experience of owning that car may not be all that much different. But I do agree with members that we need to work hard to make sure that, as with solar, where we've seen a 50% cut in the cost of solar, we need to see the same in electric cars as well. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, I think it's been an excellent debate. I think the Queen's speech has laid out an exciting programme to prepare Britain for the future, making us more prosperous, yet a greener nation at the same time. We have a unique opportunity today, after 3.5 years in which Brexit has, let's face it, dominated everything about politics and absorbed so much time and so much energy. We now have a strong mandate to deliver our vision for a modern, green, growing economy, and that is why I commend this Queen's speech to the House.
Thank you. The question is that the debate be now adjourned.
Tomorrow. I beg to move that the debate be now adjourned.
And I apologise to the Whip. I adjourned the debate before the Whip asked me to.
Tomorrow.
No, I beg to move.
I beg to move that the debate be now adjourned.
The question is that the debate be now adjourned. As many as that opinion, say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. That is it. Petition, Mrs. Maria Miller.
How do you mean no more commission?
Well, no one in Scotland can commission an idea. You know, if I went to BBC Scotland and I said, oh, I've got this great idea for a sitcom, I've got this brilliant idea for a drama, you know, no, there isn't one person in Scotland that can okay it unless it goes through London.
Good morning.
and welcome to another edition of Full Scottish. What's happening today?
Hello and welcome to the Full Scottish here on Broadcasting Scotland.
Scotland is going to be an independent country.
That need, that desire for independence is ever stronger than perhaps it was in 2014. So there's an obligation that we've got to give leadership to that campaign. That's what Nicola Sturgeon, as our First Minister, has been doing.
My feeling about Boris Johnson is he can't be trusted on anything.
That is now and forever will be known as the rape clause.
I'm old enough to remember going into Europe in '73, and I remember how much of a razor's edge that was a balanced on. And I think we made it by 53%, if I remember correctly, for going in. And ever since that time, England particularly has been pretty much schizophrenic, down the middle about whether it felt British or whether it felt European. And that schism, that crack has remained throughout English society ever since.
Scotland means business. Scotland's voice won't be stilled, it won't be silenced, it has to be heard.
About the work that's been done by Broadcasting Scotland in giving community activists, yes activists, Scottish activists a platform other than the traditional media outlets.